Chapter 971. Bai Qi fought the 200-meter-tall ice phantasm alone. Occasionally, he would make a move to help the other girl. Xiao Chen had not expected to meet the other party in the 9 layers of purgatory. After observing the girl's situation, he discovered that she cultivated the ice-attributed state. He reckoned that Bai Qi had risked his life for this woman. "Senior brother, don't bother about me. Go on by yourself." The girl revealed a sorrowful expression on her delicate face. When the two entered this sin-mirroring hell, they had been very careful not to offend overly strong existences. However, they had not expected a 200-meter-tall ice phantom to emerge from the ground, resulting in the current situation. Dang! Bai Qi executed cycle of seasons and seasons, knocking back the 200-meter-tall ice phantasm again. He said sullenly, "Don't speak nonsense. Later, I'll find an opportunity to delay these ice phantasm. You take the opportunity to leave. I'll follow soon after." However, based on Bai Qi's current state, he was already overwhelmed. If he managed to delay all 4 ice phantasms, how could he survive? Bang! Just at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. With a punch, he blasted the small mountain-sized ice phantasm into countless ice shards flying everywhere. The 3 dragon images formed by the wind in the sky slowly vanished, turning into strong winds that blew away. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand amid the ice shards filling the sky. A fist-sized black ice pearl appeared in his hand. Within the ice pearl, one could faintly see a wisp of a vengeful spirit wailing at the top of its lungs. This was the ice soul seed. When the largest ice phantasm died, the other ice phantasms let out strange cries and fled frantically. The pressure on Bai Qi and Bai Qi decreased, and they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, their expressions remained grave. The strength of the person in front far surpassed the 2 of them. If he wanted to, he could casually kill the 2 of them. There were not many kind people who came to the 9 layers of purgatory. The situation might not be any better than before. "Brother Bai, it has been a long time since we parted at Hunluo City." Xiao Chen turned around and handed the ice soul seed to Bai Qi. Bai Qi was stunned for a while before smiling in pleasant surprise. "Unexpectedly, I met Brother Xiao here. This is my junior sister, Nie Ran." "Junior sister, this is Xiao Chen who came with me from the Sky Dome realm, the white-robed Xiao Chen who will be conferred king in half a year." Nie Ran's eyes lit up. Clearly, she had heard of Xiao Chen's name before. However, she had not expected him to know the senior brother that she admired. Nie Ran's eyes lit up. She had clearly heard of Qi's name before, but she had not expected him to know the senior brother she admired. He wanted to obtain the Ice Soul Orb to help him pass the trials and increase his chances of success, so he came to 9 Hells Purgatory to try his luck. Many thanks to Xiao Chen for making a move this time. If not for you arriving at the right time, junior sister and I would not have survived. This matter was not worth mentioning. When an old friend was in trouble, how could he ignore it? Furthermore, it was just a casual strike. To Xiao Chen this was nothing. "Where is Xinyuan Zhantian? If I remember correctly, he seems to be in the same sect as you. Why didn't you come with him?" Xiao Chen thought of another old friend and asked. Bai Qi smiled helplessly and said, "His talent and potential are better than mine. The sect can no longer hide him. He left the sect 3 years ago and I haven't heard from him for a long time." Xinyuan Zhantian cultivated the state of kingship. With his accumulations, if he could really rise up, his strength could not be underestimated. After much difficulty, Xiao Chen finally met with an ancient person from the Sky Dome realm. Just as he was about to chat with him, his expression suddenly changed. Earlier, in that instant, Xiao Chen felt an intense fluctuation from the cycle banner. Qing Cheng must have encountered a difficult battle, so she took out the cycle banner to face her enemy. Given the strength of Bai Yuan Su and the others, unless they met a strong opponent, Qing Cheng would not use the cycle banner. "Sorry, my friend ran into some trouble, I have to rush back." Bai Qi said, "After obtaining the Ice Soul Pearl, junior sister and I will be returning as well." Before leaving, Xiao Chen thought of something and handed Bai Qi a dragon pearl. This was the essence of the old ice dragon beside the Jianghu Emperor's grave for tens of thousands of years. This dragon pearl can save your life when necessary. Take care. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Chen's four-season saber technique had been imparted to him by a senior of the Bai clan. Without that senior's teachings, he would not have created his flawless 4 seasons. Now that they met, this dragon pearl could be considered repaying the other party's kindness. Senior brother, so it turns out that you and the white-robed Xiao Chen are acquainted. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Nie Ran fiddled with the ice soul root in her hand, appearing extremely excited. Seeing the ice shards falling from the air, Bai Qi did not reply to his beloved junior sister. Instead, he smiled in disappointment and frustration. With one casual punch, Xiao Chen instantly killed the ice soul that Bai Qi did not have confidence in even if he used his full power. Compared to when they met in Hunluo City back then, Xiao Chen's strength had already reached a level that Bai Qi could no longer fathom. Back then, during the 5 Nations contest in Dragon Sealing City, Bai Qi and Xiao Chen had been outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm. Now, the difference between them was like clouds and mud. Bai Qi thought about Xianyuan Zhantian's bold words when they parted, saying that he would catch up to Xiao Chen within 10 years. Suddenly, he felt that this was a distant goal. There was a kind of person who, once surpassed, would only grow farther and farther away. In the end, one would not even be able to see their backs. As for Xiao Chen, he was such a person. Given the strength of Qing Cheng and the others, they would not use the cycle banner unless they met a strong enemy. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. Could he have met a great Grandmaster level martial sage? Since when did great Grandmaster level martial sages become so common? In the 9 ranks of the great families, there were only 2 great Grandmaster level martial sages. How could there be great Grandmaster level martial sages in the 9 layers of purgatory? Furthermore, of all the great Grandmaster level martial sages, Xiao Chen ended up in conflict with Bai and the others. With a thought, he directly summoned out the 8 ghost palanquin. If he could not use so close yet worlds apart, he would not be able to use it. If he could not use so close yet worlds apart, the speed of this 8 ghost palanquin would be even faster than the freedom wings. The only problem was that it exhausted more secret treasures. If not for his magic energy, he would not dare to use this 8 ghost palanquin at full power. The 8 ghost palanquin moved as fast as lightning in the sky of the sin mirroring hell, moving like a flash of light. It was so fast that it felt like a gentle breeze. At the intersection of the 2nd layer of the sin mirroring hell and the 3rd layer of the sin mirroring hell, Qing Cheng fought an intense battle with a ghost race man wearing black battle armor. That black-clad ghost race man did not look very old. However, he was a Grandmaster-level martial sage. 8 different sabers were stabbed into the back of this black-clad battle armor man. His aura was startling. As they fought, Qing Cheng found it extremely taxing to hold on. As for Bai and the other 2, they were each occupied by a 500-meter-tall ice phantasm. They could not help at all. Whoosh! The black-clad man stretched out his hand and took out a black saber from his back. This saber had a strange shape. It was about 1 meter long, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The tip of the saber was flat. When the black-clad man swung the saber, a black saber chi knocked away the boundless starlight pouring over from the cycle banner. The advantage of his cultivation allowed the black-clad man to knock Qing Cheng back 100 meters. She could not stand stably, and the chi and blood in her body surged. The black-clad man said expressionlessly in a cold voice, "It looks like your 8 ghost palanquin is indeed not in your hands. In that case, you can go and die today." Qing Cheng put away the banner and sighed in her heart at her bad luck. She said softly, "Xie Zixuan, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave even if you want to." Xie Zixuan smiled and said, "What's wrong? You still have reinforcements? Good, I'll come and see which great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Ghost Empress's faction will rush over to save you. Coincidentally, I just advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage. Let's see if I can use a great Grandmaster-level martial sage as a sacrifice." The black-clad man's figure flashed, and he charged over to Qing Cheng again, hacking down with his saber. A ferocious evil spirit appeared on the saber, adding a boundless might to this saber strike. Qing Cheng sighed and shook the cycle banner in her hand. The banner unfurled, and 7 stars leaped out one after another, forming a Big Dipper formation. Starlight filled the sky, intertwining with the tricolored light of massacre, death, and ruin. The viscous starlight slowed Xie Zishuan's movements. Qing Cheng found an opportunity to dodge this saber strike. Then, she summoned out the black and white soul reapers and surrounded the black-clad man. Qing Cheng's hands did not stop moving as she quickly formed hand seals. Many strong spirits appeared in the air, surrounding Xie Zishuan. Your Ghost Empress's faction is the best at refining spirits. However, you do not know that these mere worldly possessions are not worth mentioning before a true expert. Bush, bush, bush. The other 7 sabers on the black-clad man's back all flew out. He took a step forward, and his figures split into 8, each holding a saber. Each saber had a different ferocious evil spirit attached to it. Each of them used a different saber technique, but they were connected to each other, vaguely appearing in the world. It was like a new world was born. Ghosts and gods descended. Black chi surged, and a faint divine might spread out. Ghosts howled, and black light shone everywhere, looking incredibly terrifying. Qing Cheng's expression changed slightly. You actually succeeded in practicing the Avicii saber technique. Ah, now you know fear, right? After Master, I am the second person of the ghost race to successfully practice the Avicii saber technique. The Master of the Ghost Domain will definitely be me. This is just an incomplete version of the Avicii Hell. When I summon out the complete version of the Avicii Hell, I will dare to compete with the blue-robed Emperor. The black saber chi shattered the many spirits. Soon, only the black and white soul reapers remained of the large number of spirits, holding on bitterly. Qing Cheng could not help feeling bitter. Xie Zishuan truly lived up to being the top disciple of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. She wondered why she was so unlucky to run into a Grandmaster-level martial sage in the sin-mirroring hell. If Qing Cheng had the 8 ghost palanquin, she would be able to move even faster than Xiaoqin. That would be more than enough for her to protect herself. Perhaps, if she had another month, she could use the cycle banner to raise her cultivation to a higher level and summon out the clones of the 10 Yama Kings. The 8 clones merged into one, and the black and white soul reapers were chopped into 100 pieces. Then, Xie Zishuan appeared before Qing Cheng once again, wearing the black battle armor and sheathed the 8 ghostly sabers on his back. Qing Cheng waited solemnly as she hovered the cycle banner above her head. The starlight of massacre, death, and ruin mixed with starlight, encasing her and forming a barrier of starlight. Xie Zishuan frowned slightly. He did not know what kind of secret treasure this astral banner was. Unexpectedly, it managed to neutralize his attacks multiple times. If not for Xiaoqin's breakthrough in cultivation, he would not have been able to deal with Qing Cheng, who held the astral banner. Chapter 972. However, that did not matter. This astral banner would be his soon. No matter how powerful a secret treasure was, the other party would run out of energy eventually. Receive another saber strike from me. Avicii Hell, 8 Division Heavenly Ghost. Xiaoqin shouted and took 8 steps in the air. With each step, he left behind an unscattering ghost image in the air. His aura continued to soar. After 8 steps, the saber light in Xie Zishuan's hand was like a ghost attacking, shaking the world. Qing Cheng's expression turned grave. The might of this saber strike was sufficient to shatter the barrier of the starry heavens and injure her. She could not leave even if she wanted to. She could only clench her teeth and endure. She circulated the law energy in her body, preparing to resist this saber strike head-on. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Qing Cheng suddenly felt that the cycle banner no longer obeyed her commands. She squinted and saw a white figure flashing by, holding the cycle banner in his hand. With a casual wave, the 7 stars returned to their positions. Then, Xiaoqin drove his law energy, bringing out all the power of massacre, death, and ruin in Merak, Migres, and Fekta. Massacre, ruin, and death. 3 ancient black characters materialized on the banner pole. The 3-colored light mixed with the starlight and immediately formed a vast sea with undulating waves. The will of massacre, the sound of ruin, and the sound of silent death reverberated endlessly in the air. The cycle banner's might was completely unleashed. Boom! It blocked Xie Zishuan's 8th-division heavenly ghost in midair. Qing Cheng's face lit up in joy. Xiao Chen finally arrived. If he had been any later, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Xie Zishuan spun around, and the afterimages of the 8th-division heavenly ghost returned to his back. He showed a slightly shocked expression. He had not expected the cycle banner to erupt with such might. However, when he stood still and saw Xiao Chen's cultivation, he calmed down. Then, he looked at the 8 ghost palanquin behind him and understood what was going on. The two exchanged secret treasures. Xiao Chen could not help but smile. The ghost empress Shisun's favorite disciple actually chose a human cultivator who was only a superior-grade martial sage. If they didn't have a close relationship, why would they exchange secret treasures? Qing, is this the reinforcement you spoke of? My ghost race has so many talented geniuses, yet you actually chose a human cultivator. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not know what this person meant. He handed the cycle banner back to Qing Cheng and said, "Go and save Bai and the others. Leave this to me." "You want to leave? Ask me first." Xie Zishuan's figure split up again. Each of his 8 clones held a weapon. The vague outline of the Avicii held descended from the sky. Torrential death aura poured out endlessly, looking extremely terrifying. Xiao Chen's expression involuntarily turned grave. This saber technique was really strange. He did not know how it was cultivated, but the mysterious phenomenon it materialized was actually so real. However, he didn't have the time to think of a way to break it. He could only break it with brute force. A beam of divine light descended from the sky. Xiao Chen executed the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending. Xiao Chen charged up 3 dragon force. Due to the limitations of his body, he did not dare to bring out the 10-fold combat prowess. So he held back a small portion. His punch instantly reached 20 dragon force. 20 heaven dragon images roared ferociously behind Xiao Chen. Dragon might spread out endlessly. Bang! The might of one punch shattered the vague outline of the Avicii hell before Xie Zishuan's incredulous gaze, collapsing completely. The 8 clones fell to the ground at the same time and vomited a mouthful of blood before merging back together. Xiao Chen's pale face turned ashen as he coughed endlessly. He felt like his internal organs had all cracked. Xie Zishuan glanced at Xiao Chen in horror. Then he stood up and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chen did not give chase. He looked at the cracked skin on his palm and the aching bones under the flesh. He frowned slightly and said, "It looks like 10 dragon force is what my body can endure. If I add another 10 dragon force, I might not be able to endure it. At most, I can use it twice in a row." Qing Cheng, who had not flown far away, rushed over to help. When she saw Xie Zishuan quickly fleeing, she felt somewhat dazed. Xiao Chen felt a little dazed. Why did such a huge change happen the moment he turned around? Xie Zishuan had used a secret technique to summon the 5 gigantic ice phantoms together with a single-use secret treasure. Now that the other party had fled in defeat, the summoning ice phantoms naturally fled far away. When Xiao Chen saw the 500-meter-tall ice phantoms, he trembled in fear. He did not know how Xie Zishuan had summoned them. The other party's final saber technique was also very strange. If not for a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen would not have been able to increase his vital qi significantly. Even Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash would not have been able to break it. At most, it would have been slightly stronger. It would not have forced the other party to retreat so decisively. When Bai and the others met up, Xiao Chen heard about what happened. Then he stared at Qing Cheng's startling face. Xiao Chen was the one who caused the 2 troubles in the 9 layers of purgatory. Qing Cheng felt somewhat diffident from Xiao Chen's stare. She said, "Don't look at this lady." Who could have imagined that Xie Zishuan just happened to break through and even ran into him in the 9 layers of purgatory? However, Xiao Chen did not say anything. He quickly stretched out his hand, and his fingertip landed on Qing Cheng's forehead. Before Qing Cheng could react, she felt the restriction of the cold saber qi that Xiao Chen left in her body slowly draining away. After all the cold qi was gone, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand. A crystalline ice wandering flower appeared in his palm. Qing Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "What do you want me to do?" Seeing Xiao Chen's expression that was not a smile, Qing Cheng blushed slightly. After a while, her expression returned to normal. She asked, "Why did you remove the restriction? Are you not afraid that I will sneak away? Let's go. We don't need you on the road to the Yellow Springs anymore." The moment Xiao Chen said that, the others could not help but find it strange. They did not know why Xiao Chen made such a decision. Even Qing Cheng felt surprised. Then she rejoiced. She smiled and said, "Since you said it, you can't go back on your word. This lady is not going back on my word." Xiao Chen said calmly, "If you still don't leave, I might change my mind. I'll lend you the cycle banner. Leave your 8-ghost palanquin to me. We can exchange it after we come out." Qing Cheng giggled and took the ice-wandering flower from Xiao Chen's hand. She said, "That suits me. I'll take care of this flower. As a reward, I'll give you a sentence: don't look back on the road to the Yellow Springs." Melodious laughter echoed in Xiao Chen's ears. Qing Cheng's figure flashed, moving far away. In a few breaths, she disappeared from the sight of Xiao Chen and the others. "Xiao Chen, why did you let her go? We will definitely need her for the rest of the journey," Kong Yuan said, feeling confused. The few of them had long suspected that Xiao Chen and Qing Cheng were not friends. At this moment, they were not surprised that Xiao Chen laid his cards on the table. They only felt that it was strange that Xiao Chen let Qing Cheng go. Xiao Chen said softly, "We met with trouble twice in a row because of her. I don't know if it is a coincidence or if she played some trick. In any case, if she is not willing to go, let her be. This matter is very important. I'm not willing to gamble." Everyone thought for a while. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. If there were such coincidences along the way, it would be very troublesome. It would be fine if it was a coincidence. However, if it was not, it would be terrifying. "Let's rest here for the night. We will continue on our journey tomorrow." The few of them had experienced a huge battle and were definitely somewhat fatigued. Xiao Chen had overloaded himself with 20 dragon force. His body needed time to recover as well. The Sin Mirroring Hell was filled with mirror-like glaciers. There was no distinction between day and night. Resting for the night was just getting used to the division of time on land. The group remained silent. Amidst the silence, Bai and the others slowly circulated their qi. Xiao Chen looked at the cracks on his skin. The wounds had not healed yet, and there were still many tiny cracks in his bones. Occasionally he felt pain. After obtaining the Flood Dragon Scissors, Xiao Chen gained an additional 2 dragon force. However, his body did not absorb much divine materials, which could not keep up with the growth of his vital qi. Otherwise, with his 10-fold combat prowess and 30 dragon force, Xiao Chen was confident of dealing with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the ghost race, catching him off guard and even severely injuring him. On the surface, the divine materials that Xiao Chen absorbed in the heavenly ruin wasteland only increased his strength by 1 dragon force. However, it was steady and steady. The divine materials had already strengthened his physical body. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not have dared to burst out with 10 dragon force with a rank 3 sage body. That ghost race great grandmaster level martial sage clearly had a peak rank 4 sage body, which was why he could casually bring out 10 dragon force. However, it was still somewhat taxing for him to bring out 15 dragon force. If the other party's physical body could keep up, given his hundreds of years of accumulations, he should be able to triple his combat prowess and bring out 30 dragon force. Unfortunately, the other party did not have the blue dragon body nourishing art. A heaven-defying cultivation technique like that was stuck at the bottleneck of his physical body. Without a fortuitous encounter, he would not be able to take another step forward. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "After I go out, the auction for the longevity fruit that Ing Qiong helped organize should be over. At that time, I will use this large sum of astral coins to search for secret treasures containing dragon souls and raise my basic dragon energy to 10 dragon force. Once I enter the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art, my physical body will advance to a rank 4 sage body. On the other side, After Qing Chung traveled 50 kilometers, she stopped before an icy peak. She looked around expressionlessly, and her lips started to move silently. Waves of cryptic information quickly spread in all directions. In just a short moment, two figures quickly flew towards Qing Cheng. One of them was Jiang Qingzi, who had been defeated by Shao Qin. The other was an old man who was a bona fide great-grandmaster. "Congratulations on breaking free, young miss," the two said joyfully when they landed. Qing Cheng nodded slightly and said, "How did Shao Chen's strength improve so much in such a short time?" "He managed to shatter Xie Zishuan's Avicii hell with one punch." "Did you discover anything while following behind him?" Jiang Qingzi answered honestly, "He seems to have cultivated a strange cultivation technique that can absorb secret treasures to increase his strength. After he absorbed the Flood Dragon scissors, his strength increased explosively." "So, that's how it is." Qing Cheng toyed with the frost-lingering flower in her hand, thinking of something. Jiang Qingzi looked around and suggested, "Young miss, since you already broke free, should we make a move on Shaoqin? Elder Han is still observing them from a distance." The death qi of the 9 layers of purgatory shrunk the senses of cultivators. However, the ghost race cultivators were not restricted, so they had a great advantage. The moment Qing Cheng stepped into the mute desert, she used the ghost race's secret language to inform the experts of the Ghost Empress faction in the 9 layers of purgatory to follow her. Chapter 973. However, Shao Chen's spiritual sense was limited. Furthermore, Qing Cheng's movements were very secretive, so he did not discover her. Qing Cheng put away the wandering flower in her hand and said with a serious expression, "You are so long-winded. Since when is it your turn to make decisions? Call Elder Han back and have him help me find a stalk of soul-returning grass in 1 month." Jiang Qingzi could not help feeling stunned after being reprimanded. However, he still obeyed the order and left. Qing Cheng hesitated for a while before saying, "Marshal Uncle Feng, just continue following them. Inform me when you reach the gates of hell. I should make a trip to the Yellow Springs Road and the Bridge of Helplessness." After the old man left, Qing Cheng summoned out the cycle astral banner. The entire banner pole flickered with black death qi. She muttered, "With the help of this boundless death qi, I should be able to break through my bottleneck in 1 month. Xie Zishuan, at that time, let me see if the spirit technique is weak or not." After one night, Shao Chen and the others recovered to their peak states. Then they started to follow the directions on the map and rushed to the 8th layer of the skin-flaying hell. Along the way, they had to pass through several layers of hell. Each layer had changed during the martial epoch, but the danger had not decreased at all. Without Qing Cheng's directions, Shao Chen and the others moved much slower. Sometimes, they even took some detours, even running into some forbidden areas. However, there were benefits as well. There were no more coincidences, and they did not have to fight with other ghost race experts. After spending close to 1 month, the 4 finally arrived at the 8th layer of the skin-flaying hell. This was a vast forest made up of black iron trees. Intact human skins hung from the treetops, looking sinister and horrifying. The group carefully walked through the forest, heading for the legendary place of certain death, the place where one breathed the last breath of life. Practically no other cultivators could be seen in the 8th layer of hell. No other sounds could be heard in the forest, either inspiring extreme pressure. In addition, there were countless intact human skins. When the wind blew, they would sway. It was as if they were alive, and it would make one's hair stand on end. However, as Shao Chen walked in fear, nothing happened. He arrived at the shore of Last Breath Lake. Shao Chen vaguely felt that something was wrong, and he became even more cautious. The Last Breath Lake definitely did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, the phrase, Last Breath Lake, would not have spread so widely in the world. The 4 arrived at the shore of Last Breath Lake without any mishaps. Then, they stood by the lake, not moving forward. Along the way, every level of hell had different dangers, and the hell of skinning was no exception. The water of the Last Breath Lake was clear and translucent, flat like a mirror, and its surface emanated strands of cold air. Standing on the shore, Zhang Xian had to circulate his Jinqi to resist the cold. Otherwise, If the cold energy entered his body and turned into cold poison, it would be quite troublesome. What a heavy chill. Brother Xiaoqun, where is the gates of hell? How do we get there? I looked at the boundless lake and asked Xiaoqun. Qing Cheng said that the gates of hell were in the middle of the lake. However, all she could see was the smooth surface of the lake. She did not see any sign of the gates of hell. There was an island in the middle of the lake, but it was too far to see clearly. Xiaoqun muttered to himself for a while. Then, he grasped the air with his right hand, and he caught some air currents. Then, he quickly formed hand seals with his left hand, executing the life bestowal spell. Soon, a figure similar to Xiaoqun landed on the ground. Right now, Xiaoqun's magic energy had increased greatly. He could execute the life bestowal spell with a casual grab. However, the vessel was not a spiritual item, so it would not have much combat prowess. Under Xiaoqun's command, the puppet leaped into the air and flew towards the surface of the Last Breath Lake. However, before it landed on the water, it was frozen into an ice sculpture. The puppet landed in the water with a splash, and Xiaoqun's spiritual sense broke. His expression could not help but turn grave. Kong Yuan frowned and said, "This cold qi is extraordinarily horrifying. I estimate that we can only bring out 60 to 70% of our strength at best. If only that Qing Qing were here. She would know what to do." Standing in such a biting cold qi, one would have to constantly exhaust law energy to protect themselves. Naturally, they would not be able to bring out their full combat prowess. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. A fierce purple flame started gathering in his right eye. With a thought, the purple thunder true fire surged out of his right eye and headed for the Last Breath Lake. A sizzling sound immediately resounded on the surface of the lake. Mist slowly rose up. The clear lake water quickly evaporated. Soon, a huge pit appeared where the purple thunder true fire covered. However, the expected whirlpool did not appear. Silently, the lake water slowly filled up. It was extremely strange. Never mind. We will not be able to find out anything like this. I'll go over and take a look first. You all can come back after there is no danger. Since he did not find anything, Xiaoqun put away the purple flame and prepared to go over personally. Yuan Yen said sullenly, "Let's go down together. At least we can take care of each other. I believe that the gates of hell are on that island." Xiaoqun thought about it and agreed. Given their strength, if they worked together, they would be able to deal with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The gates of hell might very well be at the center of the lake. Just at this moment, Xiaoqun casually glanced around and discovered some extremely shallow footprints on the ground. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice them at all. The others noticed Xiaoqun's gaze and quickly looked over. They discovered the existence of footprints as well. Someone had been here before, and it was more than one person. Xiaoqun compared the footprints of this group of people to the footprints of his 4 companions. The footprints of 2 of these people were even shallower than those of Xiaoqun's group of 4. Sometimes, the things that one accidentally left behind were the most authentic. If one did not do it on purpose, the depth of the footprints could reveal a person's strength and control of their body. From this, one could tell the strength of the owner of the footprints. Bai said somewhat worriedly, "The strength of these people is not simple. 2 of them are suspected to be great Grandmaster-level martial sages. I don't know. What are they here for? Could they be here for the gates of hell as well?" Yuan Su shook his head and said, "That should not be the case. The 9 layers of purgatory abounds in Yin-attributed flames. This group of people should be here to hunt for Yin-attributed flames. There were no treasures on the Yellow Springs Road. Most people would not rush there for no reason." Xiaoqun immediately thought of the group of people from the Medicine God Valley. This was going to be somewhat problematic. He could only hope that the Yin-attributed flames that the other party sought were not on the island in the center of the lake. "Let's go." Xiaoqun took the lead and leaped forward. There was a formless pressure in the air, preventing Xiaoqun from flying. He could only walk on the water. Cold qi spread out and immediately froze Xiaoqun's feet. This is really troublesome. Xiaoqun circulated his energy and shattered the ice. Then he continued forward. Bai and the others followed behind. As Xiaochen walked on the lake, his law energy was constantly being drained. Otherwise, he would turn into an ice sculpture in a moment. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt something catch his foot. At first, he thought that it was the cold qi increasing. However, a strong force pulled him down. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. It was actually a skeleton hand. However, Xiaochen possessed great vital qi. Every move he made contained 3 dragon force. How could he get pulled down? Xiaochen kicked upward with his right foot. Water splashed everywhere, and Xiaochen flung out a skeleton ghost that only had a skeleton remaining. Gaga gaga! My skin! My skin! The skeleton opened its mouth and screamed indistinctly. Then, it spun in the air and shot toward Xiaochen. Kasi it! Kasi! Before Xiaochen could make a move, Bai, who was at the side, drew the snow feather sword in his hand. A few strands of sword qi chopped the skeleton ghost into pieces. Elder brother Xiaochen, are you all right? Bai asked out of concern. Xiaochen waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Hey, be careful. The moment the skulls shattered into pieces fell into the water, they reformed and charged at Xiao Bai's back. Xiaochen quickly rushed forward and sent out a beam of light from his fingertip, shattering the skeleton ghost into pieces again. Quick, let's go. These monsters cannot be killed. Right after Xiaochen spoke, skeleton ghosts continuously appeared from the water, blocking the group's path. They screamed, My skin! My skin! My skin! Their voices made one's hair stand on end. Bang! 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 Xiaochen led the way. As he faced the pressing cold qi at the bottom of the lake, he had to deal with the skeleton ghosts flying at him from the front. The skeleton ghosts could not be killed. They came endlessly, increasing in number as they killed. After 4 hours, the group had traveled less than 5 kilometers. They were still a long way from the island in the center of the lake. If they ran out of stamina, they would really die before they could reach the small island. The skeleton ghosts were not strong. At best, they were equivalent to peak martial monarchs. However, they could not be killed. There were many of them. If an inferior grade martial sage came, they would die in one exchange. Kong Yuan's voice trembled somewhat as he said, Could it be that the skinning skeletons from the hell of skin flaying were all tossed into this lake? Xiaochen thought about the densely packed human skins in the cyan forest. There were at least 1 million of them. The formless pressure in the sky persisted. Xiaochen felt like Last Breath Lake was a prison with the sky as the top and the water as the bottom. Before these unkillable ghosts, it felt like any strong martial technique was just a decoration. Yuan Su and the others had executed a heaven-ranked martial technique that covered a large area earlier. However, these ghosts came back to life in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, they had exhausted a significant portion of their law energy. Yuan Su frowned heavily and no longer dared to waste his law energy. Just as the group considered retreating, Xiaochen suddenly remembered that he still had a reincarnation lamp in his universe ring, which specialized in killing ghosts. Protect me. I'll chase these ghosts away. The eyes of Bai and the other 2 lit up. They each guarded a side, quickly surrounding Xiaochen, not letting the other skeleton ghosts disturb him. The reincarnation lamp appeared in Xiaochen's palm. Then, he gently tossed it into the air and flicked some essence blood onto the lamp's wick. The flickering lamp flame lit up, and rings of light appeared behind the ancient lamp. As Xiaochen drove his magic energy, the illusory figure in the light slowly became clearer. The immortal Tao honors life, boundlessly delivering people. Once I recite the scriptures, all the great sages praise me for being benevolent. Twice I recite the scriptures, and withered bones are reborn. Thrice I recite the scriptures, and then I cross the cycle of reincarnation. Immortal qi surrounded the illusory figure as it opened its mouth and recited the mysterious scriptures. The scriptures contain the power of the cycle ghost saber, the power to deliver all living things from suffering. The thousands of skeleton ghosts on the lake suddenly stopped moving. Then, they shattered with cracking sounds. Clumps of gentle spiritual light soared into the sky. The spiritual lights were all humanoid. Some dressed like scholars, some merchants, some chivalrous. All sorts of appearances showed the world of mortals. Chapter 974. The human skins on the iron trees also began to burn. The entire forest was engulfed in flames. The skinning hell seemed to be disappearing. If the cycle of reincarnation still existed, these spiritual lights would be able to escape the sea of bitterness and be reincarnated. But now that the 6 paths were broken, these spiritual lights could only fend for themselves. When Bai and the others saw this, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that such a troublesome ghost would disappear just like that. Xiao Chen's magic power was nearly depleted before he managed to convert all the skeletons and ghosts in the entire Last Breath Lake. Xiao Chen stood up and waved, holding the reincarnation lamp in his hand. Then he said, "Let's go. We have probably already alerted those people on the island. We need to move quickly. Do not get into a conflict with them." On the island in the middle of the lake, Mr. Wei of the Medicine God Valley, Gongsun Hualong, and the Ghost Race Physical Body Great Grandmaster Emolian looked at the blazing fire in the distance with shocked expressions. Behind the 3 of them, there was a group of martial artists who were also dumbfounded as they watched all of this. What's going on? The skins on the cyan tree are all burning. Could it be that someone converted all the ghosts and spirits in the Lake of Last Breath? Mr. Wei nodded and said, "That should be the case. This person either obtained the inheritance of a Buddhist sect martial technique or a secret treasure that is even more powerful than the soul-slaying mirror in my hand." Gongsun Hualong's eyes moved around, and his old face appeared uncertain. He guessed, it should be a secret treasure that targets ghosts and monsters. There are only a few people in this world skilled in Buddhist martial techniques. It is unlikely that they would come to this 9 layers of purgatory. After making up their minds, the 3 of them laughed in unison. Mr. Wei said, "As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than at the right time. With this secret treasure, we will be much more confident in dealing with the golden bone demonic soul." Mr. Wei looked at Gongsun Hualong and Emolian beside him and said, "My 2 old friends, which one of you should go?" Before Gongsun Hualong could speak, Emolian said, "Leave this person to me. None of you are allowed to snatch him from me." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he kicked off with one leg and his body shot out like an arrow. With a leap, he shot several kilometers away, disappearing from the two's sight. Gongsun Hualong and Mr. Wei were not surprised. In the Ghost Realm, the Ghost Emperor's faction and the Ghost Empress faction were like fire and water. In recent years, the Ghost Empress's faction relied on the art of refining spirits to become more and more powerful in the ghost domain, and the friction with the Ghost Emperor's faction had also gone from covert to overt, becoming more and more intense. If the cultivators of the 2 sects met outside, they would definitely fight to the death. Emolian was a core member of the Ghost Monarch's faction. When he heard that there was a secret treasure that could kill ghosts, he naturally could not wait. Gongsun Hualong said after some thought, "Mr. Wei, you are really willing to part with it. To think that you actually agreed to give the soul-slaying mirror to Emolian as a condition for his help. Secret treasures that target ghosts are extremely precious and rare." Mr. Wei chuckled and said, "It's fine. It's just a replica. It seems like it's worth it. Without Emolian's help, we would not have been able to reach the 8th layer of hell so quickly. Furthermore, we would not have been able to cross the Last Breath Lake so smoothly. What should we do now? Should we wait for Emolian to return and attack together, or should we attack first? This golden bone demonic soul is not easy to deal with. Let's test it out first. When Emolian arrives, it will be easier to kill it." When Gongsun Hualong heard this, he did not say anything more. He turned his head and looked at a pitch-black mound 5 kilometers away. On that small, pitch-black mound, there was a snow-white flower in full bloom. A flame that looked like liquid ice danced and flickered on the core of the flower. Not far from the mound, a completely golden skeleton held a huge sickle in its hand. As it lay on the ground, it seemed to be in a deep sleep. Only the mouth of the skeleton opened and closed. Occasionally, it spat out clumps of black flames, burning the air clean and forming large patches of black clouds. The black clouds shrouded the mound all year round. Gongsun Hualong's gaze turned grave. He took out a set of blue battle armor and carefully put it on. Then he drew out a heavy black spear. Gongsun Hualong pushed off the ground and silently flew towards the mound. Mr. Wei held the soul-slaying mirror and followed closely behind. The cultivators of the Medicine God Valley spread out in a semicircle, serving as the flanks. Everyone showed an extremely cautious expression. They no longer dared to be careless. Suddenly, 2 clumps of black flames lit up in the hollow eyes of the golden bone demonic soul. It seemed to startle awake from a deep sleep. Ding! The golden bone demonic soul stood up at lightning speed, and the sickle in its hand sent out a crescent-shaped golden light. Kinchang! It knocked back Gong Sun Hualong's unexpected spear strike. Gong Sun Hualong lost in a contest of strength. He flew back 1 kilometer, his right hand, which held the spear, turning slightly numb. Without saying anything, Mr. Wei instantly attacked. The Grandmaster-level martial sages behind him also attacked at the same time. The intense battle instantly reached its climax. However, neither side would be able to take down the other within a short period of time. On the other side, after Xiao Chen and the others were safe, they rushed towards the island. Without the obstruction of the skeleton phantoms, they recovered their usual speed. After 15 minutes, they arrived at the island. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, their expressions changed. Mo Lien, who was rushing over, was stunned at first. Then, he said joyfully, "Little friend, it looks like we are really fated. You were the one who caused the earlier commotion, right?" Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. However, he did not get overly flustered. He smiled calmly and said, "We are indeed fated. In just a month, we meet again. As for the earlier commotion, this junior was indeed the one who caused it. This old man is in a good mood today. Hand over this secret treasure that targets spirits and the other half of the Flood Dragon Scissors. Then you can leave." Mo Lien was indeed in a good mood. The commotion caused by that secret treasure was comparable to that of the original soul-slaying mirror. If he could obtain it and offer it to the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, he would definitely be able to attract the Ghost Emperor's attention. Perhaps the Ghost Emperor would personally raise Xiao Chen's cultivation realm to the blue-robed emperor, which Xiao Chen had no hope of achieving in this lifetime. This had happened before. Given the unfathomable strength of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, it was definitely possible to raise someone to the blue-robed emperor realm by paying a certain price. Of course, the prerequisite was whether the treasures were worth the price the Ghost Emperor paid. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "However, while you are in a good mood, I am not. If you disappear from my sight now, I can pretend that I did not see you." Mo Lien could not help guffawing. "White-robed Xiao Chen, I heard of your name from the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei. Hearing about you is not as good as seeing you in person. You really are an extraordinary arrogant person. But in front of me, what right do you have to be arrogant?" Mo Lien smiled. Finally, he radiated killing chi. His voice was bone-chilling, devoid of any emotion. 10 dragon-shaped strands of energy swam behind Mo Lien, stirring up strong winds in the surroundings. A horrifying aura of an impending storm spread out from Mo Lien's body. 10 dragon force was only Mo Lien's most basic strength. A casual strike of his could produce 10 dragon force, which was 50 million kilograms of force. Today, I will show you the horrifying strength of a martial sage with the physical body. If you can receive my most ordinary punch without retreating, I will not make things difficult for you anymore." Bai looked worriedly at Xiao Chen. Then he sent a voice projection, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, don't listen to him. His punch contains 10 dragon force. Unless one is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, one cannot receive it." Xiao Chen smiled gently and sent a voice projection, "Bai, don't worry. You, Brother Yuan and Brother Kong, move back a little and watch carefully. Die." When Mo Lien saw Xiao Chen take up a stance and send the other 3 back, he could not help but smile coldly in his heart. Then he shouted a war cry and charged over at lightning speed. The dragon-shaped strands of energy behind Mo Lien soared into the sky in all directions. Surging dragon might spread out for 5 kilometers around. When Mo Lien punched, it felt like a 50-kilometer mountain range was uprooted and fell from the sky. Mo Lien's aura was vast and boundless. The heavy aura made the air seem solid. Xiao Chen did not panic. After he confirmed that Mo Lien really used only 10 dragon force, His lips curled up in a cold smile as well. Then he circulated the myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. A strand of divine light entered Xiao Chen's body from the distant sky, causing his aura to soar infinitely. However, before it reached its peak, Xiao Chen stopped his aura from rising. Of the tenfold combat prowess, Xiao Chen only brought out 70%, purposely suppressing the remaining 30%. Dragons roared, and 20 dragon-shaped strands of energy suddenly formed behind Xiao Chen. Surging dragon might instantly suppressed Lian's 10 dragon force. Lian's heart pounded wildly as he cursed in his heart. Damn! 20 dragon force. This brat tricked me. His figure flashed as he tried to retreat. However, Lian had rushed over at lightning speed earlier, arriving before Xiao Chen in an instant. Now that he changed his mind, there was no time. Xiao Chen took a step forward and easily caught up to Lian. He punched with his right hand, and 20 dragon roars resounded in the sky, merging together and bursting out. Lian vomited a mouthful of blood, and the vast might behind him shattered. Then he fell heavily to the ground like a sandbag. A natural crack appeared on the ground, continuously expanding. The sky shook and the ground trembled as dragon might spread out. Wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Blood seeped out, making his delicate face look extremely horrifying. Tiny cracks appeared in all the bones in his body as pain spread silently. However, Xiao Chen's eyes remained as calm as clear water. His back was as straight as a pine tree, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He did not move at all. Looking at the disbelieving Lian on the ground, Xiao Chen said calmly, "As the saying goes, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. As you wish, old mister, you can scram now." Rage flashed in Lian's eyes. He vomited another mouthful of blood and got up in a sorry state. Suppressing the injuries in his body, he smiled coldly and said, "Good. I misjudged you. You are also a physical body cultivator. However, you clearly used a secret technique in that punch. This old man doesn't believe that you dare to throw another punch like that." Xiao Chen smiled mockingly. "What's wrong? Old mister, are you not going to keep your promise today? If I kill you, who will know that I went back on my promise? Don't feel unconvinced. I am bullying you today. What can you do to me? You are not the only one who can burst out with 20 dragon force." Clearly, Lian no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. He prepared to use a secret technique to double his combat prowess. Even at the risk of injuring his physical body, he wanted to end Xiao Chen. Otherwise, if he allowed Xiao Chen to mature, he would be doomed. Chapter 975. Lian's eyes were sharp. For the time being, Xiao Chen did not dare to use deities descending to bring out 20 dragon force. However, from the very start, Xiao Chen did not intend to clash head-on with the other party. He was here to bully. Xiao Chen tapped his forehead, and the will clone that the Haotian emperor left behind quickly woke up. A heavy aura slowly spread out from its body. Lian's expression changed drastically. He muttered, "This is emperor's might. You have a will clone of a heavenly emperor." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right. However, old sir, you are not bullying me today. I am the one bullying you. Don't feel unconvinced. Indeed, you cannot do anything to me." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, his forehead opened, and the Haotian emperor's will clone shot out. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and emperor's might gathered. Just this aura alone knocked Lian into the air. All of his aura crumbled, and he fled in a sorry state, not daring to linger. Emperor Wu was divided into minor Heavenly Emperor Wu and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Every time the Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu underwent a tribulation, his strength would improve. After clearing 8 tribulations, he would undergo a sovereign tribulation and become a sovereign martial emperor. No matter what cultivation Emperor Wu left behind, the will clone could kill the great grandmaster-level martial sage Lian. The Haotian Emperor Ingzongtian was a greater heavenly emperor who had cleared 8 tribulations. Naturally, the will clone that he left behind for Xiao Chen would have an easier time killing Lian. Lian was nearly frightened out of his wits. He lost all will to fight. The moment the emperor's might appeared, he forgot to resist and got knocked into the air. Lien vomited a mouthful of blood and startled awake. His complexion paled. Without saying anything, Lien turned around and fled. Every time he pushed off the ground, countless cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out like a spider web. However, it was too late to flee now. The four only saw a flower of blood blossom 5 kilometers away. Without any surprise, the Haotian emperors will clone smashed Lien into smithereens with a single palm strike. Yuan Su said with some pity, "Xiao Chen, isn't it not worth using the will clone of the Haotian emperor on this person?" Putting aside Xiao Chen, Yuan Su, Bai, and the other two were all top geniuses of the fiend race's younger generation. They might not have much chance of winning against a great grandmaster-level existence alone, but if they joined forces with Xiao Chen, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. In fact, his chances of winning weren't low, at least 60%. Xiao Chen's expression remained the same as before. The damage from executing 20 Dragon Force slowly healed. The wounds on his body had already healed completely. All that was left were some fine cracks on his bones that were slowly recovering. However, as long as he did not use 20 Dragon Force again, it would not take long for him to recover. As Xiao Chen looked in the direction that Lien came from, he muttered to himself, "Whether it is worth it or not depends on the person. If I can snatch the inattributed flame that those people are targeting, it will be worth it to me." Earlier, based on the footprints at Last Breath Lake, Xiao Chen guessed that these were the people from the Medicine God Valley hunting for the inattributed flame. However, the Medicine God Valley only had one great Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, the footprints showed two people suspected to be great Grandmaster-level martial sages. When Xiao Chen saw Lien, he reacted and confirmed that this was the Medicine God Valley's people. It must be someone from the Medicine God Valley sect. However, Xiao Chen did not know what was going on, but the other party was with Lien. If the Medicine God Valley sent a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to hunt for the inattributed flame, it would definitely be of a high grade. Xiao Chen's lunar true flame had not advanced for a long time already. This resulted in the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram losing its balance, preventing it from bringing out its full might. This had troubled Xiao Chen for a long time. Now, an opportunity was right before him. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not want to cause any more trouble. If Lien escaped, the two great Grandmaster-level martial sages would meet up again. If that happened, it would be somewhat problematic to collect the inattributed flame. After hearing Xiao Chen's analysis, the group suddenly understood. So, that was the case. Bai thought for a while and said, "I once saw in Adoptive Father's study that the highest-ranked inattributed flame in the 9 layers of purgatory is called the Icy Snow Flame. However, no one has found it yet. It is very likely that this group of people found the Icy Snow Flame." Yuan Su nodded and said, "The Icy Snow Flame ranks among the top 10 inattributed flames. It is indeed worth making a move on it." Kong Yuan was an impatient person. He quickly said, "What are we waiting for? Let's give chase. Otherwise, if we are too slow, the inattributed flame might be snatched away." Yuan Su smiled and said, "You blockhead. If the inattributed flame were that easy to collect, it would have been taken long ago. They are probably waiting for this ghost race great Grandmaster-level martial sage to rush back to help Xiao Chen's secret treasure. There is no need to rush. The more ferocious the fight between them and the ghost guarding the inattributed flame, the better. We can just sit back and reap the benefits." Xiao Chen smiled. Clearly, he agreed with Yuan Su's point of view. He said, "Let's go. We should just walk over slowly. If we go too quickly and startle them, it would not be good." The group walked unhurriedly in the direction that Lien came from. After walking for an hour, they finally heard the sounds of intense fighting. Another hour later, the scenery 5 kilometers ahead appeared before his eyes. He quickly landed on the ground and hid himself. They saw a skeleton covered in golden bones in the sky, holding a huge sickle in its hand. This skeleton quickly exchanged moves with an old man wearing battle armor and brandishing a long spear. It was clear that the old man wearing battle armor was at a disadvantage. If not for another person holding an ancient mirror that occasionally shot out a beam of light, the old man would have been at a disadvantage. If not for that person holding an ancient mirror that occasionally shot out a beam of light, this great Grandmaster-level martial sage would have fled long ago. Several miserable corpses lay on the ground, all of them split in half. Xiao Chen's gaze immediately landed on the sand dune. When he saw the beautiful icy snow flame, he revealed an expression of joy. It was indeed the icy snow flame, one of the top 10 inattributed flames. If the lunar true flame consumed it, it would definitely be on par with the current purple thunder true fire. The might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram would be even stronger. In the future, when Xiao Chen faced a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, he would be able to protect himself. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over the battlefield in the sky. Then he came up with a countermeasure. He said, "Later, I will make a move to block that golden bone demonic soul. Bai will help me retrieve the icy snow flame." What about the two people in the sky? A bow appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then he took out the final Starbreaker arrow and said softly, "They will be dead soon. If you do as I say later, you will be able to retrieve the icy snow flame without suffering any injuries." Xiao Chen drew the bowstring back and circulated 3 dragon force. As the bowstring slowly drew back, the entire bow crackled. Xiao Chen could vaguely feel the limits of the Soul Slayer bow. The Soul Slayer bow's might would be as great as its vital qi. However, it was an ordinary item after all. There would always be a limit. However, if Xiao Chen used the Starbreaker arrow with 15,000 tons of force to deal with the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei, he would be able to catch him off guard. Seeing that Xiao Chen wanted to deal with these two in one go, Bai and the other two could not help but hold their breaths and focus. If this arrow really succeeded, the balance in the sky would immediately be broken. Mr. Wei and Gong Sun Hualong, who were bitterly enduring in the air, anxiously waited for Mo Lian's arrival. In the intense battle, Gong Sun Hualong did his best to push back the golden bone demonic soul. However, he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Mr. Wei quickly activated the soul-slaying mirror. A bright light shot out, and the golden bone demonic soul burst into flames, inflicting immense pain. Although the flames caused the golden bone demonic soul to give up on chasing, they did not injure it. After the flames subsided, the golden bone demonic soul would charge over again. "Mr. Wei, hold on for another 15 minutes. If Mo Lian still does not arrive, this old man will be helpless and will have to retreat." Gong Sun Hualong swallowed another Saint-Tier healing pill and said anxiously, "I'll be fine." Although there was a sage-grade medicinal pill, it was clear that Gong Sun Hualong had already consumed it many times. Hence, its effects were much weaker. Sweat appeared on Mr. Wei's forehead. Unexpectedly, the golden bone demonic soul was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. After 4 or 5 exchanges, the people that he brought with him all died. Only Mr. Wei and Gong Sun Hualong remained. If not for the soul-slaying mirror, they would have died several times already. Hearing Gong Sun Hualong's intention to retreat, Mr. Wei quickly said, "Don't panic. We have already injured this golden bone demonic soul. Just hold on for a while longer. When Mo Lian arrives, we will succeed." Seeing the flames on the golden bone demonic soul slowly dissipate, Gong Sun Hualong snorted coldly and said, "You can play by yourself. This old man does not have the life to waste with you. This old man will leave after 15 minutes. Just as Mr. Wei was wondering if he should increase the stakes, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then he turned his head to look. Boom! Before Mr. Wei could clearly see what it was, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Then he discovered a bowl-sized hole in his chest. His life force was slowly fading. The inner vest that Mr. Wei had spent a lot of money to buy did not stop the golden bone demonic soul at all. This sudden change startled Gong Sun Hualong. He was flabbergasted, and his mind went blank for a moment. By the time Gong Sun Hualong recovered his wits, the flames on the golden bone demonic soul had already vanished. It brandished its scythe, and a lightning-fast strike lit up the sky. Gong Sun Hualong's expression changed drastically. He quickly blocked, and the spear in his hand broke. A golden light fell, and the battle armor on his chest split in half, falling off in an instant. Feeling the lingering aura of death lingering in his body, Gongsun Hualong felt as though he was nearly cleaved into two. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he quickly fled. However, just as Gongsun Hualong turned around, he heard 10 heaven dragon roars behind him. A storm was brewing, and the world was about to change. It was like Shao Qin had calculated everything. When the golden bone demonic soul injured Gongsun Hualong, Shao Qin sent out 10 dragon force and mercilessly struck Gongsun Hualong's chest. Kasu, kasu. The sound of internal organs breaking rang out. Gongsun Hualong did not even see who attacked. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and he crashed to the ground like a cannonball. It is time for us to make a move. Kong Yuan smiled faintly, and the 12 holy peacock feathers on the light wheel behind him spread out. Then, together with Yuan Su, they flew towards the severely injured and weakened Gongsun Hualong. As for Bai, he pushed off the ground and landed on the mound, beside the icy snow flame. After sending Gongsun Hualong flying with one punch, Shao Qin would have to face the horrifying golden bone demonic soul alone. Even when Gongsun Hualong and Mr. Wei worked together, they could not do anything to this golden bone demonic soul. Chapter 976. Although Shao Qin had the reincarnation lamp, he did not dare to be careless. However, there was good news. Gongsun Hualong and Mr. Wei had managed to injure this golden bone demonic soul. It was no longer in a perfect state. Whoosh! Shao Qin's figure flashed, and he blocked the golden bone demonic soul, which was preparing to charge it by. The cold golden bone demonic soul waved its hand, and the huge scythe turned into a beam of dim light. Fast! This was the only word in Shao Qin's mind. He instantly moved his entire body, materializing the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber and his palm as a blade. Shao Qin swung his palm horizontally, blocking the other party's scythe in the time it took for a spark to fly. The dense death chi was condensed to the extreme. The force from the scythe instantly shattered the saber intent that Shao Qin condensed. A strange look flashed in Shao Qin's eyes as he quickly switched moves. He used his palm as a saber and his shoulder as a blade. Since he lacked strength, he would break it with skill. Shao Qin placed his palm on the scythe, and his shoulder became like a blade, bright and flawless, radiating a sharp light as he charged at the golden bone demonic soul's chest. Bang! Several of the golden bone demonic soul's ribs broke, and its body was knocked back 1 kilometer. As expected, the other party's shattered ribs reconnected in the blink of an eye. Compared to such a monster, Shao Qin felt inferior. Seeing that the other party was about to charge over again, Shao Qin suppressed the death chi in his body. Then, he narrowed his eyes and sent out the reincarnation lamp. Shao Qin quickly flicked out some essence blood from his fingertip and lit the lamp wick. The immortal Buddha figure in the illusory light started chanting the expiation scripture. The ancient scripture contained the power to expiate all living things, cleansing the golden bone demonic soul's impure soul. The golden bone demonic soul's body immediately turned into 2 figures of different colors, one black and one white, clearly distinguishing between good and evil. Then they started an intense battle. One sought release, and the other sank into oblivion. Shao Qin's face was slightly pale. This was the first time he had encountered such a ghost that was struggling so fiercely. The expiation scripture recited by the illusionary figure in the reincarnation lamp seemed to be unable to suppress this devil. Shao Qin's heart sank, and he could not help but increase the speed at which his laws flowed. Purple rings of light slowly appeared behind him. The flickering light of the cycle lamp grew increasingly brighter. He looked down and saw that Bai was waving at him. The icy snow flame was already in his hands. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan also greeted each other. The severely injured and weakened Gongsun Hualong had already been dealt with. Based on my strength, I won't be able to refine this monster in a short time. Don't worry about it for now. Shao Qin muttered. His gaze moved to the golden bone demonic soul. The battle between the black and white phantoms on the golden bone demonic soul's body had already reached its climax. Sometimes, kindness would gain the upper hand, and the skeleton monster would emit thousands of strands of gentle chi. Sometimes, evil thoughts would gain the upper hand. Evil energy would soar into the sky, and baleful energy would surge like the sea. After this happened several times, Shao Qin found an opportunity. When the kindness took over the golden bone demonic soul, he opened his hand and put away the cycle lamp. Then, he turned and flew off. Let's go! Xiaochen summoned out the 8 ghost palanquin. Bai and the other 2 had been waiting for a long time. Their figures flashed, and Xiaochen controlled the 8 ghost palanquin to fly to the center of the island. After losing the cycle lamp's power to purify nature, the kindness that appeared on the golden bone demonic soul lasted for a while before vanishing, never to appear again. When the golden bone demonic soul saw the empty mound, it roared furiously and started a frenzied rampage. 2 figures landed 1 kilometer away. Qing Cheng and the azure-clad old man who had been following Xiaochen's group silently appeared in the air. When they saw the berserk golden bone demonic soul, they were shocked. No wonder young mistreats this person differently. That secret treasure in his hand landed in the hands of the Ghost Monarch's faction. It would be a disaster for us, the azure-clad old man said, flabbergasted. Qing Cheng frowned and did not say anything. She had just come out of closed-door cultivation after 1 month. The moment she entered the 8th layer of purgatory, she saw the entire forest blazing with flames. In the last breath lake, Xiaochen had reformed the undying phantoms. It was like a miracle. All the strange things in the last breath lake had been purified. Qing Cheng was astonished. She had somewhat forgotten about the secret treasure in Xiaochen's hand. Unexpectedly, it could erupt with such horrifying power. The azure-clad old man continued smiling. He used a will clone to kill Mo Lian and offended Xie Zishuan. He has thoroughly offended the Ghost Monarch's faction, giving us a chance to rope him in. Qing Cheng nodded slightly and asked, "Did you manage to obtain the soul-returning grass?" "Young miss is in closed-door cultivation. Leave Jiangqingzi to me for now." The old man took out a brocade box and opened it, revealing a piece of jade-green soul-returning grass. Qing Cheng received it and revealed a satisfied expression. She said, "You may withdraw. I intend to enter the Yellow Springs Road alone with them." "Young miss, no one has been to the Yellow Springs Road for many years already. I do not know what dangers there will be." "Let this old man accompany you," the azure-clad old man said worriedly. However, Qing Cheng did not care. "We already crossed the last breath lake. What dangers can there be on the Yellow Springs Road? Just don't turn back. I have long wanted to see if the cycle of reincarnation still exists on the other side of the bridge of helplessness." Seeing Qing Cheng insist, the azure-clad old man did not say anything more. He took his leave. Inside the 8 ghost palanquin, Bai felt extremely excited. Xiaochen had killed a great grandmaster-level martial sage without suffering any injuries. This was something that he would not have dared to imagine normally. Xiaochen's heart pounded slightly. Things went much more smoothly than expected. The only flaw was that he had to use the Haotian Emperor's will clone. However, Xiaochen did not feel that it was a pity. When facing a great grandmaster-level martial sage, the will clone had the strength to kill them. However, it paled in comparison to an expert like the blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, it could only be used once. If Xiaochen could bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram further, he would be able to protect himself when facing a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Although the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was not as tyrannical as the will clone, which could explode a great grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiaochen could use it an unlimited number of times. Xiaochen felt that using the will clone for the icy snow flame was completely worth it. Furthermore, he had earned a lot from it. At the very least, the medicinal pills that Mr. Wei had on him benefited them greatly. Elder brother Xiaochen, the icy snow flame. Xiaobai giggled. On her white jade-like palm, there was a ball of liquid-like ice crystal flame that blossomed beautifully. "Be careful. This flame has a very heavy cold qi. Elder brother Xiaochen, don't get injured." Xiaochen smiled faintly. There was an even colder flame in his left eye. His heart skipped a beat. With a thought, the lunar true flame in his left eye spun and formed a whirlpool. Then, it sucked in the icy snow flame in Bai's hand. Xiaochen closed his eyes and removed his shoes and socks. Then, he sat cross-legged on the large bed in the palanquin and started to let the lunar true flame slowly swallow up the icy snow flame. Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, who were counting the treasures in Mr. Wei's, Gong Sun Hualong's, and Emo Lien's spatial rings, revealed shock when they saw this. The icy snow flame dares to swallow so roughly? What kind of flame is that white flame in his left eye? Kong Yuan asked, feeling confused. Yuan Su revealed a grave expression and said, "If I did not see wrong, it is the lunar true flame. Furthermore, it even condensed an origin flame." Lunar true flame. Bai and Kong Yuan were both startled. The lunar true flame and the solar true flame were the two strongest flames in the world. If one could obtain even a clump of these two flames, one would be very lucky. However, Xiaochen hid so many flames in his left eye and even condensed an origin flame. This was truly unbelievable. Kong Yuan sighed and said, "I have been shocked enough over the past few days. I am already numb to it. If it were in the past, who told me that I could easily snatch treasures from a great grandmaster-level martial sage? I would not have believed it even if you beat me to death. However, it really happened today. I have no choice but to believe it." Yuan Su smiled faintly, not denying anything on his charming face. He could understand Kong Yuan's disappointment. They were both outstanding talents, but the difference between them was too great. However, Bai smiled warmly. He thought to himself, "I still have to work harder." The distance between me and Xiaochen widened again. Half a day later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. He had finished swallowing the icy snow flame. He wanted to find a place to test its might, to see if he could balance yin and yang and execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram again. However, there were more important things to do. He could only put this thought aside as they had arrived at the gates of hell. After putting away the 8 ghost palanquin, Xiao Chen and the other 3 slowly descended and sized up the gates of hell before them. There was a black gate plate made of 10,000-year-old ancient wood. The plaque in the middle had 3 large scarlet words, "Gates of Hell." The strokes were very vigorous. With every stroke, one could feel death chi. A black light screen covered the sect, preventing one from seeing the world behind the gates. Rumor had it that when one stepped through these gates, one would be separated from the living and the dead, walking on the path of no return. There was no one near the gates of hell. There was a strange, suppressive aura that made one uncomfortable. "Let's go in." Xiao Chen took the lead, preparing to enter the gates of hell in a flash. A bladesman naturally had nothing to fear. There was no need to think too much, fearing wolves in front and tigers behind. Since they had to enter sooner or later and could not figure it out, they could just walk in openly. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to step in, he frowned and stopped in front of the gates of hell. Feeling suspicious, Bai asked, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, what's wrong?" Xiao Chen turned his head back and said calmly, "Someone is rushing over." Young Master Xiao is really courageous. Let me accompany you on the path to the Yellow Springs." A bell-like laughter rang out. Qing Cheng's red dress drifted down. The eyes of the group lit up. Unexpectedly, Qing Cheng appeared again, arriving at the Yellow Springs road that she was unwilling to take. After Qing Cheng landed, she tossed out a brocade box. Xiao Chen caught it and opened it. It was one of the 3 items he was looking for, the soul returning grass. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Chen looked at Qing Cheng suspiciously, not knowing what she was planning. Qing Cheng giggled and said, "What's wrong? You don't need it? With your brain, I'm sure you've already guessed that whether it was Emo Lien or Xie Zixuan, I did it on purpose. You have thoroughly offended the Ghost Monarch's faction. There will definitely be a battle between Ghost Empress Shisun and the Mountain Monarch in the future. At that time, I believe you should know which side to stand on." Xiao Chen thought for a while and knew what the other party was planning. She was forcing him to choose a side. The expressions of Bai and the other 2 changed slightly. Their gazes at Qing Cheng turned somewhat hostile. Chapter 977. I like interacting with smart people. Miss Qing Cheng, it looks like you understand how I do things. If I can grow strong enough to interfere in the battle between the Ghost Empress and the Mountain Monarch, I will definitely make a trip to the Ghost Domain. Xiao Chen carefully put away the soul-returning grass. However, he did not care much. The other party's honesty prevented him from harboring any ill will. Choosing sides was not without its benefits. The Ghost Empress Shisun could be considered a peak expert, comparable to the Holy Lord of the three Holy Masters' Holy Land. Shao Chen indeed needed the soul-returning grass in his hand. More importantly, he did not regret what he did. Be it repelling Xie Zixuan or using a Wu clone to kill Emolian, it was his own decision. Even if Shao Chen had to do it again, he would not hesitate to make the decision. A Blades man never hesitated. Seeing Shao Chen agree, Qing Qing heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She recalled the encounter on the 8-ghost palanquin in the underworld land. The encounter on the 8-ghost palanquin in the underworld land gave her a taste of Shao Chen's temper. One should not threaten the other party at any time. One should use an unexpected method. Perhaps one might even obtain the desired result. Yuan Su said calmly, "Since Miss Qing Qing is here, you can tell me how much you know about the Yellow Springs Road now, right?" Qing Qing glanced at Yuan Su and said with a smile, "To you all, the Yellow Springs Road is actually not dangerous. As long as you do not turn back, you will definitely reach the Bridge of Helplessness. Do not turn back on the Yellow Springs Road." This was not the first time Shao Chen heard Qing Qing say this. However, why could one not turn back? Don't ask me why. Those who dared to turn back are all dead. Qing Qing shrugged to indicate that she did not understand either. This matter is strange. 10,000 years ago, this saying never appeared. The Yellow Springs Road is a popular experiential training ground in the 9 layers of purgatory. There are always ghost race disciples who come here to hunt in soldiers. This saying only slowly spread in modern times. There are too many strange things, so not many people come to the Yellow Springs Road. Shao Chen remembered this saying. Then, he turned around and stepped into the gates of hell without hesitation. Descending the 9 nether, entering the gates of hell, crossing the Yellow Springs, no matter what danger it was, as long as he could revive Ao Jiao, no matter how big the risk was, it would all be worth it. When the others saw Shao Chen enter, they pondered for a moment before entering one after another. They were also very curious about the Yellow Springs Road. As far as the eye could see, the scenery had changed. Apart from the red spider lilies blooming at the side of the Yellow Springs path, the Yellow Springs path, the Yellow Springs path, the Yellow Springs path was filled with red spider lilies. Only black and white existed between heaven and earth. Everything was either black or white, including themselves. They were all assimilated into this world. His body was only black and white. After sensing the condition of his body, Shao Chen did not find anything wrong with it. It was just that all the colors on his body had disappeared. His strength was still there, and so was the power of the laws. Shao Chen's heart calmed down. He squatted down and plucked a few red spider lilies from the Yellow Springs Road. The 3 items needed to revive Ao Jiao were the red spider lily, the resurrection grass, and the 3 live stone. Now, only the 3 live stone was left. The stone of 3 lives was at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, beside the Bridge of Helplessness. One only needed to break it and obtain a small piece. Let's go. Be careful. There are Yin soldiers here. In the past, before the Yellow Springs Road changed, many experts of my race liked to come here to hunt Yin soldiers. After refining them, they could become strong helpers, Qing Qing said carefully as she looked around. Yin soldiers were the army of the Netherworld Palace. They were previously soldiers who had experienced fierce battles. After they died, they were used by the 10 Yama kings of the 10 hulls. After they died, they were trained to strengthen the rule of the Yin soldiers. They were either used to defend against strong invasions or to expand territory in the Netherworld. They were extremely strong existences. Shao Chen stood up and carefully put away the red spider lily. The sky was gray, and the ends of his vision were hazy. It was like there was no end to this road. After hearing Qing Cheng's reminder, Shao Chen constantly circulated his law energy. Rings of purple electric light appeared behind him as he quickly walked forward. Every time Shao Chen walked for a distance, a headless corpse would fall to the ground, appearing before the group. Shao Chen flipped the corpse over. The other parts of the body were undamaged. The group exchanged glances, not knowing how this person died. After that, they saw several corpses every once in a while. All of them were headless corpses sprawled on the ground. Their cause of death was unknown. The endless Yellow Springs Road was a world of black and white. Headless corpses kept appearing, adding a strange atmosphere to the Yellow Springs Road. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing appeared in front. A group of heavily armored Yin soldiers wielding weapons rode a war chariot and quickly flew over. Yin soldiers are passing by. Little ghosts, quickly make way. A Yin soldier standing on the war chariot shouted loudly. These Yin soldiers had lost their true intelligence long ago. Their memories stopped at the moment when the netherworld shattered and the cycle of reincarnation ceased. Every day, at every moment, these Yin soldiers repeated the same actions, guarding the endless Yellow Springs Road. The reincarnation lamp is useless against these Yin soldiers. Just kill them. There are no generals among them. It is not very problematic, Qing Cheng reminded when she saw Xiaochen raise the reincarnation lamp. With a flip of his hand, Xiaochen put away the reincarnation lamp. Then he executed the Kuan-Peng fist, and a huge Kuan-Peng appeared, surrounded by electricity. The force of the punch flipped the war chariot over. The others quickly made their moves. Although this group of Yin soldiers was difficult to deal with, it was as Qing Cheng said, there were no truly powerful existences among them. After about 7 minutes, all the Yin soldiers on the war chariot died. Before they died, they said, Yin soldiers are passing by. Little ghosts, make way. Xiaochen, who had stopped attacking, was about to continue on his way. When he heard by calling him, he habitually turned his head back, wanting to ask what was the matter. Halfway through, Xiaochen's expression changed drastically as he suddenly reacted. This voice was indeed the same as Bai's. However, Bai always addressed Xiaochen as elder brother Xiaochen and not Xiaochen alone. However, it was already too late to turn his head. The instant Xiaochen turned his head, he saw an extremely horrifying scene. A headless Buddha descended from the sky, giving off a scarlet Buddhist light. When it stretched out its palm, it expanded infinitely. Then, 2 fingers moved to clamp down on Xiaochen's head. Kasi. The 2 fingers gently clamped down, and Xiaochen's head was removed. Then, he turned into a headless corpse lying on the ground. This was no different from the corpses Xiaochen saw earlier. It's not my head. It's not my head. Who took my head? The headless Buddha gently placed Xiaochen's head on its head and tried a few times. The Buddha's belly wriggled and gave off dull demonic sounds as it tossed the head away. The only thing the Buddha did not notice was that before the head landed on the ground, it disintegrated on its own, turning into air and scattering. Bai and the others were horrified. They could not help but turn their heads to see what was happening. Quickly go. Don't look back. A figure appeared in front. It was the originally dead Xiaochen. Bai rejoiced and quickly ran over. Xiaochen's headless corpse on the ground slowly turned into air and scattered as well. Only after Xiaochen was far away did he stop. The others quickly stopped to ask what was going on. Xiaochen's heart had not calmed down yet, still thumping endlessly. This was a situation that had not happened in a long time. His mental state was in utter chaos. In that instant earlier, he felt that he could not dodge at all and would die in the next moment. Even if a great Grandmaster-level martial sage or the blue-robed emperor came, they would not be able to dodge that Buddha's palm. At the critical moment, Xiaochen executed the life bestowal spell and materialized a clone out of the air. Then his true body quickly fled, barely managing to avoid this calamity. If that headless Buddha had continued fighting, Xiaochen would have died for sure. Fortunately, after fleeing for so long, they did not see that headless Buddha attack again. Perhaps it was because Xiaochen had not completely turned his head around. What did you see earlier? Qing Cheng asked anxiously. Everyone knew that one should not look back on the road to the Yellow Springs. However, human curiosity was always the strongest. Everyone wanted to know what they saw when they turned their heads around. Xiaochen calmed himself down and said, I saw a headless Buddha. However, I only saw its side and did not see its exact appearance. Yuan Su was the most knowledgeable of the group. He immediately said, in hell, only the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva is related to Buddhism. His abilities are incredible, comparable to the Buddha. However, he is not a Buddha but a Bodhisattva. Due to the long period of time, many people could not distinguish the difference between a Bodhisattva and a Buddha. Yuan Su could not explain in detail. Yuan Su could only give a simple explanation. Buddhas were equivalent to the immortal lords of the immortal epic. Bodhisattvas were Mahayana immortal cultivators who had not undergone their tribulations yet. However, this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was somewhat special. His abilities were boundless, and his abilities were much stronger than those of ordinary Buddhas. Because the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva made a great vow to not become a Buddha until hell was empty, he did not become a Buddha and only addressed himself as a Bodhisattva. Qing Cheng muttered, "I've heard a little about this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. However, since he is so powerful, why did someone chop off his head?" The expressions of the others changed slightly as well. According to Qing Cheng, the changes to the Yellow Springs Road happened 10,000 years ago. That was to say, 10,000 years ago, this Bodhisattva, who was even stronger than an immortal lord, was still in hell and had not been beheaded. Based on the timeline, 10,000 years ago was the time when the Qing Emperor was in power, sweeping through the world, unrivaled. If the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was really beheaded 10,000 years ago, then the one who did it might have been the Qing Emperor. Who could have beheaded the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, who was even stronger than an immortal lord? Aside from the Qing Emperor, there was no one else who could have done it. However, was the Qing Emperor really that strong? Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about this. He said, "Let's stand side by side for the rest of the way. No matter what we hear, do not turn back." After Xiao Chen's narrow escape from death, the five no longer dared to doubt his words about not turning back on the Yellow Springs Road. In this black and white world, the Prometha flower, the only one with color beside the Yellow Springs Road, burned like a flame, looking incredibly scarlet. Later on, the five met with several strong Yin soldiers. There were even Yin soldiers that rivaled great Grandmaster-level martial sages. The five used their full power and fought with all their might before barely managing to kill the Yin soldiers. The seemingly endless Yellow Springs Road was an excellent land for experiential training. The headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva behind them constantly tested their mental states. Chapter 978. The endless stream of Yin soldiers tempered everyone's martial techniques in this life and death situation. Only by bringing out their strength to the peak could they persevere. The Yellow Springs Road was not easy to traverse. Even after walking for 3 months, they still could not see the way back. Everyone's strength had improved significantly here. Even Xiaochen had completed the Summer Saber and Spring Saber in 3 months. Now, he could execute the complete flawless 4 seasons. More importantly, with the tempering of the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva behind him, Xiaochen's saber's soul successfully advanced to great perfection. For some reason, the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's voice rang out in Xiaochen's ears most of the time. All sorts of illusory voices turned into different people in Xiaochen's heart, calling out his name. The voices were either sorrowful, joyful, pained, or desperate. Several times, Xiaochen nearly turned his head back. However, his unwavering heart as a bladesman allowed him to persevere. The 4 strands of saber soul around the will of thunder became even brighter, reaching 7 strands. This was the sign of a great perfection saber soul. During the battle with the Yin soldiers, Xiaochen merged the 2 into 1, forming his own unique lightning saber soul. In the end, when facing the great Grandmaster-level Yin soldiers, Xiaochen would be able to block them by himself. Helplessness, helplessness. After another 5 days, a few cries of helplessness rang out in everyone's ears. Following that, the sound of flowing water filled the air. Xiaochen and the others revealed joy on their faces as they looked to the front. At the limits of their vision, they finally saw a river blocking their way and the vague silhouette of a bridge. If there were no surprises, that should be the bridge of helplessness. The 3 life stone was beside the bridge of helplessness. After knocking off a piece, they would be able to collect the 3 items needed to revive Ao Jiao. Let's go! The fatigue of the past few days was swept away. Xiaochen revealed joy on his face as he quickened his pace, quickly moving forward in this black and white world. For hours later, the group moved as fast as lightning and arrived before the bridge of helplessness. The headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, who had been following them, was no longer there. Black winds blew on the bridge of helplessness, and the water flowed endlessly. Qing Cheng's expression froze as she muttered, "It broke?" Indeed, it was broken. Only half of the bridge of helplessness remained, hanging alone above the helplessness river. It was unknown where the other half of the nirvana cycle had drifted to when hell was shattered. However, whether it was broken or not had nothing to do with Xiaoqin. He was currently hammering on a huge rock beside the bridge. It was the stone of 3 lives. Unfortunately, its divinity was gone. If the infernal realm was still around and the 6 paths of reincarnation hadn't been destroyed, then the stone of 3 lives could reveal a person's past and future. After successfully knocking down a 3-life stone, Xiaoqin revealed a smile. After spending 4 months in the 9 hells of purgatory, he had finally gathered all 3 items. However, after thinking about it, Xiaoqin felt worried. The saber school ranking competition had already begun in 4 months. By the time Xiaoqin rushed back, the once-a-decade saber school ranking would have already ended. If he couldn't get the 10,000-year flame crystal, would Sidu Leihong still call back Ao Jiao for him? Hee, Brother Xiaoqin, you don't have to worry anymore. Sister Ao Jiao will be back soon. Bai's face revealed a sincere expression of happiness. The mental tribulation that troubled Brother Xiaoqin was finally resolved. If Bai encountered a disaster in the future, Xiaoqin's elder brother would be able to help him. Would he descend to the 9 underworlds, pass through the gates of hell, and walk to the Yellow Springs for his sake? Congratulations! Yuan Su and Kong Yuan also cupped their fists and congratulated him. Xiaoqin did not want to disappoint them, so he did not show the worry in his heart on his face. He said sincerely, "Many thanks to the 2 of you. If not for your help along the way, this Xiao would not have been able to make it here." Kong Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiao is too humble. Even without the 2 of us, with Brother Zhao's strength, you would have only needed a little more time to make it here." Yuan Su's expression suddenly changed. He pointed in the direction of the Bridge of Helplessness and said, "What is that ghost race girl trying to do? Why is she on the Bridge of Helplessness? She is about to fall off." Xiaoqin looked around and saw Qing Qing standing on the Bridge of Helplessness with a somewhat dazed expression. If she took another step, she would fall off. Whoosh! The situation was urgent. There was no time to think. Xiaoqin shot forward and landed on the Bridge of Helplessness, pulling Qing Qing back. Qing Qing recovered her wits, feeling like she just woke up from a dream. "Sorry, I just wanted to see if the cycle of reincarnation still exists." The immortal Tao no longer existed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were shattered. Naturally, reincarnation no longer existed. Based on Qing Cheng's appearance, there was clearly something she was hiding. Xiaoqin was not willing to ask about other people's private matters. He said, "Let's go. The Bridge of Helplessness is broken, and we cannot cross this path. We should return." The way back, as long as they followed the source of the water of helplessness, they would be able to walk out of the 8th layer of purgatory. Qing Qing smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to step off the Bridge of Helplessness, suddenly, countless prayers and praises came from Xiaoqin's body. The black bridge of helplessness under his feet shone with a golden light. It turned into a golden jade bridge of helplessness. Golden diamonds extended from where it broke off. A bridge that led to the other shore automatically extended forward. This sudden scene confused everyone. Even Xiaoqin himself did not know what was going on. The golden jade bridge of helplessness extended all the way to the fog-covered world on the other shore. Yuan Su was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The golden jade bridge of helplessness. According to legend, when a person of great virtue dies and enters the heavenly Tao, the bridge of helplessness will become made of gold and jade. It will shine brightly and sweep away the death qi. Bai blinked and smiled. Elder brother Xiaoqin is a good person. The golden jade bridge of helplessness. Unfortunately, the cycle of reincarnation is already broken. Otherwise, you would be able to enter the heavenly Tao. The 3 chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the bridge of helplessness. Then, they stood side by side with Xiaoqin. As they looked at the fog-covered world on the other shore, they felt somewhat curious. According to legend, after crossing the bridge of helplessness, one would arrive at the land of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Based on one's good and evil merits, one would be reborn. Qing Cheng said in understanding, I know why this golden jade bridge of helplessness appeared. In the skin-flaying hell, you purified tens of thousands of skeleton phantoms. Those were all evil spirits that had their skins flayed. They sank in Last Breath Lake for tens of thousands of years. Purifying them was a great merit. Xiaochen did not care. Yes or no, it was not important. Now that the cycle of reincarnation was broken, no matter how great the merit was, it could not enter the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of the good and evil beneficence art in the painting where the Qing emperor drew the saber. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. I want to go over and take a look. I will not give up until I personally see the cycle of reincarnation shatter. Qing Cheng's gaze was resolute. She took a step forward and rushed to the other shore. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the fog-covered world. Don't move. I'll go and check on her. Xiaochen frowned heavily. He waved his hand to stop Bai and the others. Then, he took a few large strides down the bridge of helplessness and arrived at the other shore. The fog before Xiaochen slowly scattered, and a vast black sea appeared before his eyes. There were tens of thousands of aggrieved spirits and withered skeletons in the sea, all doing their best to move forward. These were the evil spirits of the various hells, wanting to escape the sea of bitterness and surpass the cycle of reincarnation. However, they did not know that the cycle of reincarnation was already broken. Even if they went over, it would still be a sea of bitterness. A gigantic headless monk sat cross-legged in the center of the sea. He formed the universal world seal with his left hand and the Amitabha Buddhist seal with his right. A boundless might spread out from his body. It was like a tall mountain, like the sea, like the sky, like the earth. Xiaochen felt horrified. This was the physical body of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. The headless specter that he saw on the Yellow Springs Road was the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's body. The Buddhist light behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva should have been golden. However, in this black and white world, it looked very plain. Although the physical body was dead, the magic might still remained. The many withered skeletons in the Black Sea did their best to swim over, wanting to reach the world behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and surpass the cycle of reincarnation. However, amid the formless magic might, with every step they took, their bodies shrank. The further they went, the more they shrank, becoming as insignificant as a grain of rice. It looked like they were advancing with every step. However, in reality, they were getting further and further away from the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. They could never swim over. Xiaochen looked around and found Qing Cheng. She was on a specter ship, doing her best to swim forward. Her body and the specter ship slowly shrank, not even realizing it. What kind of obsession does this girl have? The cycle of reincarnation is already broken. Even if she can cross this boundless Black Sea, what is the point? Furthermore, with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's physical body here, there is no way to cross. Fortunately, she did not go far. If I am careful, I can pull her back. Qing Cheng's specter ship had just left the shore. If she had gone any further, even if Xiaochen wanted to save her, he would not have been able to. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and tapped his forehead. He released the will of thunder and had it hover above his head. Unexpectedly, the purple lightning talisman did not turn black and white in this Yellow Springs realm. It remained purple, flickering with a dazzling electric light. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he saw that the incomprehensible strokes on the talisman gave off some kind of divine light and a faint immortal might. Xiaochen thought, this definitely has something to do with the powerful divine lightning in misleading Fog Lake. I wonder who the master of that divine lightning talisman is. Xiaochen only copied that person's talisman, yet it did not get assimilated in this black and white world. However, this was a good thing. With the lightning talisman above his head, Xiaochen leaped out and landed on the Black Sea. Xiaochen immediately felt a formless might bearing down on him, making it hard for him to move. That headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, who was originally only 5 kilometers away, immediately became 10 times farther. Xiaochen thought to himself, oh no. His body must have shrunk as well. He quickly brought out the will of thunder that contained his great perfection saber soul to its greatest might. His body trembled and he suddenly grew several times larger. To Xiaochen, the skeletons paddling on the Black Sea were like ants. In reality, Xiaochen knew that it was not that his body had grown larger. Instead, it was that the skeletons in the water could not resist the might and pressure. Their bodies had shrunk significantly. Xiaochen took a step forward with much difficulty. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the specter ship, along with Qing Cheng, into his palm. Qing Cheng, who was on the specter ship, still did not understand what was happening. She stood at the bow of the ship in a daze as she sent out several strong martial techniques. However, those martial techniques also became infinitely smaller in Xiaochen's palm. As long as they were in the Black Sea, they would not be able to fly out of Xiaochen's palm. Without any time to explain, Xiaochen turned to leave. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 979. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it is too late. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. This is what the Buddha said. All life has a Buddhist nature. Good and evil, turning back and clinging to it, it is all in a single thought. If one's heart turns to Buddha, one can become a Buddha with one thought. Suddenly, boundless Buddhist chanting rang out in the surroundings of the Sea of Oblivion, merciful and merciful, calling for all life to turn back and become a Buddha. When the Buddhist chanting entered Xiaochen's ears, a seed appeared in his heart. All the evil deeds he had done in his life turned into a clinging thought in his mind, inflicting unbearable pain. That seed turned into a benevolent old monk sitting in a lotus flower, materializing a world of bliss. The pure land of ultimate bliss was created. There was joy everywhere and the light of Buddha shone brightly. There was no pain or torture. This startled Xiaochen. This was to purify him, turning him into an idiotic follower. If he really listened to this Buddhist chanting and turned back, everything in the past would vanish like smoke. Losing himself would be even more horrifying than death. The purple lightning talisman above Xiaochen's head quickly entered his sea of consciousness and shattered all the evil thoughts. The planted seed also disappeared. Huang Dang. After losing the protection of the will of thunder, Xiaochen felt the world spin around him. It was like he fell from a tall cliff. When his feet landed firmly on the ground, he discovered that he was standing on Qing Cheng's specter ship. Xiaochen, why are you here? Qing Cheng, who was at the bow of the ship, asked in shock. Her voice also contained a trace of unexpected joy. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. Right now, he was probably like Qing Cheng, his body shrunk countless times. At this moment, the Buddhist chanting still lingered. Xiaochen could not leave even if he brought out the will of thunder again. He could only speak to Qing Cheng and wait for an opportunity to leave. When Qing Cheng heard what Xiaochen said, she could not help but turn pale. It turned out that everything that happened earlier was just walking on the spot. There was no way to cross this sea of bitterness. Qing Cheng said coldly, "This Kitagarbha Bodhisattva is really capable. He is trapped in this land of reincarnation, blocking the path of hope. He is no different from a bandit trying to take advantage of the situation." Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. Since hell had been destroyed, the evil spirits in hell would naturally want to reincarnate and become human again. But this guy just had to die and block this place, causing people to be unable to cross the sea of bitterness for the rest of their lives. Then he took the opportunity to preach about Buddhism, enlighten all living beings, and recruit followers. To put it nicely, he swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. "It's fine. I'll bring you out after his Buddhist voice fades away," Xiaochen said calmly. However, Qing Cheng shook her head resolutely. "You should go. I'm not going back. I must personally see the cycle of reincarnation shatter. Otherwise, I will not give up." Xiaochen's expression flickered as he thought of something. "You want to resurrect someone through reincarnation, don't you? The 6 Daos have already been shattered, reincarnation no longer exists. This is impossible." Qing Cheng countered with a question, "Did you see it for yourself? Since I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it means that there's still hope. As long as there's a trace of hope, I won't give up." Xiaochen said calmly, "I only believe in this life, not the next. Even if I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it." Bang! Suddenly, a resplendent saber light appeared in the sky, illuminating this black and white world with many colors. The instant that saber light froze, it was like time and space were behind it. All the Buddhist chants vanished in an instant. The withered skeleton evil ghost that was struggling in the sea of bitterness suddenly became quiet, no longer screaming. The saber light flashed and instantly entered the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's back. The world turned black and white again. What kind of saber light is this? How is it that even the might of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva could not block it? It easily pierced through it, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Although he felt excited, he still could not understand it. Qing Cheng said, "This is the saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind 10,000 years ago." The Qing Emperor was the one who chopped off the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head. This is hope. If the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer exist, why would the Qing Emperor put in so much effort to fight this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Could the saber light from 10,000 years ago illuminate the entire Yellow Springs River? The Buddhist voice had already faded. If Xiaochen wanted to leave, all he had to do was take out the will of thunder that contained his great perfection saber soul and leave the sea of bitterness. There was no need to struggle here. However, when Xiaochen saw the stunning saber light that flashed by, he was certain that the Qing Emperor had chopped off the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head. Xiaochen's heart wavered. Just because he did not want to think about some things did not mean that he did not want to know the answer. What's wrong? The Buddhist voice has already faded. Are you not going to leave? Qing Cheng asked with a smile. Xiaochen replied calmly, I'm not leaving. You don't have to leave either. Wait for a while. I'll bring you through this headless bald donkey. Qing Cheng's eyes lit up. She said, You have a way? Just wait. Xiaochen did not reply. He sat cross-legged at the bow of the warship and cultivated calmly, waiting for that saber light to arrive again. When that saber light arrived earlier, the blue dragon in the universe ring stirred restlessly. Whether it was as he guessed or not, he would be able to find out once more. When Qing Cheng saw the situation, she could only helplessly sit beside Xiaochen. She took out a green pearl and stared at it in a daze. A strand of soul was fixed in the transparent pearl, maintaining a leaping posture. Although the ghost race had the ability to collect souls after death, they did not have the ability to resurrect people. They could only refine all sorts of combat-type souls. Furthermore, after refining a soul, it would not be the original soul. It would just lose its intelligence and memories. Who is this person? Is she someone you want to resurrect? Xiaochen suddenly asked as he opened his eyes and looked at Qing Cheng. A nostalgic expression appeared on Qing Cheng's beautiful face. This is my mother. When she died, I was only 6 years old. My master kept her soul after she died. However, he could not bring her back to life. I've wanted to come to the Yellow Springs Road for a long time already. However, I could not make up my mind. I kept finding excuses for myself, saying that Last Breath Lake is too dangerous and that I should go when I am stronger. Actually, I know this myself. I'm just afraid of this final hope shattering, not daring to face it. If not for you wanting to come to the Yellow Springs Road, I do not know when I would be able to take this step. There are some things that I have to see for myself before I can feel at ease. Xiaochen could hear the sadness in Qing Cheng's voice. She also knew that even if he crossed this sea of bitterness, all that awaited him was a sad ending. However, as she said, there were some things that he had to see for himself before he could feel at ease. 3 life stone, soul returning grass, and Permetha flower. You collected these to revive the item spirit, right? Qing Cheng asked Xiaochen, changing the topic. Seeing Xiaochen's somewhat surprised expression, Qing Cheng smiled and said, Don't find it strange. This secret technique actually originated from my ghost race. Unfortunately, it is useless on living creatures. However, based on your expression, you do not seem to be very happy. Didn't you already collect all 3 items? Unexpectedly, this Qing Cheng was so observant. Xiaochen answered honestly, I missed the timing. I did not expect that I would have to walk the Yellow Springs Road for 3 months. Xiaochen's original plan was to collect the 3 items and return within 3 months. That way, he would be able to participate in the Saber School ranking competition and obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, successfully reviving Ao Jiao. After that, it would be the king conferral ceremony in another 2 months. Everything was going according to plan. However, who could have imagined that just the Yellow Springs Road would take 3 months? Adding on the 1 month before that, the Saber School ranking competition would definitely start. Xiao Chun would definitely not be able to obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. He did not know how to inform Situ Leihong. Qing Cheng smiled and said, "In that case, it looks like you are in some trouble. Situ Leihong is a very difficult person to talk to. He does not even give face to a sovereign martial emperor." Xiao Chun did not feel confident. If he had no other choice, he could only ask the sect master to personally make a trip. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. The Buddhist chanting rang out once more. The many skeleton phantoms in the sea of bitterness all struggled and roared in pain. However, Xiao Chen, who was on the specter ship, had been waiting for a long time already. As he resisted the torture of the Buddhist chanting, he waited quietly in anticipation. The saber light that illuminated the entire Yellow Springs Road appeared once more, shattering the Buddhist chanting and illuminating this black and white world with many colors again. The blue dragon medallion in the universe ring started trembling intensely again. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun grabbed the blue dragon medallion with a flip of his hand. A strong light shot out. Xiao Chen and Qing Cheng closed their eyes at the same time. When they opened their eyes again, they were shocked to discover that the saber light was no longer there. Instead, the blue dragon medallion became dazzling. The blue dragon medallion lit up the surrounding 100 meters with many colors. It was a stark contrast to the black and white world on the sea. Unexpectedly, the Qing Emperor's medallion sucked in that saber light that had existed for 10,000 years. At the same time, Qing Cheng was shocked to discover that the skeleton phantoms beside the specter ship earlier were now as small as ants. The distance between the two and the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was no longer endless. There were only 5 kilometers left. This would not take much time for the two. "Let's go. I'll bring you over." The specter ship carried the two into the air and flew. The 5 kilometers were covered in less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea. When the two got closer, they discovered that blood flowed continuously from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head. The sea of bitterness before them was made of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's blood. When the two saw this, they could not help but feel horrified, their hair standing on end. After flying past the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the other parties might vanished. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the blue dragon medallion above his head. He revealed a smile on his face. No matter what, this unexpected harvest of saber light was indeed a big surprise. In the future, if Xiao Chun met with an opponent he could not defeat, he could use this saber light to defeat the blue-robed emperor. Behind the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva were the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were 6 huge, shattered whirlpools. Each whirlpool represented a cycle of reincarnation. From the right, they were the heavenly Tao, the Azura Tao, the human Tao, the animal Tao, the hungry ghost Tao, and the hell Tao. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The 6 paths of reincarnation were shattered beyond recognition. There was no way to reincarnate. The worry in his heart vanished. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, he saw Qing Cheng walk over to the whirlpool representing the heavenly Tao and toss in the pearl containing her mother's soul. This? Xiao Chen felt confused. The shattering of the 6 paths of reincarnation did not seem to affect Tao Qing Cheng. She smiled and said, "Consider it a thought. According to rumor, after one enters the heavenly Tao, they can be reborn in the immortal world. They can leave their mortal bodies and not suffer the pain of the 6 paths of reincarnation." Chapter 980. Without the cycle of reincarnation, there was nothing much to see here. Xiao Chun accompanied Qing Cheng to watch for a while before turning to leave. However, what the two did not know was that the instant Xiao Chun turned around, the shattered human path whirlpool merged back together, forming a complete cycle whirlpool. A treasure light gathered, and a mysterious passageway opened, leading to an unknown place. Xiao Chun sensed something and turned his head back to look. The complete cycle passageway only existed for an instant before it broke apart long ago. He did not see anything. Qing turned her head back as well and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Chen smiled and thought to himself, "The 6 paths of reincarnation are really broken. There is only this life in the world. There is no next life." The two successfully crossed the Sea of Bitterness and met up with Bai's group again on the Bridge of Helplessness. After a simple explanation of what happened, they set off. On the way back, the group followed Qing Cheng's directions and placed the Spectre ship on the Bridge of Helplessness, heading upstream. Half a day later, the Bridge of Helplessness was broken. After passing through a patch of fog, the group miraculously appeared in the underworld land, the place that separated yin and yang. Qing Cheng smiled and explained, "Don't find it strange." After the hell shattered, several spatial tiers formed. Several of these spatial tears are not too dangerous. Instead, they are shortcuts to the 9 layers of purgatory. However, only our ghost race knows about them. When the group returned to the surface, they all took in deep breaths. They finally made it out of the 9 layers of purgatory alive. Qing Cheng returned the cycle banner to Xiao Qin. Then she smiled and said, "I'll take my leave. There are less than 2 months left to your king conferral ceremony. At that time, if nothing unexpected happens, I will go and join in the excitement." After getting rid of her mental tribulation, Qing Cheng felt much more relaxed. After saying goodbye to everyone, she left calmly. There was half a month between the sword school ranking competition and the saber school ranking competition. Based on the time, they should still be able to make it if they rushed back now. Xiao Qin used the freedom wings and so close yet worlds apart continuously. Finally, he managed to send Bai over before the competition began. However, Xiao Qin was not as lucky. The Saber School ranking competition had already ended 7 days ago. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's first disciple, Wen Ziren, successfully made it into the top 10. News of this had already spread throughout the entire profound domain, spreading his name everywhere. Xiao Qin felt somewhat nervous as he arrived at Sword Forging Peak. He did not know if Situ Lei Hong would be able to accommodate him or not. Sword Forging Peak was the same as before. Swordsmen seeking Situ Lei Hong to forge swords lined up from the top of the mountain to the bottom in an orderly fashion. Xiao Qin did not line up. Instead, he headed for the Sword Forging Mountain Manor at the top of the mountain amidst everyone's gazes. Qin came. And came. White-robed Xiao Qin defeated the first disciple of the Sword Sovereign Lu Xiaoyun in Heavenly Cauldron City 4 months ago. He probably earned a lot at the Longevity Fruit Auction 3 months ago. I remember that a few old quasi-emperors rushed over and pushed the price of the longevity fruit to a sky-high price. Several great Grandmaster-level martial sages did not manage to buy it. However, it is strange. The Saber School ranking is held once every 10 years. Given his strength, he should have a chance to make it into the top 10. Why is he not there? If it were in the past, the name Xiao Chen would have been somewhat distant to the people of the profound domain. However, Xiao Chen had easily defeated the Purple Knight Sword Sex Ouyang Feng at Sword Forging Peak. Then, he held a high-profile auction for the longevity fruit. After that, he defeated the Sword Sovereign's Qin Chen's first disciple in Heavenly Cauldron City. The most famous person in the profound domain was none other than Xiao Qin. Along the way, Xiao Qin listened to the discussions around him without showing any expression. He had something on his mind. He wanted to meet Situ Lei Hong quickly, but he did not know how to bring it up when he did. Suddenly, Xiao Qin felt 2 pairs of eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. They did not hide their murderous intent at all as they stared at him. Xiao Qin turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze. His lips curled up involuntarily, revealing a smile. The owner of this gaze was the person who wanted to teach Xiao Qin a lesson when he first arrived at Sword Forging Peak. In the end, Xiao Qin ended up getting slapped in the face by Ouyang Feng, who got slapped down by his own senior. There was an old man beside Ouyang Feng. This old man also wore the robes of the Purple Knight Sword sect and looked very similar to Ouyang Feng. Based on this appearance, it was not hard to guess that they were father and son. This old man was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. He was in high spirits, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. This old man did not look old at all. His eyes were like swords. Everywhere he looked, it was like a sharp sword piercing through space. Xiaochen took a glance and lost interest. It was best not to provoke this old man. Otherwise, he would not mind using a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to test his strength and see how strong he was. After taking a few steps, Xiaochen overtook the two of them. "Stop right there." Ouyang Feng whispered a few words into the old man's ear, and that old man's expression turned extremely unsightly. Then he shouted coldly, stopping Xiaochen. Xiaochen could not be bothered with this old man, so he continued walking forward. Whoosh! The purple-robed old man was enraged. He took a big stride forward and arrived in front of Xiaochen. Then he said, "Little friend, did you not hear what this old man said? This one is telling you to stop." Xiaochen did not mind. He smiled and said, "My legs are under my feet. What does it have to do with you whether I stop or not? You have a sharp tongue. Let this old man ask you. For months ago, did you use your strength to bully the weak, sow dissension, and injure my son?" The purple-robed old man asked with an overbearing aura. Indeed, they were really father and son. With this, Xiaochen probably could not enter the mountain manor directly. However, Xiaochen did not show any fear. He smiled gently and said, "What you said is true. However, did I injure your son? How come I don't remember? I think it was just a gentle touch. At that time, many people could prove it. Your old friend, Diao Jintao, could prove it as well." At the mention of this matter, the purple-robed old man could not stop the rage in his eyes from spewing out. He spent a lot of effort to calm himself down. If not for the purple-robed old man running around seeking miraculous medicinal pills, Xiaochen would not be able to recover without at least half a year. To think that the purple-robed old man was not embarrassed to say that it was just a gentle touch. As for that Diao Jintao, this was the name that the purple-robed old man did not want to hear the most. For the sake of a longevity fruit, Diao Jintao disregarded their relationship of many years and directly sent Ouyang Feng Fan tumbling down the mountain. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Good, very good. In that case, this old man will gently touch you as well. After the purple-robed old man said this through clenched teeth, he no longer suppressed his rage. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Xiaochen. The purple-robed old man thought that it would be too degrading for him, a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, to draw his sword to deal with a junior. However, the purple-robed old man relied on his huge advantage in cultivation to send a palm strike over. When the palm strike flew out, the wind howled. At the level of great Grandmaster-level martial sage, a casual palm strike could break mountains. Furthermore, this palm strike was sent out in rage. The surging palm wind combined with the purple-robed old man's mountain-like heavy aura. Before the palm wind arrived, a huge pressure already pressed down. Several of the people behind Xiaochen could not help but move back. However, Xiaochen himself did not move at all. When he saw the horrifying aura of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the might of the purple-robed old man's palm strike was like child's play to Xiaochen. Since the other party was being arrogant and did not even draw his sword, then there was no need for him to draw his sword. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Deities Descending, 20 Dragon Force. Dragon roars resounded, and 20 huge dragon-shaped strands of energy appeared behind Xiaochen. They soared up and down, stirring up the sky and making the sky change color. They roared in unison, and dragon might covered the sky, not giving the purple-robed old man any chance to regret. When Xiaochen faced this palm strike that was as fast as a storm and as mighty as a mountain, he took a step forward and met it head-on. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a horrifying sound rang out. Xiaochen's punch sent the purple-robed old man flying back. The purple-robed old man's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. After the purple-robed old man landed, he felt incredible pain in his right hand. Cracks spread out on his bones. His entire right arm was temporarily crippled. Xiaochen stood upright with his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, old sir. My body is very brittle and cannot be touched. I am not like your son, who has thick skin." After smiling faintly, Xiaochen swaggered off. The purple-robed old man trembled in anger. However, he had been too careless this time. His right hand was temporarily crippled, and he could not hold a sword at all. Even if the purple-robed old man wanted to take revenge, he did not have the strength to continue fighting. The other swordsmen lining up on the mountain all showed extremely grave expressions. The purple-robed old man, Ouyang Long, was a bona fide great grandmaster-level martial sage. However, even such a great grandmaster-level martial sage wanted to bully the weak. Yet, with one punch from Xiaochen, he did not dare to retaliate. When the purple-robed old man saw the other party swagger off, he did not even dare to give chase. How unfortunate! This Xiaochen is not participating in the Saber School Rankings competition. What a pity! With such strength, he can definitely compete with Wenziren. In the past few years, the momentum of my Sword Dao lineage has been completely suppressed by the Saber Dao lineage. Wenziren already suppressed the Profound Domain's younger generation swordsmen to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Now, another Xiaochen appeared. If only Yan Shisan were here. With Yan Shisan's strength and talent, he would definitely be able to compete with those two. Yan Shisan is obsessed with the Sword Dao. He has never been interested in the Sword School ranking. He is nowhere to be found. Even the Yan clan does not know where he is. The swordsmen present all gave the purple-robed old man some face. Even after Xiaochen sent him flying with one punch, no one mocked him. Ouyang Feng walked over to the purple-robed old man and grumbled, "Father, what's wrong with you? Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Just go up and chop him down with one strike." Ouyang Long was already upset after losing so much face. When he heard Ouyang Feng's grumbling, he immediately slapped Ouyang Feng. "Shut up!" Ouyang Long's expression turned extremely cold. He could not be bothered with Ouyang Feng anymore. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries, quickly recovering from the injuries on his right arm. Ouyang Long was prepared to wait for Xiaochen to come out. At that time, he would not give Xiaochen a chance and would directly fight him with his sword. If Ouyang Long could not defeat Xiaochen today, he could forget about staying in the Profound Domain in the future. Inside Sword Forging Manor, when Xiaochen saw Situ Leihong's calm appearance, he did not know what to say. After all, back then, Xiaochen had said that he would help the other party obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. Now, he was going back on his word. Furthermore, he needed the other party's help. After thinking for a while, Situ Leihong still did not say anything. Xiaochen could only probe, "Senior, I'm sorry about the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. I came late." Chapter 981. Situ Leihong smiled and said, "It's fine. I knew about it long ago and already made arrangements." "What arrangements?" "Wenziren just agreed to your challenge. He will fight you 7 days from now. The wager is the 10,000-year-old flame crystal," Situ Leihong said unhurriedly. Xiaochen exclaimed in shock, "Challenge? When was that? How come I don't remember challenging him?" Situ Leihong did not act like a senior at all. He smiled and said, "I helped you make the challenge. Why don't you agree? If you don't agree, I can cancel it." Xiaochen was speechless. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior is really considerate. Well said. There is no need to thank me for this. Just help me get the 10,000-year-old flame crystal," Situ Leihong said casually, waving his hand. To think that Xiaochen had been on tenterhooks for a long time. However, Situ Leihong had already made arrangements for him. "I will hand the 10,000-year-old flame crystal to Senior 7 days from now. I will leave the lunar shadow saber to Senior." After thinking for a while, Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber, the 3-life stone, the Prometha flower, and the soul-returning grass. Situ Leihong nodded and waved his hand. "Wait for the good news. You don't have to worry about me. Let's go. I will not send you off." Since Situ Leihong sent him off with tea, naturally, Xiaochen did not intend to remain. Xiaochen was still thinking about the results of the longevity fruits auction. He did not know how much wealth it had brought him and whether he could use it to buy some secret treasures containing dragon souls. For Wenziren to be able to enter the top 10 of the Saber School ranking, he definitely had the strength to defeat great grandmaster-level martial sages. However, Xiaochen did not know how strong he was. Xiaochen needed to ask Qiong about all these things. He had to meet the other party quickly. The moment Xiao Chen left the mountain manor, he did not have time to think. A resplendent sword light shot at him like a meteor tearing through the sky. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly materialized the flawless saber Dao. He used his body as a saber and his hand as the edge. With one move, the saber changed hundreds of times. His hair, clothes, shoulders, and arms, there was not a single part that was not a saber. A boundless saber hum resounded throughout the sky. As Xiao Chen's hair fluttered, he thrust his finger forward and clashed with this sword light. Bang! A purple energy burst forth from Xiao Chen's fingertips. A thunderous roar resounded as the 100-meter sword light shattered. The purple-clad old man, Ouyang Long, had been storing up power and waiting for a long time. Yet, Xiao Chen broke it with a finger. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he arrived in midair. When he met Ouyang Long's gaze, he felt incomparably furious. He said coldly, "Your skin is extraordinarily thick. A great grandmaster-level martial sage actually sneak-attacked me." Ouyang Long's right hand had already recovered, and he was holding a 4-foot-long sword that gleamed with a cold light. A boundless sword intent flowed out from the tip of the sword, and the sword wind howled. It came and went without a trace for 5 kilometers, stirring up the clouds in all directions. He said in a cold voice, "Cut the crap. If you cannot get past me today, you can forget about leaving Sword Forging Peak." The swordsmen below looked at each other. They did not expect Ouyang Long to be so angry. This time, Xiao Chen is in trouble. Earlier, Ouyang Long did not use his sword and got injured in his carelessness. Now, he is probably serious. Youths should not show off too much. If Xiao Chen had taken Ouyang Long's palm strike and let him get back at him, this matter might have passed. Ouyang Long has cultivated for 400 years and is a great grandmaster-level martial sage of the sword Dao. If he used his full strength, there would not be any suspense in dealing with a junior. As the discussions rang out, everyone shook their heads. They did not think much of Xiao Chen. When a great grandmaster-level martial sage truly got angry, the energy that burst out would be a horrifying scene. Ouyang Feng, who was below, was incredibly excited. His father finally used his full strength. This time, it would be easy. As long as Xiao Chen's hand was injured, Ouyang Feng would personally step forward and ruthlessly stomp on Xiao Chen's face to wash away his shame. Otherwise, the anger in his heart would never dissipate. Don't blame this old man for bullying the weak today. I'll give you 3 moves. As long as you can receive these 3 moves, this grudge will be written off, Ouyang Long said expressionlessly. Xiao Chen's expression turned extremely sullen. He found it very funny. Written off? Such an overbearing attitude made it seem like he was the one in the wrong. Back then, on Sword Forging Peak, Ouyang Feng had been mocking Xiao Chen, attacking with vicious moves. Xiao Chen had endured many times before he was forced to make a move. Even when he made a move, he did not take Xiao Chen's life. Today, the same scene happened on Sword Forging Peak. Xiao Chen was careless and got injured, unable to even hold his sword. As long as Xiao Chen took another step forward, he would have been able to defeat Xiao Chen in a sorry state. However, Xiao Chen did not do so. In the end, not only did Xiao Chen not appreciate his kindness, but after he recovered, he disregarded his status and sneak-attacked Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he pretended to be righteous, saying that he would settle this grudge in 3 moves. How laughable! How extremely laughable! A white-robed figure flew sharply in the air. As his long hair fluttered, it revealed a delicate face with a Neptune headscarf. His facial features were distinct and hid a hidden sharpness. Whoosh! Xiao Chen removed the blue headscarf from his forehead, and his aura suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's originally delicate and reserved face immediately turned sharp. The state of kingship was incredibly tyrannical. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He said, "What a good, settling this grudge in 3 moves. Ouyang Long, you really think highly of yourself. What do you have to settle this grudge with me in 3 moves? Today I will defeat you in 3 moves. It is fine if this grudge is not settled." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, his will of thunder, which contained his great perfection saber soul, surged out with boundless might. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a purple lightning talisman hovered above his head. Immediately, thunderclouds churned in the sky for 5 kilometers around. As they moved up and down, lightning flashed and thunder roared. There was a boundless sharpness in these berserk thunderclouds. It was like the thunderclouds for 5 kilometers around were an inextinguishable treasure saber. In an instant, it suppressed Ouyang Long, who unleashed his aura without holding anything back and stirred up the winds and clouds. Great Perfection Saber Soul. The people below felt the swords in their hands tremble, about to fall out of their hands. They prostrated themselves on the ground, their expressions filled with extreme shock. It really is a Great Perfection Saber Soul. A small Perfection Saber Soul is already sufficient to fight a Great Perfection Sword Soul. A Great Perfection Saber Soul can completely suppress Ouyang Long's small Perfection Sword Soul. With this, he can make up for the difference in cultivation. Flawless night, perfect and flawless moon. Shao Chen swiped his fingertip, and resplendent moonlight suddenly bloomed. The sky immediately turned dark. Back then, when Shao Chen used his full power, this flawless bright moon had blocked Di Wux's split-second initial knowledge. Now that Shao Chen's strength had improved significantly, and more importantly, his saber soul had reached great perfection. The might of this flawless bright moon had increased significantly. The moon on Shao Chen's fingertip shone with a dazzling light and an overwhelming might. The light made it difficult for Ouyang Long to open his eyes. Ouyang Long's expression had long since changed. When he saw this full moon, he brandished his sword. 900 purple night sword formations appeared in the air around him. As they spun, they formed a large purple night sword formation. Boom! The bright moon on Shao Chen's fingertip turned into a saber light and crashed into this large sword formation. Bush, bush, bush. The sword formation lasted for a moment before crumbling in the air. Strands of sword light scattered in all directions, blasting the surrounding mountains for 50 kilometers into pieces. Only the sword chi that landed on Sword Forging Peak was easily erased by a mysterious energy. Spring, summer, autumn wind, winter snow. Flawless 4 seasons, growing and multiplying endlessly. After Shao Chen's flawless bright moon broke Ouyang Long's purple night sword formation, he stood on a lightning dragon. With a flash of electric light, he charged over to Ouyang Long, who had retreated 1 kilometer. Red peach blossoms filled the sky. Peach blossoms bloomed, filling the air with a fragrance. There was no spring wind or saber light. The blazing sun was like the high noon sun, burning everything in the world. Its light was like a saber, and the blazing sun was like a sharp blade. The merciless autumn wind swept through the world, leaving nothing alive. Winter's snow drifted in the air. No color could be seen for 50 kilometers around. The world was one color, and no saber light could be seen. Endless cycles, growing and multiplying endlessly. This was the first time Shao Chen completely executed the repaired flawless 4 seasons. The various mysterious phenomena of flawless 4 seasons cycled continuously. Spring saber, summer saber, autumn saber, and winter saber. For sabers chopped down, cycling endlessly. In the sky, Shao Chen forced Ouyang Long back 50 kilometers. As Shao Chen approached, thunderclouds spread for 5 kilometers around. The thunderclouds stretched endlessly, surging with shocking thunder. Flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. 18 azure saber lights filled the sky and the ground, containing the subduing dragon profound slash. As they flickered, they struck Ouyang Long at nearly the same time. Pu Si. Ouyang Long vomited a mouthful of blood. This saber strike knocked him back again, landing on Sword Forging Peak with a loud bang. The surroundings fell silent. When Shao Chen said that he would defeat Ouyang Long in 3 moves, he did so in a clean and efficient manner, not dragging his feet at all. Ouyang Feng looked at Ouyang Long, who fell back to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock, and he gaped speechlessly. The scene that Ouyang Feng imagined did not happen. His father did not beat Shao Chen to the point where he could not retaliate. Instead, his father was defeated in 3 moves. "Father, how are you?" Ouyang Feng asked worriedly as he picked up Ouyang Long. Whoosh! A strong wind scattered, and Shao Chen landed calmly without any expression on his face. The many swordsmen who were watching immediately opened up a path. "I'll kill you, you bastard!" When Ouyang Feng saw Xiao Chen land, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He charged at Xiao Chen without care for anything else. His entire body was full of openings, and he did not have any technique at all. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and his clothes fluttered. As his hair fluttered, one could hear the metallic clanging of sabers as he easily dodged Ouyang Feng. After that, Xiao Chen grabbed Ouyang Feng, who had brushed past him, and pulled him back, tossing him forcefully. The mountain peak trembled, and Ouyang Feng landed heavily on the ground. Then he vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. When Ouyang Feng thought about the strength that Xiao Chen had just displayed, he calmed down. Now, he was so frightened that his body trembled. "Xiao Chen, I admit defeat. I swear that from today onwards, I will never seek trouble for you again." As Ouyang Long watched Xiao Chen walk over, he felt fear in his heart for some reason. Then, he pulled down his old face and begged for mercy. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he stopped walking. His expression was unfathomable. Ouyang Long clenched his teeth and took off the spatial ring in his hand. He said, "These are the resources that I always carry with me. There are 3 million black astral coins and 5,000 kilograms of various divine materials in there. I only beg you to let us father and son off today. I guarantee that I will not seek trouble for you again." Chapter 982. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the spatial ring. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly left this place. These two father and son were not benevolent people. Although they said that, they definitely would not do it. Xiao Chen wanted to kill the two. However, he did not want to see blood on this sword-forging peak. After all, whether Ao Jiao could be revived depended on Situ Leihong. Secondly, the two had the Purple Knight Sword sect, one of the 9 ranks of the great families, behind them. Although the Purple Knight Sword sect's strength and accumulations were not comparable to the peak of the 9 ranks of the great families like the Haotian sect, they were in the profound domain. However, in the profound domain, offending the Purple Knight Sword sect in the other party's main camp would be problematic. After a few flashes, Xiao Chen stood on a lightning dragon and vanished from the many swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Seeing the Ouyang father and son on the ground in sorry states, the other swordsmen all sighed softly. They were also swordsmen, but when they saw Ouyang Long defeated by a bladesman like Xiao Chen, they all felt some resentment. To some extent, these people all held grudges against Xiao Chen. If it were a regular battle, they might have made a move to help, even blocking that bladesman. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's strength and sighing at the speed of his growth, these people felt apprehensive and could only watch as Xiao Chen left. Furthermore, the two had brought this upon themselves for being in such a sorry state. As the saying went, the evils brought upon themselves are the hardest to bear. They would not gain much sympathy. After flying for 250 kilometers in one breath, Xiao Chen casually stopped on the top of a tree. Then, he closed his eyes and replayed the earlier battle in his mind. The earlier 3 moves could all be considered martial techniques surpassing heaven ranked. With the support of his great perfection saber soul, their might had more than doubled. These were Xiao Chen's 3 strongest killing moves. In today's battle, he mainly relied on his great perfection saber soul. If not for his great perfection saber soul, flawless Bright Moon would not have burst forth with such strong might, suppressing Ouyang Long's aura in one go. If Ouyang Long had comprehended a great perfection sword soul as well, this battle would have been even more difficult. After defeating his opponent in 3 moves, Xiao Chen maintained a calm mind, gaining a clear understanding of his own strength. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and an expression of comprehension appeared in them. He pushed off the ground and left in satisfaction. 2 days later, Ying Qiong, who had received Xiao Chen's message, met at the largest inn in Heavenly Cauldron, Xiao Chen. Jean de Bao and old Jiu also went with them. The two of them had good expressions on their faces. Clearly, they were very satisfied with the way they handled the black goods. Chen's face and said he, Dragon said, Chen said he of the two. Lord had he and said, Xiao Chen had, and Xiao had had. Fatty Jean said enviously, Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. This fat lord spent a lot of effort to sell those goods for 5 million black astral coins. You did not even do anything, and you managed to get 30 million black astral coins. However, Xiao Chen did not feel too surprised. This fat lord had spent a lot of effort to sell those goods for 5 million black astral coins. You did not even do anything, and you automatically obtained 30 million black astral coins. However, Xiao Chen did not feel too surprised. He had heard those swordsmen talk about it at Sword Forging Peak. A few old blue-robed emperors, who were nearing the end of their lifespans, had come to the auction of the longevity fruit. Naturally, the blue-robed emperor was wealthy. After his people died, he would gain nothing. For the sake of his lifespan, he was willing to spend money. Xiao Chen drank a cup of wine and said, "I'll give you another longevity fruit. I do not have any requirements. Help me spend all 30 million black astral coins in 3 days." Kim Taho and Lord Jiao gaped. "What do you want me to do? 30 million black astral coins? I need to spend it all in 3 days." Ying Qiong felt confused as well. Doubt filled her pretty face. "Help me collect secret treasures containing dragon souls. They have to be at least sage grade. If there are king grade ones, don't let them go, no matter how much money you have." Ying Qiong frowned slightly and said with some difficulty, "Secret treasures containing dragon souls are not easy to find. I'm afraid it will not be easy to spend these 30 million black astral coins." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I know. Incomplete secret treasures will do as well." Ying Qiong smiled and said, "Incomplete secret treasures will do as well? In that case, this will be easy. The Flourishing Heaven Pavilion has stores all over the Kunlun realm. Every year, there will be piles of incomplete secret treasures." After chatting for a while, the topic shifted to the duel between Xiao Chen and Wen Ziren. In merely 2 days, the news of Xiao Chen's duel with Wen Ziren spread throughout the entire Profound Domain. If there was anyone in the Profound Domain who could rival Xiao Chen in fame, it would naturally be Wen Ziren. The Saber School ranking was established once every 10 years. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years since the ancient era. However, in the past 1,000 years, no one from the younger generation managed to make it into the top 10. When Ziren managed to make it into the top 10 despite a group of great grandmaster-level martial sages participating, obtaining the 6th rank. Once this news spread, it caused an uproar. Speaking of which, why did you think of challenging Wen Ziren? Given your character, you would not be so ostentatious, right? Ying Qiong asked with a smile. Clearly, he had guessed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Kim Taeho looked around and chuckled. "Brother Xiao, how confident are you of winning? This fat lord will go and start the bet. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to make some money, it would be too unfortunate." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said, "I do not know much about Wen Ziren, so I can't say for sure. However, I have to win this match." Suddenly, footsteps came from downstairs. A group of guards escorted the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord to the top floor. When the young city lord saw Xiao Chen, he smiled faintly and tossed a heavy wooden box to the young city lord. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught it. After he opened it, an overwhelming heat wave spewed out, and flames assaulted him. If not for Xiao Chen's strength being far greater than before, he would definitely be injured if he opened this box. Xiao Chen had always been extremely calm. However, when he saw this item, he could not help feeling excited. He quickly closed the box, and his expression changed somewhat. "Brother Xiao, there is no need to overthink. Senior brother told me to deliver this. 5 days from now, he will have a fair fight with you in Heavenly Saber City. It will be a simple fight, and he does not want you to be disturbed by anything." The item in the box was none other than the 10,000-year-old flame crystal that Xiao Chen dreamed of. When Ziren's breadth of mind surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Xiao Chen's favorable impression of this bladesman, whom he had never met before, immediately improved significantly. With the 10,000-year-old flame crystal in hand, Xiao Chen no longer felt any burden. Late at night in the guest room, Xiao Chen looked at the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and entered deep thought. There were still 5 more days before the fight with Wen Ziren. Now that he had obtained the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, this fight would be much simpler. However, this was a fight between bladesmen. There was no need for Xiaoqun to think about the consequences of losing. Without any burden, he could just fight to his heart's content. Xiaoqun did not know what kind of person Wen Ziren was. However, at the very least, this breadth of mind greatly increased Xiaoqun's interest in this fight. After putting away the wooden box, Xiaoqun silently flew out of the window and arrived at a desolate place outside the city. If Xiaoqun wanted to test his moves, he naturally had to find a large, quiet place with no one around. An inn was definitely not an option. Xiaoqun could only go outside the city. He would return 3 days later and meet with Qiong. The night was cold and desolate. Occasionally, a cold wind blew in the forest, rustling the leaves. There were still 3 more moves of the myriad heaven divine fist: Eternal Myth, Dusk of Deities, and Burial of Deities. Xiaoqun had never truly executed these 3 moves before. Even among the deity race, those who could practice these 3 moves were few and far between. Without reaching a certain age and cultivation realm, or with extraordinary comprehension ability, one would not be able to do so. The final 3 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist were also known as forbidden moves among the deity race. They possessed extremely horrifying might. They would not be any weaker than the divine sovereign's secret techniques that every divine sovereign left behind. Xiaoqun closed his eyes and allowed the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to start surging bit by bit. As he circulated the myriad heaven divine fist, motes of golden light shot out from Xiaoqun's body, illuminating the forest. The golden light gathered, and a deity statue suddenly appeared behind Xiaoqun. This deity statue looked no different from Xiaoqun. However, it looked solemn and dignified, exuding might without being angry. Eternal Myth. This was Xiaoqun's own myth. The myriad heaven divine fist sang of the ancient deity sovereigns of the deity race. Xiaoqun was not a member of the deity race and did not believe in gods. If one's heart was not sincere enough, logically speaking, one would not be able to practice the myriad heaven divine fist. However, Xiaoqun blazed a different path, creating his own myth and being loyal only to himself. He did not believe in gods and only believed in himself. Who was the myth? He was the myth. Xiaoqun continuously poured such thoughts into his heart like he was hypnotizing himself. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like spring water. As the magic energy drained, the deity statue behind Xiaoqun grew increasingly denser. Its figure became more realistic and divine might gathered in its eyes. Bang! With a boom, the deity statue behind Xiaoqun grew incredibly huge. It was now 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Finally, a trace of divine might gathered. Not a single tree remained in the forest. Under the sweep of the divine might, it turned into nothing in less than 1 breath. Xiaoqun's expression turned solemn. His face looked like it was carved, dignified and holy. Praises came from the air. With a thought, Xiaoqun raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. The deity statue behind Xiaoqun stretched out its hand and slapped the air in front of it. A huge hand that covered the sky formed. This palm covered a distance of 25 kilometers. The golden light that shot out in all directions immediately illuminated the entire night sky. This palm strike seemed to make the distant sky sink by half a meter. The flat ground caved in deeply. Xiaoqun silently circulated his energy and withdrew this move. The deity statue slowly faded away. Then Xiaoqun closed his eyes and entered deep thought. Just relying on Xiaoqun's magic energy to condense divine might was insufficient. If Xiaoqun could be like those deities of the deity race, forging deity statues in the deity domain and the lower realms, he could build temples for the people to worship and provide the power of faith. In that case, the might of this eternal myth could double. Following that, Xiaoqun started to materialize Dusk of Deities. This move was even more mighty, and the state it contained was even vaster and vaster. Cultivators of the deity race without strong mental energy would not be able to practice it. Normally, only those who reached the level of the blue-robed emperor were qualified to practice these 2 moves. Of course, this was just the qualification. Whether one could successfully practice, it still required extremely high comprehension ability and a strong physical body. There was a huge difference between Dusk of Deities and Eternal Myth. Dusk of Deities did not need to condense divine might. The state that Shaoqun needed to materialize was that of the destruction of the ancient divine kingdom, the arrival of the end of the world, the end of the myth, the fall of the gods, and the fall of prosperity. Chapter 983. From a certain point of view, this was closely related to Di Wux's split-second initial awareness. Split-second initial awareness represented the beginning of glory. That first brilliant light illuminated the darkness. The dusk of gods represented the decline of glory, the end of a legend. In that instant, the blood-stained setting sun was the final, sorrowful light of dusk before darkness descended. Shaoqun was not in a rush to test it out. He sat cross-legged on the ground. First, the scene of Di Wux executing split-second initial awareness appeared in his mind. Following that, the scene of Di Wux summoning the divine kingdom image appeared. Then, the scene of the 12 keepers working together to summon the divine kingdom image appeared. All sorts of scenes appeared in his mind. If there were any missing parts, Shaoqun would fill in the gaps. After sitting there for 6 hours, Shaoqun opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Without getting up, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Late at night, the pitch-black night immediately turned into a blood-stained canvas. A dispirited setting sun hung in the distant sky. Strands of beautiful, blood-red fiery light fell to the ground like a meteor shower. Every meteor was a fallen deity. Mournful music rang out in the gloomy sky, filling the entire world with a solemn and stirring atmosphere. Bang! A strand of scarlet light shot out of Shaoqun's fingertip and instantly tore through 5 kilometers. It looked like a waterfall in the sky, lingering for a long time. With a casual wave of his hand, all sorts of mysterious phenomena vanished. Night fell once more. The setting sun was gone, and the scarlet light no longer appeared. Only the scarlet waterfall that Shaoqun executed in the sky did not scatter. Its might still lingered, and an apocalyptic aura spread out. Everywhere the waterfall passed, all the birds and beasts within 5 kilometers fled in panic. Shaoqun slowly stood up and patted the dust off his body. Then he muttered, "This is still not enough. If I can see a deity of the deity domain fall with my own eyes, I can better materialize this solemn state. Or I can find one of the 7 thrones, the despair throne, to strengthen the power of this move." In the blink of an eye, the corners of Shaoqun's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "Having flaws means that there is room for improvement. Right now, the power of this move is basically sufficient." The myriad heaven divine fist had one last move left, the burial of deities. Compared to dusk and finality, it was an even colder and more profound state. It was the final sentence of a glorious legend. However, Shaoqun did not dare to test this move rashly. He faintly felt that there was something deeper to this move. At this moment, the myriad heaven divine fist that Shaoqun comprehended had already broken away from the introduction on the surface. He had a more complete understanding of it. Many things and details that the God Clan's experts couldn't see, he had completed them and even added some of his own things. By relying on the large amount of divine liquid essence absorbed from the heavenly dew divine spring, Shaoqun's originally strong comprehension ability had already reached an unimaginable level. For 3 days, Shaoqun stayed here, repeatedly practicing these 2 moves. Although Shaoqun did not make any major breakthroughs, he became much more familiar with executing the moves. At the very least, he could execute them with a thought. With some control, he could control the timing of his attacks, drawing them back and forth as he pleased. When the appointed time with Ying Qiong arrived, Shaoqun unfurled the freedom wings and executed the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart a few times. Then, he rushed back to the city in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Inside the inn, Shaoqun sat down and drank his tea leisurely, quietly waiting for Ying Qiong to arrive. Shaoqun felt very confident in Ying Qiong's ability to handle matters. Since the other party said that he could obtain a large number of secret treasures containing dragon souls, he would definitely be able to obtain them. "Young master, someone sent a letter to this in 3 days ago." When the waiter saw Xiao Chen arrive, he immediately came over happily. The letter? Who sent it? Xiao Chen put down his teacup and tossed a black astral coin to the waiter. Then, he took out the letter and did not rush to read its contents. Instead, he looked at the signature. Senior sister, from Shui Lingling, Xiao Chen read softly. Then, he opened the letter and read it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chen put down the letter. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. A bitter taste lingered on his tongue. Ah, young Master Xiao rarely shows such an expression. Did something happen? Ying Qiong arrived with a smile on her face. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen pushed the letter back to the other party. After Ying Qiong read it, her originally smiling face turned extremely angry. How can they do this? This is too much. Shui Lingling's letter was announced to the world in Bushin Palace. 2 months later, Xiao Hoju would hold his king conferral ceremony in White Emperor City. He would be conferred the White Tiger King, but he did not mention Xiao Chen at all. Ying Qiong could not help feeling angry. This was originally Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony, but the 3 holy masters' ceremony dragged on for half a year. By the time Xiao Hoju was conferred king, Xiao Chen had only become a foil. At the end of the letter, Shui Lingling expressed some worry. The 3 holy masters' place seemed to have connections with the 3 sovereign noble clans of the human race: the Jiang clan, the Yan clan, and the Lin clan. They would make a move against Xiao Chen during the final period, preventing him from appearing at the king conferral ceremony. I'll send someone to escort you back. Ying Qiong also expressed his worry. If Xiao Chen missed the king conferral ceremony, it would be equivalent to him giving up. It would be very difficult for him to be conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the future. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Give me the secret treasures containing the dragon soul first." The Haotian emperor had said that within 3 years, the blue-robed emperor would not make a move against Xiao Chen. This was the rule between major characters. This was a promise that Ying Zongzong had made to Xiao Chen from behind. It held great weight. Without this promise, without Ying Zongtian, who had expressed his stance long ago, Xiao Chen's path would be even more difficult than it was now. Since the blue-robed emperor could not make a move, Xiao Chen had nothing to fear. If he could not get past this hurdle, he would not have the face to participate in the king conferral ceremony. Ying Qiong gave Xiao Chen a somewhat reproachful look. Then he followed Xiao Chen's instructions and took out the secret treasures containing the dragon's soul one by one. Aside from a few complete sage-grade secret treasures, all the king-grade secret treasures were fragments. Not a single one was complete. Most of the secret treasures were damaged beyond recognition, far inferior to the half of the flood dragon scissors that Xiao Chen obtained. Seeing Xiao Chen carefully look through every secret treasure containing the dragon soul, Ying Qiong asked somewhat nervously, "How is it? Are these enough?" In Ying Qiong's eyes, these secret treasures were basically a pile of trash. At most, the materials had some value. In the eyes of others, they were not worth mentioning. Aside from specialized blacksmiths, no cultivator would buy these things. Xiao Chen raised his head and said, "Not bad. Many thanks. There should be more than this, right?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ying Qiong's somewhat worried expression vanished. He smiled and said, "There are still some left, but not much. You have not finished spending your 30 million black astral coins. In that case, it should not be a problem to increase his strength by 2 dragon force. After all, the materials of these secret treasures could not compare to the flood dragon scissors, which was once an immortal equipment. The dragon soul was also not as strong as the flood dragon spirit. Xiao Chen had not finished spending his 30 million black astral coins. As Xiao Chen had expected, secret treasures containing dragon souls were not easy to find, even if they were fragments. 3 days was indeed rather short. It was already very impressive that Ying Qiong could help Xiao Chen to this extent. If Xiao Chen had to search for them himself, he would not even be able to find half of them in 3 days. Ying Qiong stretched out his hand and tossed over a spatial ring. "I don't want your 30 million black astral coins. Most of these are discarded items piled up in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's warehouse. There is basically no use for them." Xiao Chen received the spatial ring. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Even the flourishing Heaven Pavilion could only obtain a few fragments of secret treasures containing dragon souls. In that case, if Xiaochen wanted to gather 10 dragon force and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art, where should he go to find these secret treasures containing dragon souls? Ying Qiong seemed to have noticed Xiaochen's doubts. He said, as the saying goes, dragons hide in the depths. Dragons hide in the depths of the 9 abysses. There are more secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean. The heavenly starry ocean was a vast and boundless place filled with islands, sects, and countless experts. To many of the cultivators of the Kunlun realm, it was a mysterious place. It looks like I really have to make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean in the future, Xiaochen thought to himself. The saying, dragons hide in the depths, is not wrong. After bidding farewell to Ying Qiong, Xiaochen brought the secret treasures containing dragon souls to the guest room. Not wasting any time, he immediately circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art to consume these secret treasure fragments. There were too many of them. Xiaochen spent an entire day before he finished consuming them all. Just as he had expected, this casual strike added 2 dragon strength to the foundation of 3 dragon strength. Collecting secret treasures containing dragon souls was indeed a shortcut for cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiaochen stood up and checked his strength. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression. With 5 dragon force in a casual strike, he could barely exchange moves with a great grandmaster-level martial sage without using a martial technique. By circulating deities descending, he could fight a great grandmaster-level martial sage without needing to multiply his combat prowess tenfold, saving a lot of energy. Xiaochen took out the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal again. Then, he revealed a grave expression as he muttered to himself, Ao Jiao should be back by now, right? Given Sidu Leihong's abilities, 4 days should be more than enough to revive Ao Jiao. Let's go! Not suppressing the anticipation in his heart, Xiaochen leaped out of the window and executed the Freedom Wings so close yet worlds apart magic skill, flying towards Sword Forging Peak. With each step, Xiaochen traveled 50 kilometers. Now, he was close to 1,000 kilometers. After taking 10 odd steps, Sword Forging Peak came into view. Xiaochen rushed up the mountain. His hurried pace stunned the many swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak. Xiaochen had entered Sword Forging Peak many times. The swordsmen who came here all saw Xiaochen remain calm and collected. Even when facing the mocking of a great grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiaochen did not get angry. At the very least, he did not show it on the surface. His pace had never been so hurried. When the swordsmen looked at Xiaochen's expression, they could easily capture a trace of nervousness. What exactly happened? Why is the white-robed Xiaochen in such a rush? Could it be that he is under too much pressure from the upcoming duel? I heard that when Xiren is in the limelight this time, several older generation great grandmaster-level martial sages fell to his saber. The younger generation bladesmen are indeed at their peak in the past few years. Unfortunately, although there are many outstanding talents of the sword Dao, there are no peak experts who can match them aside from Yanshi San, whose whereabouts are unknown. The rarely seen nervousness on Xiaochen's face and his hurried expression confused the swordsmen, causing them to speculate. Chapter 984. After entering the mountain manor, the bellboy led Xiaochen to Sidu Leihong, who had a calm expression as he hugged the lunar shadow saber and drank tea. Little friend Xiaochen is here. What's wrong? You feel that you cannot defeat Wen Xiren, so you want to take the saber back in advance? I'll have to disappoint you. Without the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, I will not give you this saber. Sidu Leihong smiled, but his tone did not change at all. Before Sidu Leihong finished speaking, the lunar shadow saber in his embrace started trembling intensely. The force far surpassed Sidu Leihong's expectations. Whoosh! The saber shot out. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and caught the flying lunar shadow saber. Then he closed his eyes and felt it. He saw a familiar figure within the lunar shadow saber. This person's eyes were tightly shut as she floated on the lake. At first, Xiaochen rejoiced. However, he called out in his heart. Ao Jiao did not open her eyes. He could not help but ask anxiously, Senior, what's going on? Sidu Leihong grabbed with a flip of his hand, and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber back into his grasp. Only then did he reveal a satisfied expression. Bang! However, in less than a second, the lunar shadow saber struggled free again and flew towards Xiaoqin. Damn! Situ Leihong cursed without the air of a grandmaster. Is this fellow that good? This old man went through a lot of trouble to save you. After cursing, Situ Leihong saw the worried expression on Xiaoqian's face. He smiled and said, Brat, don't be unaware of your blessings. This is her fortuitous encounter. When she wakes up, this saber of yours will have a chance of ranking high on the divine weapon ranking. When Xiaoqian heard that, he immediately revealed an irrepressible expression of joy. He did not care whether he could rank high on the divine weapon ranking or not. As long as Ao Jiao really came back to life, everything would be fine. Senior Situ, I will never forget this great kindness. Xiaoqian knelt on one knee and performed a cupped fist salute to Situ Leihong. A man would not kneel even if he had money. He would kneel to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Other than that, even if you beat him to death, Xiaoqian would never kneel to a third person. However, no matter what, Situ Leihong could accept Xiaoqian's kneel, could accept Xiaoqian's bow for Ao Jiao. Situ Leihong's smiling face was embarrassed by Xiaoqian's kneeling. With a wave of his hand, he helped Xiaoqian up. He said helplessly, You brat, you're really... Unable to continue, Sidukai sighed and said, I have seen countless people in my life. You are the only one who dares to be so stubborn over a saber. Take the saber. You can use it without worry now. With the help of this saber, your chances of victory in the fight with Wenziren will increase by 20%. Xiaoqian thought of something and handed the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal to Situ. When Situ Leihong opened the wooden box and took a look, his expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, This Wu Xiaoqian's disciple is an interesting person. This battle is going to be interesting. Let's go, let's go. There's no need to be pretentious. Suddenly, Situ Leihong glanced around and saw Xiaoqian preparing to draw his saber in the hall. Startled, he put down the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and shouted, Don't move, boom. Before Situ Leihong finished speaking, he saw a flash of light. The saber light shattered the entire hall in one breath of time. A strand of saber light soared into the clouds within the mountain manor, tearing through 50 kilometers of clouds and piercing into the sky. The long line of swordsmen at Sword Forging Peak looked up in shock, not understanding what was going on. The swords in the hands of several swordsmen rang out as they broke. The entire Sword Forging Peak turned chaotic. Outside the famous heavenly saber city of the Profound Domain, there was a lake called Nine Dragons Lake. The lake water was clear and boundlessly vast. When one looked into the distance, they could not see the end of the fog. There were 9 mountain peaks around the lake. They were very tall and looked like huge dragons soaring into the clouds. The mountain peaks looked like dragons. However, the dragons that each mountain peak looked like were different. They all had very distinct characteristics. According to rumor, these 9 mountain peaks were formed by the divine dragons of the Immortal epic. In the distant past, someone once heard the mountains roar like a dragon roar, stirring and mournful. This made the legend of the mountain peaks being formed by the divine dragons seem somewhat ethereal. The mountain peaks were very tough, able to withstand a strike from the blue-robed emperor without collapsing. Each mountain peak suppressed a peak spirit vein. Back then, when the sword and saber clashed, before the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyan advanced to martial emperor, they fought 9 times on this 9 Dragons Lake. They had fought 9 times on the 9 Dragons Lake, and all 9 times they had ended in a draw. They had become lifelong rivals. The last time the two fought on 9 Dragons Lake, they had advanced to the blue-robed emperor at that time. They each represented the peak rising talents of the sword and saber factions of the Profound Domain. That battle was very soul-stirring and exciting. Even after thousands of years, it was still a well-known story, praised by everyone. The result of the battle was still a draw, but at the end of the battle. However, at the end of the battle, the two used their comprehensions to break through the bottleneck of Emperor Wu at the same time, both becoming emperors. In the sky, there were 2 descending roads of emperor, and two people were running together. At the same time, they stepped onto the peak and pushed open their respective doors to Emperor Wu, stepping onto the Great Tao. It was also that battle that caused the originally unknown Nine-Dragon Lake to become the famous Holy Land of Duels in the Xian region. The standards were extremely high. Later, because of the frequent duels, Heavenly Saber City set a rule that only blue-robed emperor-level existences could duel here. Perhaps there really was a mysterious spiritual energy in this place. Many years later, a few more people advanced to Martial Emperor after dueling here, making Nine Dragons Lake even more famous. However, the grand feat of the Sword Sovereign Lu Xiaoyun and the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian advancing to Martial Emperor together never happened again. Today, another duel would take place at Nine Dragons Lake, opening the door for two bladesmen of the younger generation. Neither side of the duel was as strong as the blue-robed emperor. However, they still allowed the duel to take place at Nine Dragons Lake. The reason was none other than the two people's names. One was the white-robed Xiao Chen, and the other was the Saber Sovereign's disciple, Wen Xiren. At this moment, countless large ships and flying spirit beasts floated above the white clouds outside the mountain peak. Even more cultivators stood there. All of them looked into the distance, towards the center of Nine Dragons Lake. A blue-clad cultivator sat cross-legged in the center of the lake. This youth had delicate features and looked spotless. He exuded an ethereal air from head to toe. A long saber floated quietly on the water's surface beside the youth's left hand. Simple and unadorned patterns were carved on the saber's scabbard. The complicated patterns gave off an ancient aura. An ancient word was carved on both sides of the saber's hilt, Luo River. Around the blue-clad youth were a few water people the size of a cultivator. They were currently fighting each other, practicing some kind of profound saber technique. While the blue-clad youth looked like he was resting, in reality, he did not relax at all. He made full use of every spare moment to cultivate. Several people on the ship above the clouds would occasionally turn their heads to look into the distance. Their expressions of anticipation contained some excitement and nervousness. However, every time they turned their heads back, they were disappointed. As time passed, they could not help feeling somewhat anxious. Strange, when Xiren arrived early in the morning. Why is there no sign of Xiao Chen yet? It is almost noon already. This is too worrying. Naturally, the cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news were here to watch the duel between Xiao Chen and Wen Xiren. However, no one showed up after so long. It was hard to avoid feeling anxious. Could it be that the recent rumors are right? The saber in Xiao Chen's hand is just a decoration, completely crippled? The rumors have been spreading rather ferociously recently. I heard that Xiao Chen was severely injured in the 9 layers of purgatory and has been suppressing his injuries, unable to fight for long. I even heard that after Xiao Chen defeated Ouyang Long in 3 moves on Sword Forging Peak, he immediately vomited 3 liters of blood. I don't know who started the bet recently, but the payout for Xiao Chen is already 1-3. In the end, all the bets are on Wen Xiren. It looks like something is indeed wrong. Fortunately, I resisted the temptation and bet all 500,000 black astral coins on Wen Xiren. Me too. I bet half of my 1 million black astral coins on Wen Xiren. No matter what, Wen Xiren's strength has always been stable. His performance in this Saber School ranking competition spoke for itself. His chances of victory are at least 50%. As for Xiao Chen, it is hard to say. When bets were placed for duels, especially for famous ones, there would normally be people opening bets. This was not a rare thing in the Kunlun realm. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky. Noon was about to pass, but there was still no sign of Xiao Chen. Everyone could not help feeling suspicious. Above the white clouds, on the deck of the Profound Domains Ing clan's warship, Kim Taeho continuously calculated the bets he had received since the bets opened. Lord Jiao stood at the side, clearly excited. The amount of bets was unexpectedly large. If the results were as Fatso said, they would have made a huge profit this time. However, if they lost, not only would they have to pay back all the astral coins they obtained from selling the illegal goods, but they would also have to work for the Ing clan for the rest of their lives to repay the debt. The two of them were not famous. Naturally, They had to find someone to vouch for them. Kim Tae-ho had a glib tongue, getting In Cheong to vouch for them. Hence, the bets opened smoothly. Lord Jio said nervously, "Why does this Lord Jio feel a little nervous? Fatso, aren't you going overboard with this rumor? What if Xiao Chen really loses?" Kim Tae-ho shouted, "How can that be? 3 days ago, a strand of saber chi destroyed most of the manor on Sword Forging Peak. Others might not know, but this fat lord is absolutely certain that the lunar shadow saber has completely recovered." However, In Cheong, who was at the side, smiled softly and said, "That is hard to say. Even if the lunar shadow saber is unsheathed and Xiao Chen's strength increases significantly, when Xiren's river water saber is not something to be trifled with. The saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian put in a lot of effort to enter the divine weapon ranking in the future for the sake of this river water saber." Kim Tae-ho said embarrassedly, "Little sister, don't scare this fat lord. If this fat lord loses, the one who will suffer the greatest loss will be you." A crafty look flashed in In Cheong's eyes as she sized up Kim Tae-ho. Then she nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. This lady naturally has a way to recoup my losses from you. You better pray to God and Buddha to protect yourself." "What are you trying to do?" "This fat lord is not selling his body," Kim Tae-ho said as he quickly took a few steps back, feeling flustered from In Cheong's gaze. In Cheong could not help laughing. She burst out in laughter and said, "Dream on. With all that fat on your body, how much is 1 kilogram? Cut, cut, cut." The water figures materializing mysterious martial techniques around the blue-robed bladesman when Xiren suddenly shattered, turning into droplets of rain falling from the sky. Such a change instantly attracted everyone's attention. When Xiren opened his eyes and grasped the river water saber beside him, then he slowly stood up and stared at the empty water in front. Chapter 985. He was as gentle as water as he stood quietly on the water. His facial features were not considered handsome, but his sharpness was withdrawn. It was like he had merged with the entire Nine Dragons Lake. The Tao was natural, and the saber was like the Tao. He was like a treasured saber that drifted with the waves. Bang! The space in front folded up. The mountains and rivers turned hazy and indistinct. A white figure took a step forward in an extremely distant place. In the next moment, he stood on the lake 1 kilometer away from Xiren. In Cheong's gaze immediately shifted over, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Chen is here." He finally came. If he had come any later, the sun would have set. Right now, our profound domain's bladesmen firmly suppressed the swordsmen. Today, the battle between two peak-rising talents will definitely be a feast for the eyes. Xiao Chen's appearance allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the long-awaited duel would be ruined. Everyone would feel that it was a pity. "Sorry for the delay, so I came late," Xiao Chen said apologetically as he performed a cupped fist salute after sizing up Xiren. "It is not too late to come before the sun sets. How about competing with the saber first?" Xiren's aura was like water, but his character was extremely decisive. He did not hesitate at all. The moment he arrived, he immediately prepared for the duel. From a certain point of view, Xiren was very similar to Xiao Chen. They were both people who did not like to speak nonsense. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he had no objections. Then, the two's right hands silently grasped their saber hilts at the same time. At this moment, the two's auras suddenly changed. In that instant, all of their sharpness exploded out. Thousands of sabers clashed, resounding over the vast lake, clanging endlessly. Thousands upon thousands of water pillars containing boundless saber intent soared into the sky above the lake, soaring into the clouds. A resplendent light as bright as the sun shone. The lunar shadow sword and the river water left the two's right hands at the same time, shooting forward like meteors. Just like that, the atmosphere of a great battle suddenly descended. No one expected the two to be so decisive, starting the duel without saying anything. What was a duel of sabers? Bladesmen were no stranger to this. Simply put, it was drawing one's saber in an instant. The moment they clashed in midair, whoever's saber was knocked away would be the loser. This seemingly simple action contained too many factors: aura, cultivation, will, saber soul, the angle at which the saber was drawn, the control of the environment, and everyone's comprehension of saber techniques. The slightest mistake would put him at a disadvantage in the saber competition. In addition to the above, there was another very important factor, which was the saber itself. When an ordinary saber clashed with a high-grade famed saber, it went without saying who had the upper hand. In a situation where both sides had similar talents, the saber itself was the deciding factor in a saber duel. Seeing Xiao Chen agree to Wen Xiren's request without hesitation, the many cultivators watching outside the white clouds were all startled. Who in the profound domain did not know that Wen Xiren's river water saber was personally forged by the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian? The materials used and the effort put in were all for the divine weapon ranking. Although it was only a subdivine weapon now, as long as it advanced to a divine weapon, it would charge into the divine weapon ranking. It would become one of the 10 great divine weapons. The divine might it contained rivaled that of a primordial emperor treasure. The famed river water saber was famous everywhere. In the past few years, this saber had chopped down countless older generation cultivators. Who knew how many treasures had been chopped in half by the river water saber? During the saber school ranking competition, Wen Xiren had used this saber to chop down 8 great grandmaster level martial sages, ranking within the top 10 of the saber school ranking. This had also pushed the prestige of this saber to the peak. This Xiao Chen is too arrogant. To think that he really dares to compete with Wen Xiren. How unfortunate. Originally, I was looking forward to this battle. Now, there is nothing to see. If his saber is not good, he could have just said so. Why the need to be stubborn? Given Wen Xiren's character, he will definitely give up on competing with the saber. Both sides will fight with sabers of the same quality. With that, he still wants to participate in the king conferral ceremony. I think he should stop embarrassing himself. Who cares? I bet on Wen Xiren winning. That's true. Rumors spread everywhere. Many bladesmen expressed that it was a pity. These people could not be blamed for having such one-sided discussions. This was because the fame of the river water saber had flourished in the profound domain in the past few years. Lord Jiu's ears were very sharp. When he heard the discussions around, he could not help but feel even more uncertain. Fatso, are your words accurate or not? At this moment, Kim Taeho felt uncertain as well. He could not help but look at Ing Qiong. Ing Qiong's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "This is rather strange." Given Wen Xiren's character, he would not ask to compete with his saber despite knowing that his saber is better. What's going on? When Kim Taeho heard that, he immediately showed a bitter expression. It's over. This fat lord is really going to fail this time. Regardless of what the others were discussing, the lunar shadow saber above the lake. The lunar shadow saber gave off a resplendent purple light. Electricity gathered and spun in the air, creating strands of flickering electricity. This caused the sky to turn dark for some reason. When Xiao Chen looked up, thunderclouds spread out in the sky as the lunar shadow saber danced. The surging thunderclouds were like true dragons swimming with the saber, breathing and swallowing the clouds. The wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning in the surroundings all moved with it. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, the world moved. Xiao Chen grasped the essence of the saber perfectly. However, the more this was so, the more the spectating cultivators felt it was a pity. Such exquisite saber skills were sufficient to prove that Xiao Chen lived up to his reputation. However, the saber in his hand was not up to par. He would definitely lose if he competed with the saber. Several people even sighed softly. It was not for anything else but because there would be one less exciting battle between bladesmen. This might become a regret of their lives. On the other side, Wen Xiren's saber was as gentle as water. It had a gentle aura, like flowing water. However, as Wen Xiren drew his saber, the aura of this saber also changed in an instant. The roar of a mountain torrent erupted between the heavens and the earth, covering the surroundings and competing with the sound of thunder. The saber spun endlessly. Watery clouds covered the sky, and a heavy downpour fell. The rainwater was like a saber. When it landed on the water, it sounded like many treasured sabers humming and trembling. The falling rainwater turned into thousands of strands hidden at the bottom of the lake. As the undercurrents surged, the humming of the saber sounded like a powerful dragon roar, lingering on endlessly. It resonated with the watery clouds in the sky, resisting the 50 kilometers of thunderclouds bearing fangs and claws together. The famed saber, the river water, fell into the water like a saber. Amid the cool breeze and drizzle, the blue-robed Wenziren stood on the surface of the lake, looking spotless. As he did so, a dragon roar sounded. Time seemed to stop on this Nine Dragons lake. Xiao Chen and Wenziren stood calmly on the water. The horrifying, mysterious phenomenon in the surroundings did not affect them at all. It was like the hearts of bladesmen, absolutely calm and rational. Nothing could disturb them. As the two spinning sabers approached each other, several of the spectating cultivators in the sky could not help but close their eyes, unwilling to watch. The result was set from the very start. Without a divine weapon, what saber in the world could defeat the famed river water saber in a competition of sabers? Ying Qiong's heart could not help pounding heavily. Anxiety appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "This idiot! That is the famed river water saber, a treasure saber that the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian forged for the sake of breaking into the divine weapon ranking. Isn't he very smart all along? Why did he agree to compete with the saber without thinking?" Of course, time would not really stop. However, the two sabers storing up power gave others the misconception that time had slowed down. What would come would come. The instant the two sabers were about to clash, they suddenly accelerated. They were as fast as a glimpse, surpassing the speed of most cultivators' eyes. Then they quickly clashed. Before everyone could understand what was going on, they heard a crisp sound coming from the center of the lake. Where the two sabers clashed, a light encased them. Electricity flickered as two dragons clashed. The water spout soared into the sky and instantly swept up the two sabers, turning the chaotic situation even more chaotic. For a moment, no one could see what was going on. Thunderclouds and water clouds clashed in the sky. Loud sounds reverberated in all directions. Layers of clouds scattered like the sky was shattering, looking exceptionally scary. The undercurrent of the dragon roars on the surface of the lake under Wenziren's feet slowly faded. Ripples spread across the surface of the lake, and waves surged wildly. Wenziren moved up and down with the waves. At some point in time, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. What's going on? When everyone saw the blood at the corner of Wenziren's lips and then looked at the calm white-robed Xiao Chen, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, at the place where the two sabers clashed, light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. No one could see the result clearly. Someone whispered, "The instant the two sabers clashed, I seemed to hear the sound of a saber breaking. Could it be that someone's saber broke? That should be Xiao Chen's saber, the famed river water saber. If a divine weapon does not appear, no saber can break it. It looks like after Xiao Chen's saber broke, Wenziren was significantly injured as well. That makes sense. How unfortunate. This is truly unfortunate. Although I do not want to say it, white-robed Xiao Chen lost unjustly. No one believed that the river water saber could break. Since a saber broke, it had to be Xiao Chen's saber. Kim Taeho looked around and laughed loudly. He fanned himself and said, "Little sister Ying Qiong, this fat lord is going to relieve himself. My stomach is disappointing." Sensing that something was wrong, Fatso quickly tried to flee. However, he had only taken one step when a few Ying clan cultivators blocked his way with murderous expressions. Bang! Lord Jiao, who had slipped out earlier, was tossed back to the deck. He had an awkward smile on his face. When Fatso saw the situation, he immediately shut his mouth and squatted on the ground with a bitter expression. If one did not know better, one would think that he was constipated. Ying Qiong ignored these two clowns. Her pretty face was filled with uncertainty, disappointment, and worry. Bang! The chaotic scene in the center of the lake slowly scattered. The waterspout fell back to the surface, and the thunderclouds and watery clouds in the sky also vanished. A beam of sunlight descended, and a bright light shone. Under the blazing sun, the surface of the lake shimmered, making it look very bright. After everything calmed down, only a saber remained hovering above the lake. The saber stood proudly facing the blazing sun, flickering with a dazzling light. Chapter 986. That's not right. That is not Luo water. That is the lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, someone's expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth and cried out in shock, as if he had seen the most unreasonable thing in the world. An uproar immediately spread among all the spectating martial artists. What happened? Where is Wenziren's saber? Impossible, this is impossible, it must be an illusion. However, as Wenziren stretched out his hand to the bottom of the lake, he grabbed the two halves of the river water saber. An unacceptable fact had happened just like that. Countless sabers broke. The famed Luo River, which carried the saber sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's hopes, broke. No one had expected that the result would be like this. It was the famed saber Luo Shui that was broken. As for the saber that belonged to Xiao Qin, it still stood proudly in the air, shining with a dazzling brilliance. The surroundings were silent for a long time. On the Ying family's battleship, Kim Taeho's jaw dropped. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. You almost scared this Lord Fatty to death. I really can't open this board so carelessly in the future. The solemn expression on Ying Qiong's face slowly relaxed, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. On Nine Dragons Lake, Wenziren held the broken saber. His expression was somewhat shocked, but he did not feel too surprised. Wenziren smiled faintly and put away the broken saber. Then, he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at Xiao Qin. I heard from Master 3 days ago that you obtained a good saber at Sword Forging Manor. However, I did not expect it to be so strong. What is the name of this saber? Lunar Shadow. Xiao Qin waved his hand and returned his saber to its sheath, answering honestly. Wenziren muttered to himself for a while. Then he raised his head and smiled. Lunar Shadow, that is a pretty good name. I will remember it. Let's continue the duel. Upon hearing Wenziren's words, the surrounding cultivators frowned slightly. Wenziren's saber was already broken. Why did he still want to compete? Xiao Qin withdrew his palm and put away the lunar shadow saber. He nodded and said, I will not use a saber in this battle. You can choose another saber. Xiao Qin cultivated the flawless saber Dao. Having a saber in his hand was just icing on the cake. It wouldn't affect his combat strength, but it was different for the other party. Wenziren smiled and said, there is no need to choose a saber. The Luo water art that I cultivate has a great advantage in this Nine Dragons Lake. I have long heard of the flawless saber Dao. Let me see how extraordinary the saber Dao that made the ancient people show their sages is. Xiao Qin was not a stubborn and inflexible person. He could tell that Wenziren had already accepted the outcome of this battle. What he wanted was nothing more than to find an opponent who was on par with him so that he could make a breakthrough in this battle. Since that was the case, then he would have nothing to worry about and fight to his heart's content. The two of them looked at each other and saw the raging fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The calm lake water surged with undercurrents. It was as if a great dragon hidden in the depths of the lake had opened its eyes and was accumulating power to soar into the sky. Feeling this atmosphere, the many cultivators on the warship and spirit birds all shut their mouths, waiting for an exciting battle to begin. Unexpectedly, the one to make the first move was Wenziren, who had broken his saber. When Wenziren smashed his palm on the water, there was a loud boom. 9 huge 3-kilometer-tall waves surged out in all directions. The waves surged forward like huge dragons. 9 dragons roared ferociously, giving off a strong aura that could swallow up the world. In an instant, they buried Xiao Qin within them. Xiao Qin's gaze sank. The 9 huge dragon-like waves surged over. Each of them contained at least 10,000 tons of force. When they merged, they could even crush a tall mountain. Most importantly, every one of the 1,000 zhang tall waves contained a peerless sharpness. That was Wenziren's great perfection saber soul, which perfectly merged with the will of water. Wenziren drove his peak strength with just a gentle palm strike. Even without a saber, Wenziren could not be underestimated. Many of the spectating cultivators were bladesmen. When they saw Wenziren's palm strike, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. If they faced this palm strike, they would most likely be crushed into meat paste on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. When Xiren threw a palm strike and muttered to himself, "Shao Qin, this is just the beginning. Don't disappoint me." The waves formed the momentum of the 9 dragons. The instant they were about to merge, Shao Qin made his move. A saber light lit up on Shao Qin's body. His body became like a saber, his shoulders like a saber, and his hair like sabers. As his figure moved, he sent out 9 saber strikes. His shoulders, hair, palms, and other parts of his body clashed with the 9 waves. 9 explosions rang out. Outside 9 Dragons Lake, the 9 peaks trembled and gave off dragon roars, echoing for 50 kilometers around. As the sound waves spread out, the surrounding warships and spirit beasts seemed to be moved by a huge hand, flipping many of them over. Such a strange turn of events caused the remaining cultivators to feel fear in their hearts. They all rode on their warships and spirit beasts and retreated. Right after when Xiren broke the 9 waves, he used the many layers of water to charge over to Shao Qin in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 Endless waves rose up on the 9 Dragons Lake. The 2 of them exchanged moves quickly, flying quickly over the vast lake. When Xiren used water as a saber, with a casual swing, the scattered lake water turned into boundless saber lights. With a thought, a wave containing strong force became the most ferocious saber technique. The sound of water surged endlessly. By relying on the terrain, when Xiren's aura actually surpassed that of Shao Qin's. Even though when Xiren clearly did not have a saber in his hand, his aura flourished, each wave stronger than the one before. The river water incantation. I heard that the saber sovereign Wu Shaotian found this cultivation technique in an ancient remnant. When Xiren truly lives up to his reputation as a genius, he probably practiced this ancient cultivation technique to great perfection, just one step short of consummation. I really did not expect that after losing the river water saber, when Xiren could still hold the upper hand. When Xiren's strength made everyone's eyes light up, causing many praises to ring out. Shao Qin remained calm. When Xiren's cultivation was 1 cultivation grade higher than his. His comprehension of the water saber Dao had already reached an extremely deep level. When Xiren could turn water into a saber as he pleased, giving him a great advantage in this 9 Dragons Lake. If Shao Qin did not use the lunar shadow saber, he would have a hard time dealing with such a person. Actually, the main problem was that Shao Qin only used his saber techniques in this battle to show his respect. If he used the myriad heaven divine fist, immortal arts, magic skills, and a strong physical body, he would be able to defeat Wen Xiren in 100 moves. If Shao Qin wanted to defeat the bladeless Wen Xiren, he would only need 100 moves. However, Wen Xiren's saber was already broken in this battle. Victory was no longer Shao Qin's goal. Dragons roared endlessly as the 2 in the lake fought an intense battle. Shao Qin brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. His opponent's exquisite water saber Dao broadened his mind significantly. For example, the other party's killing move, Moon in Water, was a great eye-opener for Shao Qin. After witnessing the moon in the water, Flawless Bright Moon experienced a qualitative improvement. Flawless Bright Moon, Flawless 4 Seasons, and Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, the 3 strongest moves of his saber techniques, Shao Qin executed them one after another. Relying on the vast 9 Dragons Lake, although when Xiren had a hard time receiving them, he managed to receive them one by one, preventing himself from collapsing on the spot. After 1,000 moves, both sides gained something. The victor was still undecided. However, both of them sat cross-legged on the lake, closing their eyes and thinking. On one side, it was drizzling. On the other, lightning occasionally flashed in the sky. Such a scene confused the other cultivators. This was clearly a duel. Why were both sides in such a rush to decide a victor? After a long time, Shao Qin opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes became withdrawn. In this battle, Shao Qin did not hold back at all in terms of saber techniques. He could be said to have met his match, fighting to his heart's content. This was like a great test, allowing Shao Qin to gain a comprehensive understanding of his saber techniques. At this moment, as long as Shao Qin willed it, He could easily cross the line between superior-grade martial sage and grandmaster-level martial sage, becoming a grandmaster-level martial sage. After that, when Xiren opened his eyes and said calmly, "I lost this duel. Let's fight again at Nine Dragons Lake 3 years from now. The victor is not decided yet. Let's just treat it as a draw." When Xiren smiled faintly and said, "To me, victory or defeat is nothing. You still have tricks up your sleeves. How can I not tell? I believe that you will give everyone a shock at the king conferral ceremony 2 months from now." Xiao Chen was very relaxed as he chatted with Wen Xiren. The two just sat on the lake and chatted, discussing their views on each other's saber techniques. As they chatted and laughed, the two performed cupped fist salutes and said their goodbyes. "Should we enter Heavenly Saber City and rest for a while? There are many spectators with ulterior motives," Wen Xiren suggested as he looked into the distance. If the land of the 3 holy masters really reached an agreement with the 3 sovereign noble clans of the human race, then this duel between Xiao Chen and Wen Xiren would be an excellent opportunity for the other party to make a move. How could Xiao Chen not guess this? He had expected it long ago, so he did not fear these people. After entering Heavenly Saber City, Xiao Chen would have to come out sooner or later, so he rejected Wen Xiren's invitation. This duel ended with Wen Xiren taking the initiative to admit defeat. The spectators slowly scattered. This duel could not be considered startling. Aside from the initial exchange of sabers, which was very exciting and soul-stirring, the subsequent duel between the two was grand and shocking. However, neither side showed any intention of competing with the other. Rather than calling it a duel, it was more like an exchange of pointers between bladesmen. Both sides were evenly matched, testing each other's moves. There was no desire to win. All the bladesmen present were incredibly excited. As Xiao Chen and Wen Xiren exchanged moves, they merged the saber techniques and saber Dao that they had learned and comprehended. Each of them combined the saber arts and saber Dao that they had learned and comprehended. More or less, they all gained something from it. Xiao Chen gently floated up and arrived on the Ying clan's warship. On the bow, Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao were grinning from ear to ear. When they saw Xiao Chen board, they quickly went forward to greet him. "Can you lend this fat lord your Dragon's Gate's warship for a while?" Kim Taeho asked in anticipation as he rubbed his hands together. Lord Jiao, who was at the side, said, "Fatso won quite a lot from the opening of the bets. He is planning to reopen a merchant association without a warship or status." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I'll take some time to send a letter to Shui Lingling and get the Haotian sect to take care of your business. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and look for me directly." Ying Qiong walked over slowly and said softly, "Hee. Big sister will invest the money you borrowed from me. Can I make it a big share?" When Kim Taeho heard this, he rejoiced and nodded continuously. With the support of the Haotian sect and the Ying clan, given Xiao Chen's means, it would be hard for this merchant association not to become big. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In less than 3 years, this fat lord will definitely achieve some results." After chatting for a while, Fatso stood up and took his leave. Lord Jiao quickly followed. After asking, Xiao Chen found out that Fatso had hired Lord Jiao to be his bodyguard. Chapter 987. When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression could not help but turn somewhat strange. He could not help but laugh to himself. Kim Taeho was really good at picking people to be his bodyguard. Lord Jiao might not be good at anything else, but when it came to escaping, even Xiao Chen had to admit that he was not as good as Lord Jiao. Ying Qiong waved his hand and dismissed everyone on the warship. Then he asked seriously, "Xiao Chen, do you really not want me to send someone to escort you to the Tianwu domain's central province?" The journey to the central province's Bushin Palace was very long. There were too many accidents and possibilities. Ying Qiong could not help but worry. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. This should be the final test the Haotian emperor gave me. If he really wants to send me, he can tear space and send me there in an instant. I still have to walk this path myself." Seeing Xiao Chen's insistence, Ying Qiong sighed to himself. He knew that the other party would not change his mind. He said softly, "Since that is the case, I will not try to dissuade you. Remember, you must succeed in the king conferral ceremony. Many of the old people in the clan are watching you. If you fail, too much time has passed. Some promises might not be able to withstand the test of time. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely guessed what the other party meant. The Sky Dome Realms Ing clan must have been sent by the Kunlun Realms Ing clan to protect the Xiao clan's descendant. From the looks of it, the Ing clan might be a contingency plan left behind by the Qing Emperor before he fell 10,000 years ago. However, whether Xiao Chen could help him or not would depend on his performance. I will. From the moment I revealed my identity, the title of Blue Dragon King was destined to be mine. The Bushin Palace did not belong to one or a few people. It represented the alliance of the entire human race, ruling over the vast Tianwu domain. There were also the countless stars in the starry heavens. Such a rule had lasted since the ancient era until now. This rule was deeply ingrained in every human cultivator. The Bushin Palace was the most legitimate ruler of the human race. The title granted by Bushin Palace was very important. This was not just an empty reputation. It also represented a kind of luck, one that was recognized by all the human cultivators. The title of Blue Dragon King was not won by the Qing Emperor. Instead, it was left behind by the founder of the Dragon Gate, a sacred land that had disappeared. The Dragon Gate's existence could also be traced back to the ancient era, which was even older than the Qing Emperor. However, the Dragon Gate developed to a peak in the hands of the Qing Emperor. As a result, when people mentioned the Dragon Gate, they would refer to it as the Qing Emperor's Dragon Gate. Every generation's Dragon Gate Master was the current generation's Blue Dragon King. This title was extremely important to Xiao Chen. Without this title, when they rebuilt the Dragon's Gate in the future, they would lose their status. They would not be recognized by the hundreds of millions of human cultivators. Without luck, they would not be able to rebuild the Dragon's Gate. Xiao Chen gently leaped off the warship and landed on the ground. Then, he raised his head and looked into the distance. Then, he started on this journey that he could only rely on himself to reach. As Xiao Chen traveled on a small mountain path, he was not in a rush. Instead, he continued to digest his gains from the battle with Wenziren. Flawless bright moon. Did the night or the moon come first? Was it the flawless night that made the moon flawless? Or was it the flawless bright moon that made the night perfect and flawless? Without the setting of the night, there would not be the radiance of the bright moon. After thinking for 3 days, Xiao Chen finally figured out the relationship between the two. Only the darkest night could bring out the most perfect moon. The peaceful days lasted for a month. Just as Xiao Chen was about to step out of the profound domain, a group of purple-clad people stopped him. These people were not the people of the Yan, Jiang, or Lin noble clans. They were all cultivators of the Purple Knight Sword sect. There were not many of them, only about 20. Every one of them was at least a martial sage. With Xiao Chen's current judgment, these people's cultivations could not be considered high. However, all of them gave off a sharp light. Without exception, these people were all swordsmen who comprehended sword intent. The person leading them was the great Grandmaster-level martial sage Ouyang Long. Back at Sword Forging Peak, Xiao Chen had let Ouyang Long off. There was another person beside Ouyang Long. This person was even older and gave off the aura of someone past his prime. It was unknown if he was an old monster who had lived for several hundred years. This person was not in closed-door cultivation but was thinking about how to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Long pulled him out. This lineup before Xiao Chen was about half the strength of the Purple Knight Sword sect. Even as a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Ouyang Long could not mobilize them. It looked like someone had convinced the Purple Knight Sword sect. Xiao Chen remained silent. He only remembered the name Purple Knight Sword sect in his heart. Ouyang Long was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "Ha, Xiao Chen, you have been very impressive in the profound domain these days. Unfortunately, you will not be able to return alive. Give this old man a longevity fruit, and this old man will not interfere with your journey to the central province," the white-haired old man beside Ouyang Long said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Xiao Chen's gaze did not linger on this group of people for long. He looked down from the sky and smiled. Even if I give you another 500 years of lifespan, it would be a waste. You will only have the life of a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Feeding it to the dogs is better than wasting it on you." The white-haired old man raged. "What a sharp-tongued brat. Today, this old man will use your corpse to feed the dogs. Lay the formation." Right after the white-haired old man spoke, 20 martial sages with sword intent drew their swords and leaped into the air. Sonic booms rang out. Strong sword intents quickly merged in the air. Once they landed, a huge purple knight sword formation would form. With this sword formation, coupled with the strength of Ouyang Long and the white-haired old man, anyone under the blue-robed emperor would find it hard to escape death. Clang! However, just as the sword intents merged, a saber light lit up on Xiao Chen's body. A great perfection saber soul containing the will of thunder surged out from Xiao Chen's body. A resonant saber hum resounded, and a saber intent as vast as the sea spread out from Xiao Chen's body. At the most suitable opportunity, Xiao Chen instantly shattered the sword intents of these 20 martial sages, not giving them a chance to build up their power to its peak. Xiao Chen's figure moved, and countless saber lights flashed out of his body. Miserable cries resounded. The 20 martial sages had just leaped up when they vomited blood and fell to the ground, severely injured. Xiao Chen thought to himself, how unfortunate. There are too many of them. If there were not more than 10, with their scattered sword intents, he could instantly kill them all. The thing that the flawless saber Dao feared the least was being surrounded. With one move, Xiao Chen injured 20 martial sages who comprehended sword intent. Ouyang Long and the white-haired old man were greatly startled. Their plans were completely ruined. Whoosh! The white-haired old man's figure flashed, and he decisively retreated, completely betraying Ouyang Long. That old bastard! Ouyang Long cursed in his heart. Then he turned around, preparing to flee. However, a white figure blocked Ouyang Long's path. I wonder, where did you get the courage to try and kill me? A swordsman who has not comprehended a sword soul is already nothing in my eyes. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Ouyang Long without any expression on his face. Damn it! A ferocious look flashed in Ouyang Long's eyes. He drew his sword, and a sharp light turned into a sword light piercing towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Ouyang Long wanted to force Xiao Chen away and create a chance for himself to leave. This sword strike contained all of Ouyang Long's strength. The sword light was so resplendent that no one dared to look at it directly. The sharpness of the sword light could pierce through a tall mountain. However, without a soul, no matter how strong it was just for show. Xiao Chen did not move at all. The instant the sword light touched his body, he stretched out his hand and clamped down. The two fingers of his right hand firmly clamped down on the sword. Buzz! A strong force came from the sword. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered wildly. Spider-like cracks spread out under his feet. In the next moment, countless boulders soared into the air behind Xiao Chen. They were densely packed and covered the sky. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He only used two fingers to clamp down on this great grandmaster-level martial sage's sword. Xiao Chen's body was like a saber, as steady as a mountain. His exceptional sharpness intimidated everyone. Ouyang Long's old face flushed red. A bona fide great grandmaster-level martial sage with more than 300 years of cultivation actually had his sword clamped down on by a junior's fingers. Ding! Just as Ouyang Long struggled with all his might, trying to pull his sword out, a sword light charged at Xiao Chen's back. It was the white-haired old man who had returned. He smiled sinisterly and said, "The older, the wiser. Brat die." The white-haired old man had grasped this opportunity very well. It happened to be when Xiao Chen clamped down on Ouyang Long's sword. If Xiao Chen gave up now, it would give Ouyang Long a chance to attack. This sword strike contained all of Ouyang Long's cultivation. At the very least, it could pierce through Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen did not give up, he would be stuck in a dilemma. He would not be able to dodge the white-haired old man's sword strike. Hence, Ouyang Long felt incredibly cocky, smiling coldly. He felt that even if Xiao Chen did not die, he would be severely injured. Clang! Clang! Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was not surprised at the white-haired old man's sword strike. Xiao Chen exerted force with his 2 fingers, and the blue dragon energy in his body circulated quickly. Thunder roared in his body. Before Ouyang Long's incredulous expression, Xiao Chen twisted his fingers, and the sword shattered. Ouyang Long vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Then, Xiao Chen turned around and stretched out his hand. Like a treasured saber, all the sharpness gathered at his fingertip. A melodious sound rang out. That was the melodious hum of a saber. The night sky instantly turned pitch black. One could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hands, covering the sky. The instant night completely descended, Xiao Chen's fingertip happened to touch the tip of the white-haired old man's sword. The white-haired old man's vision went dark. Before he could adapt to this new environment, he saw a flash of light. Kasi. The sound of the sword breaking rang out again. When the light grew brighter, a crescent moon shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. The light flashed and chopped the white-haired old man in half. Then, it soared into the sky. The crescent moon spun gently and turned into a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Xiao Chen looked at the full moon in the sky and revealed a satisfied expression. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. This is the true flawless bright moon. First comes the night, then the moon. When the night is perfect and flawless, naturally, the moon will not be stained by dust." However, there were several other reasons why Xiao Chen could kill the other party, a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, in one move. Firstly, the other party had been careless. Secondly, this was probably the first time the other party faced such a miraculous saber technique. Most importantly, rather than calling the other party a swordsman, he was more like a scoundrel. All he had was his cultivation. He was far from being a powerful great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Furthermore, he was on the verge of death and had lost his drive. When Xiao Chen killed him, he was like a withered piece of rotten wood. It was not worth it, he was too proud. Chapter 988. Such a scene startled Ouyang Long, who was underground. As he looked at the white-clad Xiao Chen under the moonlight, he exuded the air of a grandmaster. The air of a grandmaster? Since when did he advance to grandmaster-level martial sage? That's not right. His cultivation is still far from that. He is not a grandmaster-level martial sage yet. Ouyang Long did not dare to think further. Ignoring the other Purple Knight Sword Sect disciples, he turned around and fled. With a thought, the bright moon in the sky slowly disappeared. As Xiao Chen watched Ouyang Long flee, a murderous intent flashed on his face. He stood on 2 lightning dragons and moved as fast as lightning, appearing like a flickering light. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun continuously. The might of his will supported the lightning dragons under him. This made Xiao Chen look like he was standing on a bolt of lightning, becoming one with it. He was astonishingly fast. With a few accelerations, he caught up to the injured Ouyang Long. Bang! 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 Ouyang Long no longer had a sword in his hand. Furthermore, he was injured. How could he block Xiao Chen? In less than 10 moves, Xiao Chen knocked him to the ground, weakening him. Cough, cough. Xiao Chen, don't be happy too early. This time, not only will you not be able to go to the king conferral ceremony, but you can also forget about surviving. Ouyang Long knew that he would die for sure. He roared in despair, "You will definitely die on the way." Before Ouyang Long could finish speaking, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. A saber light flashed, and a bloody hole appeared on Ouyang Long's forehead. Xiao Chen removed Ouyang Long's spatial ring and weighed it before placing it in his universe ring. Ouyang Long's dying words echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. "You are walking a dead end, a dead end." Xiao Chen looked into the distance, in the direction of the central province's Bushin Palace. Xiao Chen's footsteps did not hesitate at all. He did not shrink back at all as he walked forward without hesitation. He was like the heart of a bladesman, not panicking, not hesitating, rather breaking than bending. In the sky, on a heavy warship, the members of the 3 sovereign clans gathered together. Inside the control room, Yan Shirsi and the scions of the Jiang and Lin clans sat together. An old man stood behind each of them. They were the first elders of the 3 clans. In front of them, there was a mirror that looked like a water curtain. The scene of two great Grandmaster-level martial sages dying at Xiao Chen's hands appeared on the screen. These people all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never thought that Xiao Chen would actually grow to such an extent. The Lin clan scion had a gloomy gaze as he said, "We really can't let this fellow live. Otherwise, he will definitely become the second Qing emperor." At that time, if he were to take charge of Bushan Palace, there would definitely be no way for our family to survive. Yan Shirsi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. He absolutely won't be able to escape this time. Perhaps we might not even need to make a move." Although this group of people had seen Xiao Chen's strength, they were still very confident that they could kill Xiao Chen. Clearly, they had made ample preparations and had the means to kill Xiao Chen. 7 days later, Xiao Chen arrived at a city. This was a large city at the borders of the Profound Domain and the Tianwu Domain. It was called Strange Fire City. Along the way, aside from practicing martial techniques, Xiao Chen did not neglect the most fundamental cultivation. Xiao Chen had 49 peak spirit veins and the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which surpassed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. His cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. If not for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer strengthening Xiao Chen's foundation, he would have successfully advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage long ago. He would not have had to wait until now. At this moment, Xiao Chen was only a hair's breadth away from Grandmaster-level martial sage. With just a little effort, he could advance to Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, Xiao Chen had even greater ambitions. Grandmaster-level martial sage was not what he wanted. Xiao Chen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to peak superior grade martial sage and directly advance to great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Only then would he be able to use his absolute strength to suppress the White Emperor city's Xiao Hoju, killing all the people who were planning to cause trouble and ruin. This was not impossible. Xiao Chen did not lack resources at all. Furthermore, he had 48 peak spirit veins. Even the inheritors of the Holy Lands could not compare to him. What he lacked was only inner comprehension and vision. Those older generation great Grandmaster-level martial sages all had more than 100 years of comprehension and vision. What Xiao Chen wanted to do was to use this test as an opportunity to walk the path that those people had taken 100 years to walk in one step. This was also why Xiao Chen rejected Ying Qiong's offer to send someone to escort him. He could only walk this path himself. Otherwise, even if he went to the central province and appeared at the king conferral ceremony, he would just be embarrassing himself. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen started to size up the city before him. It was too quiet, very uncoordinated. Xiao Chen scanned the streets with his spiritual sense. The streets were empty. He stepped into the city. There were stalls, restaurants, and shops on the wide streets. There was only some dust. This city had not been empty for long. Boom. When Xiao Chen arrived at the center of the city, a sharp, cold, killing chi suddenly surged out of the silent city and soared into the clouds. Many elite soldiers wearing black armor and holding crossbows leaped out of the buildings in the city. Killing chi radiated from them, and there were at least 50,000 of them. When looking carefully, everyone's positions seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves, like they formed a strange formation. The many spears of killing chi all pointed at Xiao Chen. Even Xiao Chen felt unnatural. His muscles tensed up, and his law energy quickly pulsed. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, finding this somewhat incredulous. Earlier, when he scanned the city with his spiritual sense, he had not seen anyone. Dun, 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 dun. The sound of horses galloping resounded. A few large black horses galloped over from the distance, kicking up a trail of dust as they galloped over. The horses whipped their whips, and in a few breaths, a small group of 100 cavalrymen arrived before Xiao Chen. The black armor of the 100 cavalrymen before Xiao Chen was even thicker and more solid than that of the elite soldiers. Occasionally, light flashed between the gaps of the armor. It was clearly a complete set of superior grade sage grade secret treasures. A complete set of superior grade sage grade secret treasures was much stronger than an ordinary king grade secret treasure. A complete set of 100 cavalrymen was a large sum of money. Without 20 million black astral coins, it would be difficult to obtain them. In fact, even if one had the money, it would not be easy. The black horse that Xiao Chen rode was not an ordinary spirit beast. Based on its characteristics, it was clearly a peak warhorse, the Qilin horse. Just the horse itself was as strong as a martial sage. When the cavalrymen were 1 kilometer away from Xiao Chen, they stopped in an orderly fashion. They did not say a word, only looking coldly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen searched his mind for information on Strange Fire City. As a large city at the borders, Strange Fire City was under the jurisdiction of the Bushin Palace. It had the responsibility of protecting the Tianwu domain in the first place. These soldiers on the roofs were all elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. They were much stronger than some of the disciples of the 9 ranks of the great families. The city lord, Wang Feng, had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. These cavalrymen before Xiao Chen might be the other party's personal guards. White-robed Xiao Chen, Strange Fire City's city lord, Wang Feng. I have long heard of your great name. As Xiao Chen pondered, a black-clad man stood on the tallest tower in the city and spoke to Xiao Chen. That tall tower was 10 kilometers away from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could only see a black figure with his eyes. He could not make out the other party's appearance. When Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense over, an aura affected him. Similarly, he could only see a vague silhouette. Wang Feng stood on that tall tower, not doing anything. Wind and clouds churned behind him. The wind and clouds inhaled and exhaled all sorts of scenes, giving one a feeling of vast mountains and rivers, a majestic grandeur. The blue-robed emperor. This was the blue-robed emperor. No matter where he was in the Kunlun realm, he would be known as the blue-robed emperor. With one more step, he would be able to ascend to the great Tao and enter the realm of Emperor Wu. The other party set up such a large formation but did not rush to attack. Xiao Chen did not know what they were planning. Xiao Chen did not make any changes. He said sullenly, "The Haotian sex Xiao Chen greets City Lord Wang." 10 kilometers away, on the tall tower, Wang Feng smiled and said, "Even in such a situation, you can still remain so calm. White-robed Xiao Chen, you are rather courageous." "I, Wang, will not speak any nonsense. On behalf of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord, I invite you to stay in this small city for 1 month. After 1 month, the sky and the sea will be vast, and you will be free to roam." Wang Feng's words were rather beautiful. After 1 month, the king conferral ceremony would have ended long ago. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "What if I say no?" Wang Feng had guessed Xiao Chen's answer long ago. He smiled faintly and said, "Then, my 50,000 soldiers guarding the border will make sure you die without a corpse." Wang Feng's tone was calm and casual. However, right after Wang Feng spoke, the originally bleak killing qi in the city turned even colder. 50,000 pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Chen from the eaves. A cold killing qi seeped out of their pores. Most people would not be able to endure such a formation. Fear would spread to every part of the body. It would be bad if one could bring out half their combat prowess. Strange Fire City guarded the border. As long as Xiao Chen entered the Tianwu domain from this direction, the other party would immediately discover him. Whether he entered the city or not, the result would be the same. Sorry for the offense. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Even if there were thousands of soldiers, he had to give it a try. He had to go to the king conferral ceremony. The moment Xiao Chen pushed off the ground, before he left the ground, countless sonic booms rang out. Many black arrows flickered with light, giving off ear-piercing screeches as they flew towards Xiao Chen. Without needing to look, Xiao Chen could guess that these were not ordinary arrows. They could definitely injure a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The 50,000 elite soldiers guarding the border of Strange Fire City were definitely not just for show. The arrows were like rain, covering the sky and the ground, not leaving any blind spots. Piercing sonic booms filled the air. The killing qi that Xiao Chen stored up earlier exploded at this moment. Heaven and earth trembled as it erupted. Bang! 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 A boundless saber intent shot out from every part of Xiao Chen's body. The arrows shattered in the air, unable to get close to Xiao Chen. Standing on a lightning dragon, Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning. His figure flickered endlessly in the air, sending saber winds everywhere. The black-armored soldiers on the eaves leaped around, appearing very agile. The arrows moved like beams of light, shooting out continuously. The black-armored soldiers closely followed Xiao Chen. As long as he relaxed, 10,000 arrows would pierce his heart. The 100 black-armored soldiers below stared at Xiao Chen's figure. They did not say anything, their faces expressionless. Even further away, Wang Feng, who was on the tall tower, smiled faintly as he stood upright with his hands behind his back. Chapter 989. He himself would not make a move on Xiao Chen. The people of a higher circle would not do anything to him. Although Wang Feng could not come into contact with them, he had heard of them at his cultivation realm. If these 50,000 elite soldiers and 100 personal guards could not stop Xiao Chen, the White Emperor City's Holy Lord would have nothing to say. Back then, these 50,000 elite soldiers had even wiped out a rank 9 demonic beast pack. If they still could not stop Xiao Chen, it could only be said that he had overwhelming luck and was not fated to die. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, was not in a good situation. The 50,000 elite soldiers caught hold of his every movement. This made it hard for him to move. It looked like he was flickering and moving without a trace. In reality, Xiao Chen's position was fixed in a certain space. He could not charge out at all. If this continued, Xiao Chen would exhaust himself to death here sooner or later. White-robed Xiao Chen, this is just the beginning. Without the blue-robed Emperor's cultivation, you will not be able to break free of my 50,000 elite soldiers, Wang Feng said softly from the tall tower. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng saw all of this. He said softly, "As long as you nod your head, I will stop immediately. I will guarantee your safety for 1 month. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The methods of the 3 holy masters are rather gentle. After all, we were once colleagues. Walking further down this road, those people are not as easy to talk to as I am." What Wang Feng said was true. At the very least, the 3 sovereign noble clans would not show any mercy. However, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded hypocritical. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What was the point of putting on a false face? If not for the Haotian Emperor standing behind Xiao Chen, if not for fear of the backup plans that the Qing Emperor left behind, why would the 3 holy masters be so careful? This was originally Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony. However, they delayed it by half a year, only officially announcing it to the world when Xiao Hoju accumulated 1 million military merits. Xiao Chen had accumulated 1 million military merits for the Bushan Palace. On Dragonwood Star, he had taken down 3 resource stars without expending a single soldier. After fighting the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors and risking his life to destroy the corpse refining pool, this was the result. They played tricks behind his back, causing him to be hunted down in the primal chaos domain, delaying his king conferral ceremony, and supporting Xiao Hoju to suppress him. Now they were even more outrageous. Not only did they send the 3 sovereign noble families to attack him, but they also sent 3 sovereign noble families to attack him. Not only did they get the 3 sovereign noble clans to attack him, but they also publicly sent people to block him. Even so, Xiao Chen accepted it. He would just treat this as a test on his path to being conferred king. But he couldn't stand these people. Their actions were clearly like a slap to his face. Xiao Chen still said seriously that the slap was for his own good. "If I did not do it, Xiao Chen would not do it. I gave you face by slapping you, but not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you were also stubborn. You deserve to be slapped." "That's treacherous," Chen continued. Xiao Chen with the Chen with the Chen with Chen, 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 Chen with Chen. Chen with Chen with Chen. "Don't be ungrateful when I give you face. This Wang's patience is limited." Xiao Chen's lips curled up. His figure paused in the air, and he smiled. "City Lord Wang, I really do not need you to give me face. You can give it to whoever you want. If you think that you can block me, trap me, or kill me like this, then I can only tell you that you are gravely mistaken." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he silently circulated his flawless saber Dao. A cool breeze blew, and Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered. Immediately, melodious tinkling rang out, sounding like the most wondrous treasure saber in the world trembling gently. The originally formless saber chi in the air turned into saber lights. Not only did they shatter the arrows, but they also broke every bowstring. The sound of the bowstrings snapping and the beautiful hum of the saber merged together, forming an exquisite melody. 50,000 elite soldiers. Only the blue-robed emperor can cross. In that case, I will show you how to cross it today. My body is like a saber. Even my clothes and hair can become sharp. On the eaves, the bowstrings of the bows in the hands of the 50,000 elite soldiers were all broken. The arrows that were entangling people finally stopped shooting. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng's face sank. He said coldly, "Personal guards, stop him." Thump, thump, thump. 100 personal guards of the city lord's residence wearing secret treasure battle armor soared into the air on Qilin horses. Black flames burned under the hooves of the horses. As the horses galloped in the air, these Qilin horses all looked incredibly ferocious. The blood of the ancient divine beast, the Qilin, flowed in their veins. As they neighed, they gave off an indistinct holy might. These 100 personal guards were only peak superior grade martial sages, not grandmaster-level martial sages. However, they guarded the borders, often walking the edge of massacres, experiencing thousands of battles. Together with their full sets of secret treasure battle armor, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular grandmaster-level martial sage. With 100 people working together, they could even contend against great grandmaster-level martial sages. A group of people whizzed over, like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Their vigorous auras combined together, giving off a great sense of oppression. Clang! The 100 personal guards drew their weapons at the same time. Every one of them executed a different martial technique. However, they worked in tandem with each other, showing no signs of being scattered. Of all the people that Xiao Chen had seen, only the 13 keepers by Wuxia's side could surpass such tacit cooperation. When dealing with such a combination martial technique, one either had to find the other party's weakness or clash head-on. Aside from this, there were no other methods. Xiao Chen gave them a quick glance and rejected the first method. These 100 people had probably worked together for more than 100 years. The combination martial technique before Xiao Chen seemed to work as one, interlocking with each other. There were no openings to speak of. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen would use force to break through. His physical body had already reached rank 4 sage body. Furthermore, with the divine materials that he had consumed, his resilience and recovery abilities had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Of course, this was just an ordinary blue-robed emperor. The Kunlun realm was vast and boundless. There was no lack of blue-robed emperors who had not reached the level of Emperor Wu, but their physical bodies had already reached the level of Emperor Wu's golden body. Emperor Wu's golden body was hard to injure by ordinary weapons, impervious to fire and water. At higher levels, he could even regrow broken limbs and regrow flesh. That was a horrifying level. Right now, Xiao Chen was still far from it. A huge shadow soared up from behind Xiao Chen. The owner of the shadow could not be seen clearly. However, the silhouette was that of a divine bird with folded wings. Even before it spread its wings, it was already so huge, like a tall mountain. Its shadow covered the 100 personal guards. Kuan Peng fist, great rock spreading its wings, hating the sky for being too low. Bang! The instant the 100 personal guards clashed, Xiao Chen punched. The instant the Kuan Peng spread its wings and soared, Xiao Chen's aura immediately overwhelmed the 100 people in front of him. The might of this punch completely brought out the 5 dragon force in his body. Xiao Chen formed the stance of the Kuan Peng spreading its wings. When the fist wind swept out, it knocked back the 100 personal guards. Although the other party retreated, his aura did not fall into disorder. He pulled on the reins, and the horses neighed as their auras gathered again. On the other hand, after exhausting the Kuan Peng fist, Xiao Chen's aura weakened slightly. He suppressed them. Interesting. The Qilin horse is indeed a peak warhorse. What Xiao Chen praised was the horse and not the person. If not for the Qilin horse, even if his punch could not severely injure the 100 people, it would be enough to scatter them. However, if this was all it took to trap him and stop him, then it would be too naive of him. Today, Xiao Chen had to pass through Strange Fire City. His face did not need this group of hypocritical people to give him charity. Xiao Chen would definitely appear at the king conferral ceremony. An electric light flashed, and Xiao Chen charged over first. There were no repercussions from clashing head-on. Wang Feng, who was in the tall tower, frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Bang! 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 Before Wang Feng could detect anything, Xiao Chen threw 100 punches and 5 dragon-shaped clumps of energy. 5 dragon-shaped energies surged up and down behind Wang Feng, stirring up the wind and clouds. The dragons roared endlessly, their might lingering. Holding nothing back, Xiao Chen faced 100 punches in a row. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. On the other hand, the 100 personal guards were in an even worse state. Cracks had already appeared on the skin under their armor. Blood leaked out and dyed their armor red. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. The initial sharpness no longer existed. The strand of aura that connected them also became weak. Wang Feng's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Personal guards, quickly retreat." Smiling coldly, how could Xiao Chen allow these 100 people to retreat? A divine light descended from the sky. Under Xiao Chen's control, myriad heaven-divine fists deities descending tripled his combat prowess. He punched with 15 dragon force. Dragon might covered Xiao Chen's head, and his long hair fluttered. He wanted to finish off this group of personal guards with this punch. Blood splattered. When this punch flew out, a strong wind blew, and space trembled. There was a rustling sound, and the heavily injured personal guards in their armor turned into a mist of blood. Their bones turned to dust, not even leaving a corpse behind. The Qilin horses that Xiao Chen rode howled in agony as they fell to the ground. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the 100 sets of battle armor in the air into his universe ring. Good. Xiao Chen, you have truly angered me. Today, this strange fire city will be your burial ground. Wang Feng's expression sank. These 100 personal guards had helped him through many calamities when he became the blue-robed emperor, so they had a deep bond with them. In the past few years, these 100 personal guards had also contributed greatly to guarding the borders. They were like Wang Feng's left and right arms. Now, Xiao Chen actually killed them all. Furthermore, it was in such a miserable manner, beating them until not even their corpses remained. Wang Feng hated that he could not personally make a move and kill Xiao Chen. However, he endured in the end. Form the 1,000 dragon arrow formation and trap him to death. The 50,000 elite soldiers whose bowstrings had been broken earlier had already changed their bows and nocked arrows. Beams of scarlet light soared into the sky from where the black-armored soldiers stood. As the arrows shot out, a vast formation suddenly formed in Strange Fire City. The arrows formed arrow dragons in the scarlet light that filled the sky, moving around in the air. The number of arrows increased. In the blink of an eye, the number of arrow dragons in the air reached 1,000. Scarlet clouds covered the sky, and the air froze. An arrow dragon flew at Xiao Chen. The long dragon formed by the arrows showed a ferocious expression. It bared its fangs and claws, looking like a living creature. A scarlet light flowed on the dragon's body. Xiao Chen tilted his body, and a bright saber light soared up from his body. Then he ferociously smashed down like a saber chopping down. Bang! The arrow dragon shattered in an instant. However, the arrows did not shatter like before. With the support of the scarlet light, they became unbreakable. Chapter 990. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his body surge, and his internal organs trembled intensely. The energy contained in the arrow dragons was even greater than that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage when he burst out with his full power. The arrow dragons in the 1,000 dragon formation seemed to come in an endless stream, either crashing into Xiao Chen directly, tearing with their sharp claws, or sweeping with their tails. They covered the sky, leaving no space to dodge. In a few breaths, Xiao Chen scattered more than 100 arrow dragons. However, he did not have it easy either. If not for the fact that he had a Tier 4 physique, just the recoil alone would have shattered his bones. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng showed a sullen expression. This 1,000 dragon arrow formation had not been activated for many years already, so it exhausted a lot of energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Feng would not use it. However, he needed to use it now. Otherwise, if he really let Xiaochen escape, he would be utterly humiliated. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of demonic geniuses who fell along the way. Xiaochen, you are regretting it now, right? However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. I tried to advise you nicely, but you stubbornly refuse to listen. Even if you agree now, I will not stop. However, Xiaochen remained incredibly calm in the Thousand Dragon Arrow formation, not panicking at all. He materialized his flawless saber Dao and weaved through the arrow dragons, appearing perilous all around. At this moment of life and death, Xiaochen's heart remained calm. He was completely immersed in the battle, ignoring Wang Feng's words. After a long time, Xiaochen's figure paused in the air. It was like he did not see the arrow dragons flying at him at all. Xiaochen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips and muttered to himself, "Indeed, only by comprehending between life and death can one further integrate the flawless saber Dao. It is time to break the Thousand Dragon Arrow formation." With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiaochen's grasp. Then, he gently grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. Wang Feng showed a stern expression as he looked at Xiaochen, who suddenly had a saber in his hand. He did not care. He smiled coldly and said, "You are already a spent force. Let's see how you are going to turn things around. You can forget about leaving this city in my hands." Just as Wang Feng spoke, he slowly drew that simple and unadorned saber by 2 centimeters. The half-inch saber light was as dazzling as the sun. A scarlet light spread in the air, filled with killing qi. Under the illumination of the saber light, it was like snow melting. Strange Fire City returned to normal, and the world became clear. The light was too dazzling. The 50,000 elite soldiers on the roof were caught off guard and they all closed their eyes out of reflex. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows. He revealed a shocked expression, even more shocked than when Xiaochen displayed 15 Dragon Force. A top-notch subdivine weapon. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this guy have? This is an existence that can enter the divine weapon ranking in the future. Previously, when Xiaochen displayed 15 Dragon Force and a rank 4 Sage body, Wang Feng had not been too surprised. As far as he was concerned, they weren't much of a threat to him. However, with a subdivine weapon that could enter the divine weapon list, everything would be different. All the divine weapons in the world were only as strong as Emperor-grade secret treasures. In Xiaochen's eyes, they were not startling treasures. However, the 10 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking were very different. There were only 10 of them in the entire world, and they could rival primordial emperor treasures. Primordial emperor treasures were the peak emperor-grade secret treasures. There were only 3 of them in the entire Tianwu domain, and they were all in the hands of the 3 holy masters. If this saber really managed to enter the divine weapon ranking in the future, the 3 holy masters would not be able to do anything to this person. At that time, when Xiaochen became a martial emperor and sought trouble for him, even the White Emperor City's holy lord would not be able to protect him. With this thought, Wang Feng could not help feeling regret. He should not have agreed to the White Emperor City's holy lord's request. However, as Xiaochen said, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now that he knew regret, it was too late. Bang! The lunar shadow saber was drawn, and many illusory figures shot out from Xiaochen, materializing thousands of different saber trajectories, looking very dazzling. This was the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber, which Xiaochen had not used for a long time. Earlier, he relied on his flawless saber Dao to contend with the 1,000 dragons. Although Xiaochen was surrounded by danger, he managed to find the weak point of this 1,000 dragon arrow formation. All he had to do was force back the scarlet light filling the sky and separate the arrow dragons from the formation in the city. Then he would find the weak point of the arrow dragons and send out 1,000 saber strikes in one breath of time, destroying all these arrow dragons and breaking the formation. This sounded simple, but it was incredibly difficult to actually do it. First, he had to force back the scarlet light and separate the arrow dragons from the formation. Without a peak subdivine weapon like the lunar shadow saber, Any great Grandmaster level martial sage would not be able to do this easily. Even if one managed to do this, it would be pointless if they could not send out 1,000 saber strikes in one breath of time. Wang Feng was right when he said that only the blue-robed emperor could break the formation. Unfortunately, Wang Feng ran into Xiao Qin. This 1,000-dragon arrow formation could not trap him. Ka! Cracking sounds rang out at the same time. The 1,000 arrow dragon skeletons were all destroyed. By the time the scarlet light closed in again, it was already too late. The figures merged back together, and Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. Then he took a step forward, and his white robes fluttered. He only showed his back to the 50,000 elite soldiers in the city as he broke the formation. Wang Feng watched as Xiao Qin left, slowly vanishing from his sight. Wind and clouds surged behind him. Wan Feng's forehead opened, and an indistinct spot of golden light appeared. Overwhelming energy surged in his body. Ripples appeared in the space in front of Wan Feng, somewhat uncontrollable. All he had to do was take a step forward, and he could instantly catch up to Xiao Qin. Within 10 moves, he could kill Xiao Qin. However, Wan Feng did not take this step in the end. He scattered the heavenly laws in his body and closed the vertical eye on his forehead. The surging wind and clouds slowly calmed down. Wan Feng looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. "City Lord, should we give chase?" the commander of the 50,000 elite soldiers asked as he flew forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Wang Feng did not reply. Instead, he looked up. A black warship stuck close to the barrier of the sky, flying as fast as lightning. Its speed was close to the limit of the Kunlun realm. Never mind. He already broke the 1,000-dragon arrow formation. There is no point in giving chase. Since those people are confident of killing him, we will just ignore them. After a long time, Wang Feng withdrew his gaze and said, "I will leave the position of Strange Fire City's city lord to you. I will not be returning for the next 100 years." Wang Feng suddenly said something strange. Then his figure flashed, and he flew back to the starry heavens before that commander's confused gaze. Wang Feng suddenly said something strange. His figure flashed, and under the confused gaze of the commander, he flew back to the starry sky. Pu Ci. After traveling 500 kilometers away from Strange Fire City, Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood, still feeling some lingering fear. In the end, when Xiao Qin broke the 1,000-dragon arrow formation and left, he felt a sharp gaze on his back, extremely dangerous. This made Xiao Qin very nervous. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame stored up power in his eyes, ready to unleash the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram at any time. The blue dragon medallion that sealed the Qing Emperor's saber light for 10,000 years already appeared between Xiao Qin's fingers. If Xiao Qin guessed right, the owner of that gaze should be Wang Feng. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move in the end. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat problematic. The blue-robed emperor's cultivation is indeed terrifying. The purple and white lights in Xiao Qin's eyes vanished. He put away the blue dragon medallion and sighed softly. The difference between the blue-robed emperor and great grandmaster-level martial sage was like heaven and earth, a vast chasm in cultivation. The heavenly sage laws in the other party's body had already been refined into the higher-level heavenly laws. Heavenly laws and heavenly sage laws were only one word apart, but they were completely different. The difference between the two was like quintessence and essence. There was no comparison at all. They were just short of an opportunity to condense a heavenly world in their sea of consciousness. Then, they could push open the Emperor's door and ascend to the great Tao, embark on the Emperor's road, and become the person at the top of the pyramid. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "Now that I run into the blue-robed Emperor, I have no chance of defeating him by relying on my own strength." The higher-level Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could more or less help him fight for a chance to escape. The saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind should be able to kill the blue-robed Emperor. However, that was his final trump card. Xiao Qin could protect himself even if he ran into Emperor Wu. Using it on the blue-robed Emperor would be too much of a waste. I have to advance to great grandmaster-level martial sage first. There is no point in thinking too much now. Xiao Qin thought to himself. Earlier, when he was in the 1,000-dragon arrow formation, He had been on the brink of death. This allowed him to gain several more comprehensions and improve his understanding of the flawless saber Dao. He was now 70% confident of advancing to Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage the instant he advanced to Grandmaster level Martial Sage. With a flip of his hand, a Sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries and a Sage-grade essence-nurturing pill appeared in his palm. Then he swallowed them at the same time. When he killed the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei in the 9 layers of Purgatory, he had obtained 2 bottles of Sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries, enough for him to use for a long time. The injuries and exhaustion he suffered in the earlier battle healed quickly. In less than an hour, he would be able to return to his peak state. Just at this moment, Xiaoqun frowned. A black warship appeared, and 6 people jumped off, blocking his path. 3 of these people were not unfamiliar to him. They were the scions of the Yan clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan. The people of the sovereign noble clans finally appeared. His first senior sister's words were unfortunately spot on. The strength of these 3 had improved significantly. However, they still could not catch Xiaoqun's attention. Xiaoqun fixed his gaze on the 3 old men with extremely high cultivations that he could not make out. However, it was unrealistic for just 3 peak Great Grandmaster level martial sages to block him. Based on the other party's confident expression, the situation did not seem right. Xiaoqun raised his guard. "Make your move, elders. There is no need to waste words with him. However, please leave the final chance to kill him to the 3 of us." Yan Shirsi remained expressionless as he looked at Xiaoqun like a dead man. Then he moved to the side with the scions of the Jiang clan and Lin clan. The 3 of them had suffered greatly at Xiaoqun's hands before. This left a shadow in their hearts. If they could not get rid of this shadow, it would become a mental barrier in their hearts, forever preventing them from reaching the Great Tao. Only by killing Xiaoqun personally could they get rid of this shadow. The 3 old men did not say anything. They casually waved their hands, and a secret treasure appeared in each of their hands. Boom! A boundless aura surged out and knocked Xiaoqun back. The Tortoise Spirit Shield, the Profound Een Umbrella, and the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, the Emperor-grade secret treasures of the 3 sovereign noble clans. Xiaoqun showed a grave expression as he infused the immortal will of thunder into his body. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble before he managed to stabilize himself. 3 bona fide Emperor-grade secret treasures were all here. No wonder these 3 were so confident. Emperor-grade secret treasures possessed horrifying might. Furthermore, 3 of them came at the same time. Chapter 991. Xiaoqun smiled bitterly to himself. The Yan clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan really put in a lot of effort to kill him. The situation before Xiaoqun was extremely dangerous, even more horrifying than the obstruction in Thousand Dragon City. However, the only consolation was that only Emperor Wu could bring out the full might of the Emperor-grade secret treasures. As a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, one could only bring out 1/10 of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's strength at best. The burden on one's body was similarly great. Every time one used it, they would have to pay a huge price. But even so, it was extremely difficult to obtain a chance of survival. Xiaoqun quickly analyzed the situation. Based on the information he obtained, he had a vague plan to deal with this situation. 1/10 of the Emperor-grade secret treasure strength was equal to a strike from the blue-robed Emperor. Using 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures in succession was equivalent to receiving 3 moves from a quasi-emperor before he could hope for a chance of survival. Xiaoqun, back then, you snatched our secret treasures and even dared to boast shamelessly. Today, we will bury you here and make you pay the true price. The first elders of the 3 clans each stood on one side. The 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures sealed off this space, restraining Xiaoqun's freedom wings. With the Emperor-grade secret treasures locked onto him, it would be very difficult to leave. Yan Shirsi smiled coldly, wanting to see the despair on Xiaoqun's face after being forced into a dead end. Unfortunately, Yan Shirsi was disappointed. Aside from the initial shock of getting knocked back, Xiaoqun did not show any panic or despair on his face. Brother Yan, just ignore him. Later, he will beg for mercy. I don't believe that he can survive after spending so much effort in the 1,000 Dragon Arrow formation, the Lin clan scion said with a smile. When the Lin clan scion saw the situation, he smiled. The rightmost Jiang clan scion said coldly, as long as the 3 first elders find an opening, they will attack at lightning speed. Within 3 moves, he will become a cripple. At that time, we can torture him however we want. Inside the primal chaos domain, the 3 first elders held the emperor-grade secret treasures in their hands. He had wanted to kill Xiao Chen, but in the end, not only had he been beaten into a sorry state, he had even lost his secret treasure. This was a great humiliation. Now that he had forced Xiao Chen into a situation of certain death, he could not help but feel proud. The purple talisman containing a great perfection saber soul hovered above Xiao Chen's head. He did his best to resist the might and pressure from the emperor-grade secret treasure, not letting himself reveal any openings. The 3 old men showed astonished expressions. The profound Yin umbrella, the tortoise spirit shield, and the 10,000 beast cauldron were 3 emperor-grade secret treasures. Although the 3 of them could bring out only a tenth of their might, when they worked together, their might and pressure could kill some grandmaster-level martial sages. But now, after such a long time, under the heavy pressure, Xiao Chen was actually still able to maintain his original state of mind, not revealing any flaws at all. Faintly, one could even see a sharpness and an intense competitive spirit. Don't hold back. We have to cripple this brat with a single blow. Otherwise, there will be trouble this time. The Yen clan old man snorted coldly, and the heavenly sage laws in his body poured into the profound Yin umbrella above his head. The profound Yin umbrella immediately unfurled, and the scarlet profound Yin flame started burning even more intensely. Strands of cold qi flowed toward Xiao Chen from all directions. As long as a strand of it entered, it would immediately turn into a cold poison, inflicting severe damage on Xiao Chen. The first elders of the Jiang clan and Lin clan quickly followed behind. The shield formed by the simple and unadorned tortoise shell flickered with dense talisman scripts. When the might and pressure arrived, space became like water, squeezing into all sorts of shapes. The Lin clan's 10,000 beast cauldron gave off an even more oppressive might. The ferocious roars of various ancient mutated beasts came from the cauldron. The roars rose and fell like endless waves, rumbling deafeningly. With the pressure from the 3, Xiao Chen clearly could not contend with them with just the immortal will of thunder and the great perfection saber soul. Xiao Chen's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Sweat dripped off his forehead. Cracks appeared on his skin, and blood flowed out. The ground under Xiao Chen's feet instantly cracked. The ground moved and the sky spun. It was like the universe was overturning. Seeing Xiao Chen gradually unable to hold out, his aura weakening, and many small openings appearing, the 3 old men revealed expressions of joy on their strained faces. So, in just a while, Xiao Chen's aura would completely crumble. At that time, they would not need to use too much of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's energy to cripple Xiao Chen. After all, they would have to pay a significant price to bring out even a tenth of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's energy. If they could reduce the price, they would definitely do their best. The expressions on the faces of Yen Shirsi and the heir of the Jiang and Lin clans slowly turned interesting. All they needed was a lightning-quick strike, and the name Xiao Chen would disappear from the world. Suddenly, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, and his aura crumbled. The purple lightning talisman above his head turned into motes of electric light flying everywhere. Attack! The Yen clan first elder's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the umbrella. His figure flashed, and the profound Yin umbrella flew toward Xiao Chen. A sinister wind blew, giving off an overwhelming chill. Before the profound Yin umbrella arrived, a layer of frost already covered Xiao Chen's body. His black hair turned snow-white, and his lips turned bloodless. When the Jiang clan and Lin clan first elders saw the situation, they hesitated and stopped attacking. Based on Xiao Chen's situation, with his aura crumbling and the cold poison invading him, he could not retaliate at all. There was no need for them to attack. In that case, there was no need to use the Emperor-grade secret treasures and damage their physical bodies for nothing. However, the 2 did not notice a trace of mockery flash on Xiao Chen's bloodless face. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. I made the right bet. I knew that this group of people would not be fearless. Bang! With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared. When the profound Yin umbrella was less than 10 meters away, he drew it at lightning speed. In that instant, a dazzling light froze Xiao Chen's figure. The frost on his body instantly melted, and the scattered electricity gathered back together. The immortal will of thunder that contained the great perfection saber soul turned into a purple lightning talisman and reappeared above Xiao Chen's head. The instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, his aura that had already crumbled gathered back together, becoming even stronger. A sharp light surged out, clashing with the Emperor-grade secret treasure. By relying on the might of lunar shadow, Xiao Chen suppressed the Emperor-grade secret treasure that the other party could only bring out a portion of its power. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the scene seemed to freeze. There was a crisp sound, and the Yen clan First Elder's profound Yin umbrella was knocked out of his hand by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Another saber light lit up. It was Xiao Chen's left foot kicking out at nearly the same time, landing heavily on the Yen clan First Elder's chest. Blood spurted out as Xiao Chen kicked the Yen clan First Elder back, shattering his ribs. 5 Dragon Force, 25,000 tons of force, was not easy to endure when kicked out with the flawless saber Dao. This sudden change happened in an instant. Xiao Chen, who was clearly on the verge of dying, actually exploded out and injured someone, knocking the Yen clan First Elder back. We were fooled by this brat. He scattered his aura on his own. The Jiang clan and Lin clan elders were startled. They had not expected Xiao Chen to do that. By scattering his aura, it meant that he had to endure the might of 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures. The internal injuries he would suffer would be no joke. Even if he could suppress it temporarily, when it erupted, it would be a lot to bear. Furthermore, if the two of them had attacked together, his old and new injuries would erupt together. Even a deity would not be able to save him. When the two of them looked at Xiao Chen, they trembled in fear. This kind of person was too ruthless. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Whoosh! Now that an opening appeared, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he charged out. When he arrived before the 3 scions, his lips curled up in a cruel smile. These 3 showed horrified expressions. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking about how to torture Xiao Chen before killing him. In the next moment, Xiao Chen kicked the Yen clan First Elder away and charged over to them. You 3 pieces of trash want to kill me? Today I will cripple you first. A cold light flashed on Xiao Chen's saber. He executed his strongest killing move, the subduing dragon profound slash, expressionlessly. Out of sight, out of mind. Since Xiao Chen found an opportunity, he would not give the 3 a chance to flee. Stop! The Jiang clan and Lin clan's First Elders shouted in fright. How could they dare to hold back? They used their 2 Emperor-grade secret treasures to charge over without holding anything back. They wanted to stop Xiao Chen from attacking with their Emperor-grade secret treasures. However, not only did they fail to kill Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen even killed their scions. If word of this spread, the various clan heads would be enraged. Right now, Xiao Chen was as strong as a great grandmaster-level martial sage. If he used his full power, how could the 3 scions be a match for him? Furthermore, he used his strongest killing move, the subduing dragon profound slash. When Xiao Chen attacked, he did not intend to let the 3 live. 18 azure saber lights swept out and turned the 3 scions into a scarlet light. Xiao Chen personally killed the 3 scions in front of the First Elders of the 3 clans. No one had expected such an ending. The 3 scions would not be able to rest in peace even in death. Before coming, they had looked at Xiao Chen like he was a dead man. They had casually treated Xiao Chen like a turtle in a jar, wanting to use him to vent their anger and get rid of the shadow in their hearts. For the sake of killing Xiao Chen, the 3 clans brought out their secret treasures. They were very bold and ruthless. However, Xiao Chen was even more ruthless than them. Relying on this ruthlessness, he broke out of this certain death situation with a flip of his hand. Bastard! After the scions died miserably, the First Elders of the Jiang clan and Lin clan went berserk. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron and the Tortoise Spirit Shield charged over at the same time. Tens of thousands of ancient tortoise shells lined up to form the tortoise spirit shield. The shock wave from it arrived first. Space was like water, rippling as it was compressed. These were spatial ripples. With just a gentle wave, they could shatter a mountain range for 50 kilometers around. The Jiang clan's first elder poured his heavenly sage laws into the tortoise spirit shield without caring about the expenditure. Blood leaked out of the corners of his eyes, and his face aged 10 years. The might of the tortoise spirit shield was startling. Such horrifying energy already rivaled the strike of the blue-robed emperor. However, it was only 1/10 of the might of an emperor-grade secret treasure. This showed how horrifying the true explosive power of an emperor-grade secret treasure was. If it were in Emperor Wu's hands, he would probably only need one wave to crush Xiaochen into a meat patty. Even a rank 4 sage body would not be enough. Fortunately, the tortoise spirit shield only had 1/10 of its strength. It was just an attack from the blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen still had some confidence in blocking it. Sheathing the saber, Xiaochen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground. Then, he quickly formed hand seals and materialized the 5th move of the myriad heaven divine fist, Eternal Myth. The magic energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness surged, and a deity image appeared behind him, looking exactly like him. Chapter 992. Countless praises rang out. Xiaochen's expression turned solemn and dignified as he continuously burned his magic energy, storing up divine might. When the spatial wave arrived before Xiaochen, he finally succeeded in gathering divine might. The deity statue became 1,000 times larger, radiating a bright light and radiating divine might. Xiaochen leaned over and smashed down with a palm strike. Bang! He blocked the layers of spatial waves. The waves stirred, and a spatial storm spread out in all directions. The deity statue behind him slowly cracked and returned to nothingness. Xiaochen's body shook, feeling dizzy. The Jiang clan elder flew back, blood flowing out of his mouth, making him look even older. Roar! Right after the wave passed, the Lin clan first elder used the 10,000 beast cauldron. The 100 ancient mutated beast images that he summoned instantly arrived before Xiaochen, drowning Xiaochen within. A ruthless expression flashed on the Lin clan first elder's aged face. He raised the 10,000 beast cauldron, wanting to control the 100 ancient mutated beasts to tear Xiaochen to pieces. These 100 ancient mutated beast phantoms weren't something that the Lin clan scion had summoned with his replica could compare to. They already possessed simple intelligence and were even more ferocious. Their bodies were already infinitely close to the physical bodies of the ancient mutated beasts. When 100 ancient mutated beasts appeared, they could even injure the blue-robed emperor. However, Xiaochen happened to not be afraid of this. With a flip of his hand, the Holy Beast Medallion appeared in his palm. A strand of azure light shot out and instantly intimidated the 100 ancient mutated beast images around him. Xiaochen continued burning his magic energy, wanting to use the Holy Beast Medallion to suck in these 100 beasts. However, Xiaochen's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped. An even stronger aura came from the 10,000 beast cauldron. It was like formless chains firmly binding these 100 beasts. The Holy Beast Medallion suction could not break the chains at all. While Xiaochen was distracted, the 100 ancient mutated beasts started to struggle. The Holy Beast Medallion wanted to break free from the deterrent force of the Holy Beast Medallion. Decisively withdrawing, the wind howled as Xiaochen took the opportunity to escape the encirclement of the 100 ancient beasts. The old man from the Lin family widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Xiaochen intimidate the mutated beasts before calmly jumping out of their encirclement. Damn it! He wanted to continue controlling the exotic beasts to attack, but summoning these 100 exotic beasts had already cost him quite a bit. If he wanted to continue controlling it, he would have to rest for a while. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it. Xiaochen paused in the air and glanced at the 3 who were heavily injured. This was a great opportunity. He could kill the 3 of them and even take the opportunity to snatch the 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen rejected this decision. His current body was also not optimistic. In the first place, he had not fully recovered from the battle at Strange Fire City, so he decided to take a risk. The might of the 3 emperor-grade secret treasures surged into Xiao Chen's body at the same time, but he managed to suppress the injuries he suffered. The first elders of the 3 clans sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly recovering from the injuries from activating the emperor-grade secret treasures. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. This time, they had made a huge joke of themselves, bringing 3 emperor-grade secret treasures to kill Xiao Chen. Not only did they fail to kill Xiao Chen, but the scions of the 3 clans that accompanied them all died at Xiao Chen's hands instead. The deaths of scions were not a big deal. The sovereign noble clans had many descendants and many outstanding talents. With the intense competition, there was never a lack of successors. Although it was rare for the scions of the sovereign noble clans to die at a young age when they went out on experiential training, it was not unheard of. The most important thing was the face of the sovereign noble clans. This time, the face of the entire world would be completely thrown away. In the distant horizon, Ying Zongtian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun stood side by side. They peered through space and saw everything that happened. Lu Xiaoyun hugged a sword and smiled. This fellow is really ruthless. I wonder if those old fogies of the Yan clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan can sit still. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, "It looks like my sovereign's tribulation has gained a few more problems." "What's wrong? You don't look worried at all." "Those old fogies of the 3 clans are not weak," Lu Xiaoyun said with a smile. "With me, Wuxia, around, is there a need to be afraid?" Space tore open, and the saber sovereign, Wuxian, walked out, wearing tight robes and holding a treasure saber. Buzz! The moment Wu Xiaoyun appeared, the sword in Lu Xiaoyun's embrace trembled uncontrollably. A surging sword intent waited to be unleashed. "The void sword's temper is still the same as before," Wu Xiaotian said softly with a smile. The void sword was forged by Situ Leihong. It was a divine weapon ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. Lu Xiaoyun suppressed the void sword intent and smiled coldly. "Your time saber has not changed either. It is still the same as before, like a dead ghost." The time saber was also ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. For the sake of his sovereign's tribulation, Ying Zongtian actually managed to get the profound domain's saber sword 2 sovereigns to come. No wonder he was confident that he would succeed in his tribulation. "Let's go. If you want to fight, wait until I undergo my tribulation. There will be a chance for you 2 to make a move then." Clearly, Ying Zongtian had already guessed this would happen. He smiled, not surprised at all. Although the 2 did not like each other, they knew what was more important. They both snorted coldly and ignored each other. In a desolate mountain range, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing. By now, the battle with the 3 sovereign noble clans had already lasted for half a month. For the past half a month, the other party's pursuit had not stopped. Xiao Chen fought as he moved, getting closer and closer to the central province. During this time, several people from other factions joined in as well. During this life-or-death chase and all sorts of enemies, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the martial Dao deepened. After shaking off a group of pursuers, there were less than 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. Finally, Xiao Chen made his decision. He would break through the bottleneck of peak superior grade martial sage and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one step. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stretched out his hand. 10 peak spirit veins origins appeared. He intended to use this to break through the bottleneck. Then he would consume all 10 peak spirit veins in one go and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one go. What kind of concept was this? Xiao Chen cultivated for half a year before consuming 1 peak spirit vein to advance to peak superior grade martial sage. Such a horrifying speed was already shocking enough. Now, Xiao Chen wanted to consume 10 peak spirit veins in one go, all for the sake of advancing to great grandmaster level martial sage. There were 2 ways to be conferred king. One was to become a sovereign martial emperor and become a king, having their own title. If the king title that one wanted already had an owner, one would have to challenge the other party. Only by defeating them could one obtain it. For example, after the Thunder King became a sovereign martial emperor, he immediately challenged the Thunder and Lightning Palace's palace master, who held the title of Thunder King, for the sake of obtaining the title of Thunder King. However, the result was rather tragic. The Thunder King, who was of the same generation as the Qing Emperor, won in the end. As for the Thunder King, Sang Mu, he died mysteriously. The other way was the king conferral ceremony that the Bushin Palace was about to hold. The title of king was conferred by the Bushin Palace based on military merits. Below king were the marquis, nobility, and duke. Compared to the former, the latter were definitely less important. However, they were no less solemn and dignified. In fact, they might even surpass the former. Only with 1 million military merits could one be conferred king. Accumulating 1 million military merits was not an easy task. One could exchange military merits for all sorts of rare spirit pills, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques in the Bushin Palace. It would be very difficult for regular cultivators to not use them. Furthermore, it was not easy to obtain military merits. In the past 1,000 years, no more than 20 people had been conferred the title of king in the Bushin Palace. No more than 10 had been conferred the title of king before the age of 100. None had been conferred the title of king before the age of 50. Now, the White Emperor City's young city lord, Xiaoju, had already accumulated 1 million military merits at the age of 35. He inherited his ancestor's title and was conferred the title of White Tiger King. One could easily imagine what a grand event this was. The 3 vice palace masters of the Bushin Palace worked together to send out invitations to the world to hold a king conferral ceremony in the central province's Jianghu city. Who were the 3 vice palace masters? They were all sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, they were the masters of the 3 holy masters' holy lands, the Vermilion Bird Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. It had been many years since the 3 holy lords worked together to send out invitations. This time, the 3 holy masters sent out invitations together. This showed how important this matter was to them. Given the prestige of the 3 holy masters in the Tianwu domain, if there were no surprises, all the sect masters of the various sects or famous cultivators who received invitations would show up as promised. In fact, there would even be the phenomenon of selling invitations. Outside the Tianwu domain, the reputation of the 3 holy masters' holy lands would no longer be as useful. In the eyes of the cultivators of the other domains, the strongest of the human race would definitely be the Thunder King. The main reason why the cultivators of the other 4 domains took time out to participate in this king conferral ceremony was a very short and insignificant sentence at the bottom of the invitations. With one glance, 99% of the people would automatically ignore this sentence. Xiao Chen, 1 million military merits, conferred king on the same day. There were only 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. No matter how close the cultivators who received the invitations were, they would have to make a move now. Tianwu domain, Haotian sect. When Shui Lingling saw the invitation, she revealed a playful smile. The invitation introduced Xiao Hoju's background in detail, as well as the various things he had done since he made his debut. There were hundreds of words in total. Xiao Chen's name was clearly written in gold. The picture on the back of the invitation was also exquisite. Xiao Hoju rode the holy beast White Tiger, standing on a tall peak and looking into the distance. His cloak fluttered in the wind. At the bottom corner was the news of Xiao Chen's conferral of king. There were only 10 simple words, written in the same color as the invitation, written in a place that was easy to overlook. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice such a sentence. This was indeed the case. The strong publicity from Bushin Palace also made many ordinary cultivators of the Tianwu domain forget about Xiao Chen's conferral of king. They all forgot about Xiao Chen being conferred king. They only knew that Xia Hojue was conferred king. Shui Lingling closed the invitation and asked the first elder, Han Qinghe, "Uncle Han, how has junior brother Xiao Chen been?" Han Qinghe replied, "There has been bad news recently. After he barged into Strange Fire City, 3 sovereign noble clans using their emperor-grade secret treasures blocked him. Originally, he would have died. However, for some reason, he managed to force his way through and even killed the scions of the 3 sovereign noble clans. However, he is severely injured as well. In the past few days, he has been hiding from the pursuers, disappearing without a trace. Worry appeared on Shui Lingling's gentle face. She did not know how Xiaoqin managed to get so far. There were still 10 more days to the king conferral ceremony. If Xiaoqin died on the way, then all his efforts would have been for naught. Chapter 993. Xiaoqin only hoped that Xiaoqin could appear safely at the king conferral ceremony. At that time, even if he could not be conferred king, at least no one would dare to touch him openly. After hesitating for a while, Han Qinghe said hesitantly, "There is another piece of bad news. I'm not sure if I should say it or not." Shui Lingling's heart sank as she had a bad feeling. "Speak then." "The deity race has made a move as well. 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages with temporary deity statues have already set off. They need to block Xiaoqin at the last moment. No matter what, they cannot allow him to appear at the king conferral ceremony." Casting a deity statue meant having a statue of oneself in the deity race's sacred hall. Then, one could receive worship from the crowd and absorb the power of faith. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. In reality, most of them only had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. However, the strength that they could erupt with far surpassed that of a regular blue-robed emperor. They relied on the power of faith. If these 10 deity race great grandmaster-level martial sages found Xiaoqin, the consequences would be dire. Shui Lingling's expression changed slightly. "No, we cannot let junior brother Xiaoqin continue on alone. We have to help him." Han Qinghe sighed softly. "The sect master already said that we are not allowed to make a move. This path can only be walked by Xiaoqin himself." Shui Lingling's expression changed as she calmed down. She understood in her heart that this path was chosen by Xiaoqin himself. Back on the Haotian star, Xiaoqin had withdrawn his sharpness and was not famous. However, Xiaoqin had already seen the true dragon hidden in his eyes. After the battle on the proud son of heaven ranking, everyone in the world knew about Xiaoqin's identity as a descendant of the Qing emperor. From that moment on, Xiaoqin had already made preparations to bear everything. Xiaoqin had to walk this path of king conferral alone. Eventually, he would appear at the king conferral ceremony and inherit the Blue Dragon King title that belonged to him. "Let's go and participate in junior brother Xiaoqin's king conferral ceremony. He will definitely appear in Jianghu City." The worried expression on Shui Lingling's face disappeared and was replaced by confidence and determination. At the king conferral ceremony, the white figure that had never disappointed her would definitely appear with pride. Kunlun Realm, Quafu clan's residence, young master Quafu Zhu. Renkongjue looked at the small words at the bottom right corner of the red invitation letter, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "I hope that you will show up. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this before." In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiaoqin had gone to ask for Lord Jiu's hand in marriage. In the end, Xiaoqin had used Lord Jiu to make fun of him. Xiaoqin had always remembered this great humiliation. He had been waiting for this king conferral ceremony to deal a fatal blow to the other party. In the Azura clan, which was also a powerful ancient clan, Lan Xiaobai, Yu, and the others were taking turns passing around an invitation. Yu's face was filled with doubt as she said, "Xiaoqin's name, Brother Xiaobai, how come I don't see it?" Lan Xiaobai smiled helplessly and pointed to the bottom corner, where the words were the same color as the invitation letter. "It's here." "Why is it so small?" "I can't see it clearly," Yu said gloomily as joy flashed on her face. The person beside her said to Lan Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, what are your plans?" Lan Xiaobai sighed. In the past year, he had traveled everywhere. In the end, he discovered that his reputation could not move anyone. It was practically impossible for him to organize a heroes' convention to compete with Diwuk. "I will make a move against him. If he can survive and successfully conferred king, I will be willing to stand on his side." At the same time, in the Ghost Domain, the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors had already set off for Jianghu City in the central province under the lead of the heaven-punishing corpse god's personal disciple. In the chaotic demonic sea, the merfolk race Queen Yao Yen received the invitation letter. A bright light flickered in her eyes as she looked at the unremarkable words at the bottom right corner. "It has begun? I have to send someone to deliver the congratulatory gift." After crossing the chaotic demonic sea, in the headquarters of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance, first young master, the king conferral ceremony that you told me to keep an eye on will be held in 10 days. Yichen said with some disappointment, I'm afraid there is no time to go. However, it should not be a problem to get father to prepare a congratulatory gift. In the Fiend domain, Bai pestered the Fox King with a smile on his face, urging the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent to personally go to the king conferral ceremony. Outside the Tianwu domain, there were many other places. Many people who received invitations paid attention to the most unremarkable words on the invitation. The expressions on their faces were either anger, smiles, or so on and so forth. The 3 holy masters probably would not have expected what kind of storm this king conferral ceremony would stir up. The king conferral ceremony would be held in 10 days. In the central province's Tianwu city, some famous cultivators started to appear in the streets. The liveliness of the city increased by the day. In the tea houses and restaurants, all the topics were focused on the upcoming king conferral ceremony. However, the topic was not Xiaohoju. Instead, it was the name on the invitation that no one would notice if they did not take a second look. There were some things and some people that could not be hidden even if one wanted to. Perhaps an ordinary cultivator would not notice Xiao Chen's situation. However, a cultivator with a certain level of strength would not overlook this subtle change. The 3 holy masters intentionally suppressed Xiao Chen, not letting the world pay too much attention to him. However, the more they did this, the more curious people became. Did you hear? Xiao Chen will not be able to attend the king conferral ceremony. In a certain bustling tea house in Tianwu City, someone brought up the hottest topic of the day. Immediately, someone replied with a smile, I heard about it long ago. The rumors are everywhere. Since the moment Xiao Chen left the profound domain, he has been under constant attack. First, he destroyed the Purple Night Sword Sect's attack. Then, he forcefully barged into Strange Fire City. After that, he was blocked by the 3 sovereign noble clans. The 3 sovereign noble clans really made a big joke this time. They even used their emperor-grade secret treasures. In the end, Xiao Chen killed the scions of their 3 clans and forced his way out. However, Xiao Chen's situation is not very good now either. The people of the 3 sovereign noble clans are looking for him. Some strong loose cultivators who want to take advantage of him also ran over. It's not just not good. He is practically in danger. The latest news is that the great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race have already charged over. This is forcing Xiao Chen to his death. Right now, there is no news of Xiao Chen. We do not know if he is dead or alive, or how he is doing. I think he is in danger. Even if he barely survives, he will not be able to rush to the king conferral ceremony. At the end of the discussion, everyone felt that it was a pity. The name White-Robed Xiao Chen quickly spread throughout the Tianwu domain after that famous battle on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. After that, people started digging out information about Xiao Chen's experiences. The various things that happened after that made Xiao Chen even more famous. Everyone slowly accepted the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant. Originally, everyone thought that this king conferral ceremony would straighten out Xiao Chen's name. The title of Blue Dragon King would be rightfully given to Xiao Chen. Who could have imagined that there would be so many twists and turns? First, it was delayed by half a year. Then, the 3 holy masters played dirty tricks in secret. Now, the situation worsened, directly interfering with Xiao Chen on the surface. They were just short of shedding all pretense of cordiality and personally making a move on Xiao Chen. Anyone with a brain would be able to guess the reason behind it. 10,000 years ago, when the Dragon's Gate flourished and the Qing Emperor shone dazzlingly, the 3 holy masters were suppressed to the point where they could not raise their heads. The title of Holy Land existed in name only, completely ignored. Now, the 3 holy masters naturally did not want to experience that again. Amid such discussions, the king conferral ceremony approached day by day. However, all news about Xiao Chen stopped. It was like he had vanished completely. There was no news of the 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race, either. Whether they found Xiao Chen or not, what was the result of the great battle, was like a stone sinking into the sea, silent. He can't make it. The king conferral ceremony is starting. On the day the king conferral ceremony officially started, there was still no news of Xiao Qin. The cultivators in the city who held expectations for Xiao Qin all sighed. How unfortunate. If we do not confer him a king this time, he will have to become a sovereign martial emperor if he wants to obtain a king conferral in the future. It's difficult. Let's not talk about whether he's alive or dead. This setback will leave a shadow in his heart. Whether he can advance to martial emperor or not will be a problem. I wonder what the king conferral ceremony will be like? Unfortunately, there are no invitations. Some people looked in the direction of the Tianwu Plaza in the city, revealing curious expressions in their eyes. The Tianwu Plaza was where the king conferral ceremony would be held. However, one needed invitations to enter. Those who could enter to watch the king conferral ceremony were either people from the 9 ranks of the great families or famous experts. There were many people who met the requirements. Nearly all the people who were invited were present. Nearly all the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the Kunlun realm were present. Some of the factions that had a good relationship with the White Emperor City would even send the blue-robed emperor, giving the White Emperor City a lot of face. As for Emperor Wu, he was too far away. Unless there were great benefits, he would not be able to attract them. At this moment, the White Emperor City's Xiaoju stood on a tall platform in the center of the flower-filled Tianwu Plaza. He had a wide smile on his face, looking very spirited. Many golden statues stood behind the tall platform. All of them were cultivators that the Bushan Palace had conferred the title of king, representing great glory. However, behind Xiaoju's smile, he still felt somewhat nervous. When he looked around, he saw a huge crowd. The people who came were all famous major characters of the Kunlun realm. All the famous outstanding talents of the younger generation had rushed over. Xiaoju felt somewhat fearful of a certain person suddenly appearing and completely overshadowing his brilliance on this day when he should be in the limelight. However, Xiaoju also felt some anticipation. Now that his strength had soared, he really wanted to compete with Xiao Qin in front of everyone. Xiaoju's emotions were conflicted and complicated. The black-clad old man presiding over the ceremony smiled reassuringly and said, "Young city lord, don't worry. I received news that the 10 great grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race found Xiao Qin 5 days ago." Xiaoju rejoiced in his heart. He suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Xiao Qin is dead?" The black-clad old man replied, "I don't know about that. Right now, no one can find any news from either side. However, young city lord, don't worry. Even if he managed to escape, he would be severely injured. If he still dares to come to the king conferral ceremony, he." Chapter 994. At the end, the old man smiled sinisterly. Xiaoju also revealed a smile. Participating in the king conferral ceremony in such a state was definitely seeking humiliation, becoming a foil for him. The Azura race's young clan head, Lan Xiaobai, comes to offer congratulations. The Quafu race's Ren Kongjue comes to offer congratulations. 2 genius experts of the ancient races handed over their invitations. Immediately, someone called out the names of these people. This immediately attracted the gazes of many people. These 2 could be considered the peak outstanding talents of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, they came to the Bushan Palace's king conferral ceremony as well. After that, many other famous outstanding talents came. The heavenly starry ocean's Xianshui sect's young sect master and even a mysterious person from the Zodiac Hall came. After that, the Fiend Domain's Peacock King's descendant, the Fox King's adopted daughter and disciple, came personally, attracting everyone's attention. Congratulations rang out endlessly. More major characters from the Ghost Domain, Corpse Domain, and Profound Domain arrived. The descendants of several sovereign martial emperors came one after another, setting off waves of startled sighs in the plaza. Even Xiaoju, who was on the tall platform, frowned slightly. Xiao Qin was still aware of his own limitations. Given his fame, he could not attract so many people. That fellow's fame is truly resounding. However, this is good as well. Today, I can use your fame to support my king conferral ceremony. In the Haotian sect's VIP stands, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu looked around, trying to find that familiar white figure. However, they withdrew their gazes in disappointment every time. Shui Lingling, who sat in the middle, bit her lip and frowned slightly. Why is this fellow in such a rush? If he still does not come, it will be too late. In the other places, the people on good terms with Xiao Chen saw that Xiao Chen was not on the tall platform. They could not hide their disappointment and worry. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the square. It was Di Wuk and goddess Tianyu Shi who came to congratulate them. Under everyone's gaze, Di Wuk had a confident smile on his face as he arrived at the Protoss VIP seats with Tianyu Shi. The fact that Di Wuk would actually come was out of many people's expectations. Glancing at the high platform, Di Wuk did not see Xiao Chen's figure. He calmed down a little and went to the VIP seats of the Protoss with Tianyu Shi. After about 15 minutes, when the black-clad old man hosting the ceremony saw that all the guests had arrived, he said eagerly, "Thank you, honored guests, for coming from afar to witness the king conferral ceremony of my Bushan Palace's new White Tiger King, young Master Xiaoju. Now that the auspicious hour has arrived, I hereby announce the official start of the king conferral ceremony." Right after the black-clad old man spoke, the huge ceremonial cannons placed in the plaza gave off loud rumbles. Clumps of light shot out and exploded, turning into 7-colored heavenly flowers that rained down from the sky. This was a man-made mysterious phenomenon that consumed a lot of resources. Normally, they were 5-colored heavenly flowers. This time, for the sake of this king conferral ceremony, the White Emperor City's Holy Lord did not hesitate to expend a lot of resources to create such magnificent 7-colored heavenly flowers. The heavenly flowers rained down, too beautiful to behold. However, several people showed anxious expressions and did not have time to appreciate the scene. "Who is it? How dare you barge into the Tianwu Plaza?" Just as Bai Shui Lingling and the others were about to lose their patience, something strange happened. 3 explosive shouts came from outside the plaza. 3 Bushan Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages with extremely strong auras soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They wanted to kill the person barging into the plaza on the spot. Peering through the sky full of petals, one could vaguely see a white figure. The heavenly flowers rained down in a rainbow. Who was barging into the Tianwu Plaza? Did this person not know that the Bushan Palace, which was filled with experts, dared to cause trouble here? How bold was this person? The roar immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The geniuses and the leaders of the sects all directed their gazes in the direction of the roar. The 3 Bushan Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. The 3 of them executed their martial techniques, causing the sky to tremble and light to spread everywhere. The tremors caused the heavenly flowers to fly everywhere, and a strong wind blew. An indistinct white tiger image appeared behind them. That was the holy beast martial spirit. These 3 people were White Emperor City's Grandmaster-level martial sages. This person is going to die. Amid the boundless heavenly flowers, the strong wind covered the person's face. Only a vague silhouette could be seen. Although the crowd did not know who these people were, the 3 Bushan Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages were from the White Emperor City, a holy land. When they attacked, their demeanor and aura showed that they could kill an ordinary great Grandmaster-level martial sages with one strike. Based on this person's age and aura, he did not seem like a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. How could he survive? Clang. However, just as the 3's martial techniques approached that person, a saber hum resounded in the sky. A bright saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky. Night suddenly fell. Only a saber light as resplendent and bright as the moon remained. The night was flawless, and the moon was perfect and flawless. There was an explosion in the air, and the moonlight vanished. The 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages were knocked back 1 kilometer. The entire place was set abuzz. One person faced 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even knocked them back. Who exactly was this person? The white figure moved gently. His clothes fluttered, and his hair fluttered. Then, he crossed the sky full of flower petals and landed on the tall platform. "Stop him!" Many figures shot out from the ground. The weakest of these people were Grandmaster-level martial sages. There were also many great Grandmaster-level martial sages. If an outsider dared to barge into the king conferral ceremony, it would be a big joke. Ding, 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 ding. The white figure's hair fluttered, and saber music rang out like zither music. A wondrous zither song played in the sky. Boundless saber intent reverberated in the sky. One by one, the figures that shot into the air were lightly brushed by the white figure. Xiaochen. As the crowd approached, they could clearly see the appearance of that white figure. Several people's expressions changed as they cried out in shock. After passing the final great Grandmaster-level martial sages blocking his way, Xiaochen landed on the tall platform. Then he tossed out his identity medallion and handed it to the old man beside Xiao Hoju. In a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Xiaochen said in a calm tone, "I am the Haotian Sect's Xiaochen, conferred king conferral. Sorry for being late." When the black-clad old man saw the name on the identity medallion, his expression flickered. Back in the Bushin Palace, he was the trusted aide of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord. Otherwise, he would not have been the one to host this king conferral ceremony. These simple and indifferent words confirmed Xiaochen's identity. A loud commotion resounded in the plaza. "It really is Xiaochen. He really came. Wasn't it rumored that the 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race severely injured him? That doesn't seem like it at all." In the Haotian Sect's guest stands, Shui Lingling revealed a gentle smile as she heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiaochen came. As long as he was alive, there was hope for everything. Bai, who stood with Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, squinted his eyes like a pair of crescent moons. His face filled with a joyful smile. The ghost race's Qing Qing smiled faintly. In the end, this fellow did not disappoint her. In the end, he still came. The Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing, the Shiman clan's Shiman Bao, the Battle Realm genius Niu Deng, and the others were slightly startled, not having expected this. Despite so many traps and layers of obstruction, Xiaochen still appeared at the king conferral ceremony, arriving as promised. Some were shocked, some were disappointed, some rejoiced, and some were strangely furious. The deity race's Di Wuk showed a sullen expression. Xiaochen appeared alive, and the deity race's great Grandmaster-level martial sages were nowhere to be found. That meant only one thing. The great Grandmaster-level martial sages who forged the deity statue all died at Xiaochen's hands. In the corpse race's VIP seats, Xingju, the personal disciple of the corpse god palace's heaven-punishing corpse god, said to Wei Hua, the underworld fire sovereign's descendant, "This person is Xiaochen? He is the one who defeated you and Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, as well as the Iron Hand sovereign's descendant, Kuedo?" Aside from the corpse god's bloodline, the corpse god palace had 4 other sovereign martial emperors, each of them in charge of a faction: the Underworld Fire Sovereign, the White Bone Sovereign, the Death Fire Sovereign, and the Ghost Fire Sovereign. In the past, there was also the Iron Hand Sovereign, who cultivated the physical body. However, the Iron Hand Sovereign had already betrayed the corpse god palace and was not counted. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "That's him." Xingju's gaze was frivolous, and his lips curled up slightly. He remained silent, thinking about something. Xiaochen's appearance was unexpected, catching that black-clad old man off guard. He did not know what to say. "Senior, is my identity fake?" The black-clad old man recovered his wits and handed his identity medallion to Xiaochen. "Your identity is not fake." Xiaochen asked indifferently, "In that case, can we begin the king conferral ceremony?" Xiao Hoju, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "You speak in such absolute terms. Whether you can be conferred king or not is not decided yet. During the king conferral ceremony, experts of the same generation can challenge each other. If someone beats you half to death, there is no need for you to continue being conferred king." Xiaochen's eyes narrowed. Then, he turned his head to look at Xiao Hoju and smiled. "Brother Xiao, since you are so confident, How about the two of us exchange moves first before being conferred king? This provoked Xiao Hoju to agree. However, the black-clad old man at the side quickly said, "Young master, don't be rash. Confer king first." At the same time, Xiao Hoju sent a voice projection, "Don't fight with him first. Someone will deal with him later." Later, when everyone comes to offer their congratulations, the Holy Lord has already made arrangements. Let him make a fool of himself first. Xiao Hoju snorted coldly and ignored Xiaochen. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, it was a competition of connections. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, Xiao Hoju was confident that, given the White Tiger Holy Lord status, no one in the Tianwu domain would dare to not give him face. Under the Holy Lord's pressure, aside from the Haotian sect, no one in the Tianwu domain would send a congratulatory gift to Xiaochen. At that time, there would be an endless stream of people coming to offer their congratulations. This would be a sharp contrast to the cold and cheerless scene of the other party. The king conferral ceremony began. The black-clad old man started to recite Xiao Hoju's military merits, speaking in an excited voice. Xiao Hoju, 1,000,000 military merits, a great contribution. Bushin Palace specially conferred the title of White Tiger King, 100 bottles of sage-grade medicinal pills, 1 heaven-ranked cultivation technique, 1 king-grade secret treasure, and 1 set of White Tiger King armor. After detailing Xiao Hoju's military merits, the black-clad old man started to announce the rewards that Bushin Palace gave out. The long list of rewards was all worth cities. Music rang out, and beautiful girls on both sides of the tall platform stepped forward to help Xiao Hoju put on the White Tiger King armor, which shone with a bright light. Qian Yun of the Flowing Cloud sect is here on the orders of the sect master to congratulate young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby present a peak spirit vein. Chapter 995. After Xiao Hoju put on his clothes, he looked very awe-inspiring. Immediately, the sects sent their congratulatory gifts. The gift they gave was a top-grade spirit vein right off the bat. The generosity of a 9th-rank sect was indeed extraordinary. After accepting the gifts, Xiao Hoju smiled faintly and gave Xiaochen a playful look. The Thousand Mystery sect congratulates young Master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of black pattern gold. The Clearwater Gate congratulates young Master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of 1,000-year-old profound iron. The Blood Saber Pavilion congratulates young Master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send a peak king-grade secret treasure. Given the connections of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord, the 9 ranks of the great families of the Tianwu domain, aside from the Haotian sect, all sent their gifts. The scene was extremely majestic. This continued for 1 hour before the Tianwu domain's gift-givers slowly stopped. Xiao Hoju smiled endlessly. He purposely waved his hand and said to Xiaochen, "Brother Xiao, there are too many gifts. My hands are getting tired. If Brother Xiao does not receive any gifts, you can come to me to choose a few after this." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "This is the difference between a holy land and an ordinary sect. Some people are really bold, daring to be conferred king together with young Master Xia." Xiaochen frowned slightly. He did not understand what was there to be proud of. He only cared about the title of the Blue Dragon King. Aside from that, everything else was meaningless. As for the congratulatory gifts, Xiaochen did not care much about them. Right now, he only cared about one thing. What was his title? Xiao Hoju was the White Tiger King. In that case, would he be the White-Robed King or the Blue Dragon King? If it was the former, there was no need for him to remain in this king conferral ceremony. Xiaochen would beat up this Xiao Hoju and vent the frustration he suffered along the way. Then he would flick his sleeves and leave. If it was the Blue Dragon King, he could endure it for a while and vent his anger in the future. Xiao Hoju's title had been read out. Next, he would be awarded the badge and sworn allegiance to Bushin Palace. Then, he would be the real Bushin Palace's White Tiger King. He could announce his title to the outside world and receive special treatment within the jurisdiction of Bushin Palace. However, before that, they had to announce Xiaochen's title and wait for him to accept the congratulatory gifts before they could award the Xiao Hoju the emblem. Somewhat reluctantly, the black-clad old man took out the Bushin Palace announcement and read, Xiao Chen, 1 million military merits, title Blue Dragon King, personally appointed by the Thunder King. Compared to Xiahou Ju's lengthy announcement, the black-clad old man's announcement of Xiao Chen's king conferral was clearly much simpler. His tone even seemed a little reluctant and perfunctory. However, these few words, especially the last 4 words, were personally appointed by the Thunder King. This made everyone present take a deep breath. To think that the Thunder King personally appointed Xiao Chen's title. The strongest human expert, a legend from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, actually participated in something that was not worth mentioning to them. When Xiahou Ju saw everyone's reactions, he felt displeased. He thought to himself, just you wait. Let's see what congratulatory gifts you can receive. When you receive a pile of trash, let's see how you can still be pleased. The Haotian sect's Shui Lingling congratulates Xiao Chen on being conferred king. After the black-clad old man finished reading, Shui Lingling floated up. Holding a wooden box, she walked over to Xiao Chen and said with a smile, Junior brother, congratulations on being conferred king. This is my gift. Xiao Chen received the box but was not in a rush to open it. He raised his head and said with a smile, Thank you, senior sister. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Shui Lingling blinked. At the side, Xiahou Ju sneered, It is just trash. How could I be embarrassed to open it? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had long since resented the 3 holy masters, especially the White Emperor City's city lord. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's path to being conferred king had been fraught with death. Fortunately, the Thunder King stood up for him, helping him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King. Right now, Xiao Chen did not want to cause too much trouble. Xiao Chen gently opened the wooden box, and cold qi poured out. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A translucent frost pearl slowly flew out from the box. Instantly, snowflakes flew everywhere, dancing in the air above the entire Tianwu Plaza. Someone stretched out his hand and grabbed the snowflake. Then, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, This is the long-lost ice Immortal Pearl. It is said to be a treasure from the Immortal epic. After refining it, one can directly comprehend the will of ice to great perfection. This thing actually exists. It is a treasure that can directly allow one to comprehend an additional will. Exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the wooden box in Xiao Chen's hand with envious expressions. Just this ice Immortal Pearl surpassed all the gifts that Xiahou Ju had received. Xiahou Ju's face darkened slightly. He had not expected that Shui Lingling would give him such a precious item. Earlier, Xiao Chen called it trash. Now, he was slapping his own face. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Xiao Chen put away the ice Immortal Pearl and smiled at Xiahou Ju. Brother Xiahou, your horizons are really extraordinary. I wonder how many of such trash you have in your hands? Xiao Chen purposely emphasized the word trash, angering Xiahou Ju so much that his expression turned sullen. However, he could not find anything to rebut. Don't get cocky. I will be watching from here in the Tianwu domain. Who else will come to give you a congratulatory gift? Xiahou Ju was very frustrated. After holding it in for a long time, he could not think of anything else to say. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not argue with him. He performed a cupped fist salute and thanked Shui Lingling again. This was an important gift that even Xiao Chen found hard to reject. Bai is here to congratulate elder brother Xiao Chen on being conferred the Blue Dragon King. Just as Xiahou Ju was waiting to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself, he saw a young girl hopping over. She was also carrying a wooden box. The girl was very beautiful, charming, and enchanting. However, she also had a youthful and lively air. Her enchanting face did not look tacky. However, Xiao Chen had never heard of the name Bai before. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, someone came over to slap his face with a gift. Furthermore, it was a name that he had never heard of before. After being embarrassed by Shui Lingling earlier, Xiahou Ju could not help saying, Where did this wild girl come from? Xiao Chen, only such an unpresentable character would give you a gift. Bai directly ignored Xiahou Ju. She looked at Xiao Chen happily and said, Elder brother Xiaochen, open it and take a look. I pestered adoptive father for a long time to get this. He said that you would need it soon. When Xiaoju saw that I ignored him, he could not help feeling even angrier. What was his status? He was the holy son of the Tianwu domain, the White Tiger King, an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, this girl dared to ignore him, treating him like air. Xiaochen could not help but get angry. He circulated his energy and pushed off the ground. A formless energy caused the wooden box to shatter with a bang, and cracks appeared on it. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he laughed loudly. Indeed, an unpresentable character. A box containing treasures cannot even withstand a gust of wind. Such a wooden box is definitely trash. Bang! The wooden box completely shattered, and a golden light flashed. Then, a golden dragon circled the sky. Bush, 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 bush. A drizzle fell, and golden spiritual rain drifted down from the sky. The spiritual energy in the entire Tianwu Plaza suddenly became 10 times denser, 100 times denser. Someone opened his mouth and sucked the golden spiritual rain into his mouth. That person immediately felt refreshed, and his law energy improved significantly. His expression changed dramatically, and his eyeballs nearly fell out. He said in a trembling voice, "This is a Holy Spirit vein. It really is a Holy Spirit vein, second only to a King Spirit vein. Even for most of the 9 ranks of the great families, there was only one Holy Spirit vein. It was used to stabilize one's luck. In fact, there was an unwritten rule in this world that only sects with Holy Spirit veins were worthy of the 9 ranks of the great families. With a Holy Spirit vein, it would be an exaggeration to say that establishing one of the 9 ranks of the great families would not be difficult. The entire plaza burst into an uproar. Several people directly circulated their energies and opened their mouths, sucking in the golden spiritual rain in large mouthfuls. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, only a few inner sect elders could enjoy a Holy Spirit vein. Furthermore, there was a time limit. If it exceeded the time limit, it had to stop. At this moment, a Holy Spirit vein leaked out. Naturally, the cultivators who had never seen a Holy Spirit vein before could not contain their excitement. Xiaoju's complexion turned ashen. His mouth gaped open, and his face turned red. He was so shocked that he could not say anything. 2 figures shot out, each holding a seal. They quickly subdued and suppressed the Holy Spirit vein. Then, they shouted at Xiaoju, "Xiaoju, how bold of you! To think that you dare to boast shamelessly before the Fox King's adopted daughter. Who gave you such courage? In your eyes, even the Fox King is a minor character." The moment these words came out, the uproar immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Xiaoju, revealing expressions of pity. Who could have imagined that aside from being pretty, this girl with an unsophisticated name was actually the Fox King's adopted daughter? Who was the Fox King? He was one of the 5 great experts of the Kunlun realm. He was as famous as the Thunder King, Emperor Forsaken, and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. In terms of status, prestige, and strength, the Fox King was much stronger than the White Emperor City's City Lord, the White Tiger Holy Lord. The White Tiger Holy Lord was an absolute peak character of the Tianwu domain. Even when the Thunder King came out of closed-door cultivation, he did not dare to call others minor characters. Yet he, Xiaoju, actually said such a thing. This joke, in front of all the heroes of the world, was really too big of a joke. Xiaochen had slapped his own face too ruthlessly. I put away the Holy Spirit vein and smiled. Don't bother with bad people. Today is elder brother Xiaochen's big day of being conferred king. There is no need to be angry. The black-clad old man, who was already somewhat frightened, heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party had not let it go, this matter would have blown up. Elder brother Xiaochen, do you like it? If you do, I'll get adoptive father to give you a few more. Bai looked at Xiaochen in anticipation. When the others heard this, they could not help but vomit blood. The Fox King's adopted daughter was indeed extraordinary. Holy Spirit veins were like buns. If he liked them, he would give her a few more. Xiaochen accepted the Holy Spirit vein, feeling helpless in his heart. He did not know how to answer. If he said that he liked them, the Fox King would probably have the urge to chop him up. How could a Holy Spirit vein be like buns? Giving him one was already a great gift. If he said that he did not like them, Bai would definitely be disappointed. Fortunately, Kong Yuan and Yuan Su were here. They quickly tried to smooth things over, pulling Bai away. Shurchen, let's go down first. There are still gifts to give later. Don't delay. Chapter 996. Bai saw that there was indeed a group of people below the platform. They had arrived early but had waited for a long time. Bai Chen stuck out his tongue and smiled embarrassedly. Then he quickly went down with the other two. After that, there were a few people. The leader was an old man who did not have a high cultivation. He was barely a peak superior grade martial monarch and looked very ordinary. A group of people behind him carried a 200-meter-long metal box as they followed the old man with some difficulty. The old man performed a cupped fist salute and said, "On the orders of my clan's young master, Yichen, we are here to congratulate you on being conferred king. We have prepared a small gift as a token of our respect." Yichen? Xiao Chen had never heard of this name before. Xiao Ju learned his lesson and asked the black-clad old man for guidance. The other party shook his head, indicating that there was no such person in the Kunlun continent. None of the leaders of the major powers in the Kunlun continent had the surname Yi. Xiao Ju was now confident that this person's invitation was definitely bought to support Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not help but smile coldly to himself. "I don't believe it. Your friends are all major characters. How high can a servant, who is only a peak martial monarch, be?" Originally, Xiao Chen thought that with so many people coming to congratulate him, he would embarrass Xiao Chen greatly before he was officially conferred king. However, who could have imagined that only the Haotian sect of the Tianwu domain would send a big gift? However, this big gift surpassed all of Xiao Chen's gifts. Then, the Fox King's adopted daughter came to send a gift, embarrassing Xiao Chen even further. Since when had Xiao Chen ever lost so much face? Furthermore, he had lost it in front of all the outstanding talents of the world. How could he endure this? Xiao Chen raised his hand and pushed, circulating his law energy. Then, a beam of energy containing holy might shot out. The old man was caught off guard. How could he have expected Xiao Ju to attack him? He vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. "Men, carefully check this person's invitation and verify his identity. Does he really think that any random person can sneak into my king conferral ceremony? What a scandal!" Xiao Ju's expression was gloomy, but he was secretly pleased with himself. "Xiao Chen, let's see how you're going to get out of this situation this time. You're just a character who got in by buying an invitation, and you still have the nerve to come up and give me a gift? Today, I attacked him in front of everyone. What can you do to me?" But a resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he slapped Xiao Chen. "Intolerable, no need to endure anymore. The Holy Lord of White Emperor City secretly made a move on me on my way to being conferred king, causing me to have a narrow escape from death. I almost couldn't make it to this king conferring ceremony. It hadn't been easy for him to rush over, but this fellow had still provoked him time and time again. He had tolerated it time and time again for the sake of the big picture, but this fellow had gone from bad to worse. He had even touched the person sent by his friend to congratulate him. This was a move that no one expected. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen sent the bona fide Holy Scion flying with one slap. Not only was Xiao Ju stunned by the slap, but everyone present was stunned as well. At the foot of the Bushin Palace, Xiao Chen directly slapped Xiao Ju into the air before everyone. The slap was very loud and heavy. Everyone in the entire Tianwu Plaza could hear it. Di Wuk, who was sitting with Tian Yushi, was somewhat stunned. He said softly, "He is too sharp. We need to stop him this time. Otherwise, he will really grow stronger." Several people thought the same as Di Wuk. Xiao Ju clearly wanted to embarrass Xiao Chen, purposely injuring the person who gave him the gift, putting him on the spot. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would be so decisive, using the most intense method to react? "If you dare to hit my person, then I dare to hit your face. If you want to see who is more ruthless, then let's see who is more ruthless." The corpse god's personal disciple, Xingju, originally appeared calm, but a murderous intent flashed on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Some of the people who had conflicts with Xiao Chen and were preparing to cause trouble for Xiao Chen at the king conferral ceremony all showed unsightly expressions. "You dare to slap me?" Xiao Hoju showed extreme rage on his face. He stretched out his hand, and a tiger roar resounded. The clouds came from the dragon, and the wind came from the tiger. With this roar, a boundless strong wind blew. Wild wind. What kind of wind could truly be called wild? It had to have momentum, boundless momentum, taller than the sky, wider than the earth, vaster than the sea, and more ferocious than the river. The wind that Xiao Hoju gathered with his finger could definitely be called wild. When Xiao Chen pointed, wind blew from all directions. A black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere and sucked Xiao Chen in. Rumble! A strong wind blew, and bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. The clouds pressed down, and heavy rain poured down. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The wind was in front, and the rain was behind. Thunder and lightning flashed and rumbled. The power of this finger used the wind as the foundation, materializing a complete mysterious phenomenon. This instantly increased the might of this finger tenfold. In a rage, Xiao Hoju made his move, materializing the mysterious phenomenon of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This mysterious phenomenon directly sucked Xiao Chen in. A wild aura spread out from Xiao Hoju's body. Everyone in the Tianwu Plaza could feel the sharpness and will of Xiao Hoju. There was only one word for it: wild. I really underestimated Xiao Hoju. Unexpectedly, the power of one finger is so strong. He is the Holy Land Scion after all. I wonder how Xiao Chen is doing in there. He probably isn't having a good time. Xiao Hoju's finger gathered momentum too quickly. The wind blew, the rain arrived, and lightning followed. There is no way to dodge within 100 meters. The sudden berserk Xiao Hoju changed the situation in the plaza. It seemed like a fierce battle was about to begin. When Xiao Chen attacked, the strength that he displayed startled everyone. Unexpectedly, he instantly sucked in Xiao Chen. Everyone wondered what was going on with Xiao Chen in there. Bright moonlight flew out from the black whirlpool. A full moon hung high in the sky. The sky slowly turned dark. A perfect night, a perfect moon, lonely, cold, and calm. A cool breeze blew, and the sabers sounded like music, like a zither or a flute. It rang out continuously as if the cool breeze was echoing at the top of a mountain. Calm and collected, unflustered in the face of danger. If he was wild, let him be wild. The bright moon illuminates the river. If he was wild, let him be wild. The cool breeze blows the mountain. One's aura will eventually run out. Look at him being wild. I will not move. When I move, the wind scatters, the rain shatters, the thunder shatters, and the lightning shatters. Xiao Hoju's expression changed slightly. The might of this finger was tyrannical to the 9 heavens. However, it was like he had struck a ball of cotton, grabbing nothing. The might of one move was, after all, only one move. If he wanted to continue, he would have to change moves. With a thought, Xiao Hoju formed a hand seal with one hand, wanting to change moves again. Boom. However, just as Xiao Chen's fingers might ran out, a saber light shot out from the black whirlpool. The violent wind suddenly dissipated, and the thunderstorm that was triggered by the wind naturally collapsed along with it. The seemingly berserk attack broke when a strand of saber light appeared. Just as Xiao Hoju was about to launch his second finger attack, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and took the initiative to attack. The bright moon in the sky turned into a strand of saber chi and launched a sneak attack. Xiao Hoju could only scatter his energy to defend. This strand of saber light knocked Xiao Chen back again. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He was significantly injured. Young Master Xia, the invitation is real. The young master of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief personally sent people. Just as Xiao Hoju raged in his heart and got to his feet, preparing to fight Xiao Chen, the Bushin Palace's people had already checked the old man's invitation and announced the results. How can this be? How can this group of people be from the Northern Sea Alliance? Xiao Hoju felt somewhat dizzy. All his fighting spirit vanished, replaced by a chill. To think that he was from the Northern Sea Alliance. The Northern Sea Alliance was far from the Kunlun continent. No wonder Xiao Chen had never heard of the name Yichen. However, Xiao Chen had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance before. It was a super faction of the heavenly starry ocean. In terms of strength and accumulations, it was weaker than Bushin Palace. However, it was much stronger than Xiao Chen's White Emperor City. Misfortune truly did not come alone. First, Xiao Chen offended the Fox King's adoptive daughter. Then, he offended the Northern Sea Alliance's people. What kind of demonic existences were Xiao Chen's friends? The gazes of the others on Xiao Hoju turned from sympathy to pity. With the various factions coming to congratulate Xiao Chen, White Emperor City had made ample preparations. The various major factions of the Tianwu domain had come out one after another, putting Xiao Hoju in the limelight. However, when it was Xiao Chen's turn, Xue Lingling immediately defeated Xiao Hoju. Not only did Xiao Chen lose face, but he also offended the Fox King and the Northern Sea Alliance, two major factions. "Old sir, are you all right?" After slapping the other party, Xiao Chen had vented some of his frustration. He could not be bothered to waste time with the other party anymore. He quickly walked over to the old man that Xiao Hoju injured. The old man smiled and said, "The injuries are not serious. After recuperating for a while, he will be fine." Young Master said that young Master Xiao is a loyal person. Indeed, it is true. This big gift is worth it. Open the box. Young Master Xiao, please appreciate this big gift. My young master's gift will not embarrass the Northern Sea Alliance. Even with 10-odd peak martial monarchs carrying the 200-meter-long metal box, they still found it hard to do so. What exactly was in the box? Many people had long been curious about this mysterious metal box. It seemed like each of Xiao Chen's friends was more incredible than the last. The Fox King's adopted daughter already gave a Holy Spirit vein. Could the things in the metal box compare to a Holy Spirit vein? Upon hearing the order to open the box, the cultivators carrying it all heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of their hands, they opened the mechanism. The huge metal box's lid sprang open. The instant the box was opened, a dragon roar that had been suppressed for a long time came from the metal box. The surroundings trembled, and a surging dragon might spread out in all directions. This was different from the dragon might that ordinary cultivators imitated. This was the most primitive dragon might. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had been many tens of thousands of years. The voice of a true dragon. What is in there? It has such a horrifying dragon might. Could it be the spine of a true dragon? A 200-meter-long true dragon spine. That is too exaggerated. In that case, how big was the true dragon when it was alive? The bones of a true dragon were worth cities. Their rarity went without saying. Among the bones, the spine of a true dragon was the most precious. Chapter 997. Back then, Enjuanshi had obtained a rare spine and forged it into a subdivine weapon, the true dragon lightning whip. That spine was no more than 10 meters long, but it was already extremely rare and could be made into a subdivine weapon. The true dragon spine before Xiao Chen was 200 meters long. How horrifying would its value be? As the saying went, dragons lurked in the depths. This saying was true. Probably only the Northern Sea Alliance could find such a long true dragon's spine in the world. The large metal box quickly closed. Xiao Chen felt somewhat startled. This gift was too heavy, so heavy that he did not dare to accept it. Young Master Xiao, there is no need to worry. You saved my clan's young master's life in the heavenly ruin wasteland, so you deserve this gift. Furthermore, my clan's young master values his friends the most. Since young Master Xiao is conferred the Blue Dragon King, you should be worthy of this King of Dragon's spine. The black-clad old man spoke leisurely. From his tone, it was clear that he had a good impression of Xiao Chen. Clearly, Xiao Chen's earlier slap had helped this old man vent his frustrations. Not far away, Xiao Hoju's eyes popped out. He thought to himself, trash, a pile of trash. This trash was not a gift that Xiao Chen had received. Instead, it was something that he had received himself. Compared to Xiao Chen, it could not even be considered trash. Now, Xiao Chen seemed to understand what a friend was. The White Emperor City's Holy Lord stood at the peak of the Tianwu domain. He relied on his reputation to get the 100 sects of the Tianwu domain to congratulate him. These people were not related to Xiao Chen at all. They only came because of the Holy Lord. How could they really give him a congratulatory gift on the level of a charming treasure? However, although Xiao Chen's friends were few in number, they were all friendships that he had obtained with his life on the line. In the future, if these friends were in trouble, Xiao Chen would definitely help them, not hesitating to go through water or tread on fire. Of the many people who came to congratulate him, one was a casual acquaintance who congratulated him for face. The other was a friend who had gone through life and death with him. Even if Xiao Chen's friends only gave him a pile of junk, it would still be 10,000 times better than his pile of flashy but impractical things. The people of the Northern Sea Alliance withdrew. The young master of the Muddy Sky Gate, one of the 3 peak sects of the Primal Chaos domain, Wuxia, sent someone to deliver his congratulatory gift. Xiao Ju was no stranger to the Muddy Sky sect. Its strength was almost the same as the current White Emperor City, but it lacked some resources. These were the people sent by the 3 overlords of the Primal Chaos domain. Xiao Hoju did not dare to underestimate them. But now, even if an ordinary person came, Xiao Hoju would not dare to do anything excessive. His face was trembling, and he didn't dare to look at the gifts that the others had given to Xiao Chen. The more he looked at them, the sadder he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what he had accepted was a pile of trash, and that he was just finding trouble in his heart. What Wuxia asked someone to deliver was the beautiful mountain and river painting. Back in the heavenly ruin wasteland, the few major factions had worked together to fight over it. In the end, the Muddy Sky Gate ended up winning it. This was another valuable treasure. When everyone saw it, their eyes turned bloodshot with fervent expressions. Following that, the corpse race White Bone Sovereign's descendant, the Dragon Man, delivered his congratulatory gift. However, this Dragonman's gift was rather special. It was a note. This note recorded the traces of the Despair Throne, which the Dragon Man had found in the heavenly starry ocean. This was useful and practical information to Xiao Chen. Congratulations. This lady does not have much to give, so I will give you a soul-gathering pearl. The ghost race's Qing Cheng stepped forward and delivered her congratulatory gift. Although Qing Cheng spoke casually, it still caused a significant commotion. What was the use of a soul-gathering pearl? When a person died, their 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls would immediately scatter. A soul-gathering pearl could ensure that the soul would not scatter for 7 days. If one's physical body did not deteriorate within 7 days, it could create a heaven-defying miracle of resurrection. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Xiao Chen. It was like they were looking at a human-shaped treasure trove. If anyone managed to rob Xiao Chen, they would obtain boundless wealth. Young Master Xiao, a stranger asked me to pass this painting to you during the king conferral ceremony. Congratulations on being conferred king. A fiend race cultivator that Xiao Chen did not recognize stepped forward and handed him a painting. Xiao Chen unfurled the painting, feeling somewhat confused. The painting was only black and white. It depicted the scene behind the Bridge of Helplessness in the 9 layers of purgatory. Behind the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, an azure-clad man was looking at the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiao Chen could only see his back, not his appearance. Aside from this, there was nothing special about it. It was just a very simple painting. With so many people, Xiao Chen found it strange. However, he did not show it on his face. He carefully put away the painting and said to the person who came, "Many thanks. This painting is very important to me. An old friend of mine gave it to me." The person who came smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao is too polite. It was just a slight effort on my part." Not many people came to give congratulatory gifts to Xiao Chen. Compared to Xiao Hoju's many sects, it was much more deserted. However, at this point, everyone knew that the main character of the king conferral ceremony had already changed from Xiao Hoju to Xiao Chen. Or rather, the main character had never changed. This was Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony. Just when everyone thought that the shock was over, a congratulatory gift from the chaotic demonic sea shocked everyone again, flabbergasting them. The newly crowned empress of the chaotic demonic sea's merfolk race sent a congratulatory gift for Xiao Chen's king conferral, the emperor-grade secret treasure Neptune's crown. This was a bona fide emperor-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it was a secret treasure that Neptune used back then. As Xiao Chen received Neptune's crown, he knew that Yao Yan already had the Thorn Sovereign Circlet and that this Neptune's crown was unnecessary. However, this was an emperor-grade secret treasure, that Neptune used in the past. Yet, Yao Yan gave it away just like that. It looked like Xiao Chen felt guilty about what happened in the Neptune Palace. The segment of congratulatory gifts finally came to an end. Compared to the two, Xiao Hoju was utterly embarrassed, like a joke. In the distant honored guest stands, the Phoenix's Passion Palaces Nuan Muyun and the Divine Martial Gates Feng Wuji both revealed expressions of lingering fear. Back then, the three holy masters intended to send out one person to suppress Xiao Chen. Because the two did not have much ambition, they did not care about it, so they gave it to Xiao Hoju. If they had not rejected it back then, the one standing on the platform would have been them. When they thought about what happened to Xiao Hoju today, they all trembled in fear. Nuan Muyun sighed softly. Xiao Hoju is a little too obsessed with these external things. He places too much importance on these external things. If his heart is a little more relaxed, with his talent, his strength can go a step further. Feng Wuji shook his head and said, he has always been the strongest person of the human race's younger generation. When he met with Xiao Chen, who appeared out of nowhere, his mentality became unstable. Actually, this is understandable. Today's matter might not only be bad for him. Nuan Muyun looked around and said calmly, this Xiao Chen is indeed strong. However, he has made too many enemies, and his sharpness is too strong. There might be variables in his king conferral. What variables? Nuan Muyun pointed in a direction and said, look over there. That pale-faced youth in black is the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's personal disciple, Xie Zixuan. From the moment Xiao Chen arrived, the killing qi in his eyes never disappeared. Look over there. That is the Corpse God Palace's heaven-punishing corpse god's disciple, Xingju. He is the strongest person of the corpse race's younger generation. When Xiao Chen made his move earlier, I also noticed the killing qi in his eyes. There is also Di Wuk. Even now, I still cannot see through him. I wonder what he is planning. The backers of these three are the strongest experts of the Kunlun realm. They are the most ambitious. How could they just watch as Xiao Chen is conferred king? As for the descendants of the other sovereign martial emperors, there is no telling if he can successfully obtain the Blue Dragon King's insignia. Feng Wuji looked in the direction Nuan Muyun pointed. When he heard what she said, surprise appeared on his face. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to have so many strong enemies. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, Emperor Forsaken, and Xingtian were all experts who were as famous as the Thunder King. Before Di Wuk and the other two came, they might have received instructions from them. Next was the conferment of the king's insignia. With this insignia, Xiao Chen would gain the Bushin Palace's recognition. Xiao Chen's conferment of the Blue Dragon King would be thoroughly acknowledged. Xiao Hoju should be able to obtain this insignia very easily. However, if Xiao Chen wanted to obtain it, it would be somewhat difficult. Before obtaining the insignia, the Bushin Palace allowed cultivators of the same generation to challenge the conferment of king. Under normal circumstances, on account of the Bushin Palace, they would stop at a certain point and exchange pointers. However, right now, the Bushin Palace, which was under the control of the three holy masters, clearly did not support Xiao Chen, nearly shedding all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chen could no longer rely on the big tree that was the Bushin Palace. He could only rely on himself now. A pretty maidservant stepped forward, carrying a tray with the White Tiger King's insignia on it. It flickered with a silver light, giving off a treasured light. This was an extremely high-quality secret treasure in itself. After the oath of loyalty was completed, the pretty maidservant picked up the White Tiger King's insignia and prepared to pin it on Xiao Hoju's chest. Once it was pinned on, Xiao Hoju would be able to openly call himself the White Tiger King from now on. Qi! When the insignia was completely imprinted on Xiao Chen's chest, it turned into a white tiger and merged with his clothes. His white tiger battle armor also underwent some changes, seeming to be filled with more spirituality. As expected, he was successfully conferred king, and no one came to challenge him. Standing at the side, Xiao Hoju glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Please, according to the Bushin Palace's rules, once you fail to be conferred king, all the congratulatory gifts will have to be returned. I look forward to your exciting expression at that time." This kind of person would always wait to see you make a fool of yourself. As long as you stumbled slightly, they would hit you while you were down and mock you with all their might. The maidservant brought the Blue Dragon King's insignia. The insignia was green in color and had the image of a dragon engraved on it. It gave off a faint green light, misty and dreamy. Under the guidance of the black-clad old man, Xiao Chen completed the oath of loyalty ceremony. After the old man recited some cumbersome words, he said, "Time has passed. The Blue Dragon King's insignia has been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years. Now I bestow it to you. I hope you cherish it and take care of it." How noble is the title of Blue Dragon King. To think that the Bushin Palace would so casually bestow it on a nobody. I, Renkongjue, will not accept this. A cold shout rang out, and a tall and sturdy figure landed heavily on the platform. It was the Kwafu clan's Renkongjue. Bang! When Renkongjue landed, it was like a mountain crashing down, creating a loud sound. Dust flew up, and a shock wave split mountains. The compressed space rippled like water as it surged out. "It's here," Xiao Chen thought to himself as calm as still water. "It's here. The one that should come finally came. I will settle all the grudges of the past in this king conferral ceremony. Anyone who obstructs me from being conferred king will be defeated by me. No one will be able to escape my defeat." Who was Renkongjue? He was an outstanding talent of the ancient Kwafu clan. He had appeared in recent years. The moment he appeared, he shone brightly in the starry heaven Silver Lake, daring to compete with Di-Wuk. The sand and dust that Renkongjue kicked up could split mountains. One could easily imagine how strong he was. Chapter 998. Bang! Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. A saber light flashed like the moon, easily splitting the sandstorm surging over in half. Renkongjue was tall and stout, with a thick waist and strong legs. Just by standing there, he gave off an intense pressure. When the black-clad old man saw the situation, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "My Bushin Palace has always been fair when conferring kings. We never fear challenges from others. Xiao Chen, if you embarrass the Bushin Palace, then there is really no need for you to wear the Blue Dragon King's insignia." Shui Lingling bit her lip, showing a grave expression. The most crucial hurdle had finally arrived. The other party used the righteousness of the Bushin Palace to suppress Xiao Chen. He was clearly a vile person, but his words were righteous and dignified, making it impossible for Xiao Chen to find an excuse to rebut him. Although there had been challenges in the past conferring kings, the Bushin Palace had always used its strong influence to inform the various experts in advance. All they needed to do was to stop when necessary, and there would not be any major chaos. Now that Xiao Chen was being conferred king, the Bushin Palace naturally would not stand up for him. If they were not careful, they would not be able to continue with the conferring of king. The three holy masters could not openly stop Xiao Chen from being conferred king. They could only use some underhanded moves in secret. However, it had to be said that this move was very effective. First, they sent people to block off Xiao Chen, not letting him arrive on time. Even if he managed to arrive, he would still face the challenges of various enemies. Eventually, they would run out of manpower. Then, they would exhaust Xiao Chen, forcing him to give up on being conferred king. I, Wei Hua, am not convinced either. Seeing the black-clad old man's clear attitude, the underworld fire sovereign, Wei Hua, made up his mind. He leaped up and arrived at the platform. I, Kuei-do, am not convinced either. Xiao Chen, you are not qualified to be conferred king. The Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant's figure flashed and arrived at the platform as well. Immediately, three outstanding talents stood on the platform. All of them had very scary backgrounds. Behind them stood sovereign martial emperors. The cultivators in the surrounding spectator stands were all startled. Xiao Chen's friends were all ridiculously monstrous, but his opponents were also all terrifyingly valiant. If an ordinary person offended one of them, they wouldn't have a good life in the future. However, Xiao Chen had offended 3 of them in one go. Now, Xiao Chen's path to becoming a king would be somewhat uncertain. So, it was not over yet. 2 people flew over from the sky. They were the Primal Chaos Domain's heavenly music sects, Xia Dongyang, and the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan. The 2 stood side by side and said simply, "Not convinced," expressing their stance. The Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace were peak factions of the Primal Chaos Domain. These 2 sects had sovereign martial emperors. Even in the entire Kunlun realm, they were extremely strong factions. F***CK, isn't this a little too exaggerated? 5 absolute geniuses appearing at the same time. Who among the same generation can withstand such a lineup? This is too extreme. It looks like the Bushin Palace did not intend to let Xiao Chen be conferred king from the start. Otherwise, they would not have sent these people invitations. The Blue Dragon King's title will probably continue to be covered in dust. Such a conferment of king is probably the most difficult in the history of the Bushin Palace. In the next moment, Xiao Chen, who had enjoyed boundless glory, fell into dire straits before everyone's eyes. Many people sighed softly, feeling that it was unfair for Xiao Chen's situation. In the distance, the disciples and inheritors of the East Mountain Ghost Monarch, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, and the East Mountain Ghost Monarch, the corpse god Xingju, and the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign did not make a move, watching coldly. These people had very sharp eyes. They could tell that Xiao Chen was somewhat different today, so they did not rashly make a move. However, once they saw an opportunity, they would not hesitate to kill. If the people outside knew that these 3 people were dissatisfied with Xiao Chen being conferred king, who knew how shocked they would be? When Xiao Hoju saw this scene, he could not help but rejoice. Heaven is helping me. In the end, I, Xiao Hoju, am still the main character of today's king conferral ceremony. Xiao Chen, no matter how many friends you have, no matter how impressive your congratulatory gifts are, you still have to return them if you fail to be conferred king. If you fail to be conferred king, it will probably be a shadow in the other party's heart, preventing them from advancing to martial emperor for the rest of their lives. The black-clad old man was slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected so many people with powerful backgrounds to be dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's conferral of king. The black-clad old man could not help thinking, although the Thunder King does not care about anything and is in closed-door cultivation most of the time, if the Thunder King really kills the person that the Thunder King appointed, it will be hard to explain to the 3 holy masters. Xiao Chen, it looks like you do not have enough prestige. So many people are not satisfied with you. You should leave the Blue Dragon King's insignia to the Bushin Palace for now, the black-clad old man said after some thought. The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice as he put away the Azure Dragon badge. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he retorted rudely, "It is just a few nobodies barking here and there. It means that I do not have enough prestige. Old mister, I think you're either senile or blind." Xiao Hoju berated, "Xiao Chen, how bold of you. You are not conferred king yet, and you already dare to speak rudely to the seniors of the Bushin Palace. The old sir could not bear to see you beaten to death by others, so he advised you kindly. However, you do not appreciate it. Instead, you insulted him. How bold of you." Xiao Chen could not help guffawing. "What a great, I do not appreciate it. You know the truth in your heart. If you think that I am bold, then I will be bold for once. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of being conferred the White Tiger King." Bang. Ignoring the 5 people at the side, Xiao Chen turned around and charged at Xiao Hoju instead. Xiao Chen's body was like a saber, its sharpness changing. His simple palm strike was like a saber everywhere. The wind blew in all directions, and the saber's edge was endless. Xiao Hoju felt that Xiao Chen's palm strike was filled with killing intent. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. However, Xiao Hoju's cultivation was deep. He was already a Grandmaster-level martial sage, so he did not panic. He believed that he would not have any problem exchanging 100 moves with Xiao Qin. After 10 moves, the 5 people at the side would definitely not be able to resist attacking. At that time, they would be able to cripple Xiao Qin. Xiao Hoju pointed, and a strong wind blew. A strong light shot out, trying to block Xiao Qin. However, something strange happened. While Xiao Qin's palm strike looked ordinary, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It swept away all of Xiao Hoju's attacks. By the time Xiao Hoju reacted, Xiao Qin had already stretched out his hand and grabbed his wrist. Instantly, thousands of sabers flew over. Xiao Hoju's white tiger battle armor flickered with light, riddling it with thousands of holes. The white tiger king insignia that Xiao Qin had just imprinted on fell off with a ka-si sound. Xiao Qin swung his hand, and 25,000 tons of force burst out. Xiao Hoju flew back like a meteor. Before he could react, he was flung away, disappearing without a trace. As the crowd watched, it seemed like Xiao Qin flew past the vast Jianghu city, continuing to fly forward without stopping for a long time. Xiao Qin crashed into a mountain 50 kilometers outside the city, splitting it in half. Xiao Hoju vomited a large mouthful of blood as he struggled to push aside the heavy rocks on his body. Then he looked around in confusion. Strange peaks rose up in the desolate mountains, stretching out endlessly. Grass and trees supported the sky, but there was no one in sight. After coughing twice and vomiting a few more mouthfuls of blood, Xiao Hoju cursed, "Damn it! What is this place?" 1 second ago, Xiao Qin was still in the bustling Tianwu Plaza filled with flowers. How did he end up in a desolate mountain range in the next second? This was a completely different world. Xiao Qin could not think straight. Xiao Qin turned his gaze back to the Tianwu Plaza. Although Xiao Qin's attack was short, when he used his full power, his cultivation was completely exposed. Great Grandmaster level martial sage. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin is already a great Grandmaster level martial sage. No wonder he could defeat Xiao Hoju with one palm strike when he was caught off guard. Everyone was startled. A great Grandmaster level martial sage. Xiao Qin actually reached great Grandmaster level martial sage without anyone noticing. Even the peak of the younger generation was only a Grandmaster level martial sage. How exactly did this person cultivate? The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Hoju, who had been tossed somewhere. He trembled in anger and said, "You are really bold. You even dare to make a move on the newly advanced White Tiger King of the Bushin Palace." Xiao Qin held the White Tiger King's insignia and said calmly, "The Bushin Palace has always been fair and does not fear challenges from others. Is old sir's words just nonsense?" The black-clad old man felt stifled. He was indeed the one who said those words. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Qin would immediately challenge Xiao Hoju and even toss him away in one move? Xiao Qin could not be bothered with this black-clad old man. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then he stabbed the scabbard into the ground. Bang! The top of the scabbard struck the ground heavily, and cracks spread out. Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered as he grasped the saber hilt. A boundless aura surged out together with this heavy sound. Ren Kongjue and the others could not help but take a step back. Who still dares to say that they are not convinced? Xiao Qin said indifferently as he looked calmly at the 5 people before him. Who still dares to say that they are not convinced? Xiao Qin's words were very casual. His gaze was as calm as still water. He only looked at the 5 people before him indifferently, not showing any sharpness. However, that flash of the aura of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage easily broke Xiao Hoju's finger wind. All of this put a huge pressure on them. Ren Kongjue and the others felt a sense of oppression, like something was stuck in their throats. They could not say that they were not convinced. Silence. When they looked around, no one said anything. Nearly everyone was shocked by Xiao Qin's words. One person, one saber, and one sentence pressured the 5 outstanding talents to the point that they broke out in a cold sweat and lost all their sharpness. Isn't it just a great Grandmaster-level martial sage? It's not like I have never killed great Grandmaster-level martial sages before. This old man is not convinced that you are the Blue Dragon King. What do you dare to do? The Kuafu race had always had a fiery temper. Ren Kongjue could no longer endure this oppressive aura, so he roared loudly. All outstanding talents had the ability to fight above their cultivation realm. As a peak superior grade martial sage, Xiaochen could fight against great grandmaster level martial sages. Ren Kongjue was a grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, the Kuafu race had a horrifying physical body. Naturally, he could kill some great grandmaster level martial sages. Ren Kongjue's words were not false. However, he seemed to have forgotten. Perhaps he had forgotten on purpose. Like him, Xiaochen was a demonic genius. Xiaochen's talent, comprehension ability, and luck were higher. How could he compare to an ordinary great grandmaster level martial sage? Even if Ren Kongjue had not advanced to great grandmaster level martial sage, Xiaochen would still be able to hold his own against him. Now that Ren Kongjue had advanced to great grandmaster level martial sage, he would not stand any chance of victory against Xiaochen. After Ren Kongjue cursed, he charged at Xiaochen. Ren Kongjue's body was like a mountain. When he moved, it was like a mountain was uprooted. Loud rumbles resounded in the air.